Hello. Hello. Welcome. We're just going to stream and do a watch party today. We're going to do a watch party.
It's the new stage. We finally get to be on this big stage, and look at it, it's behind us.
Watch party. Let's go.
I don't freaking know how they do it.
I don't know either. I honestly am in awe. I sat here during rehearsals, and I could have sat here like a child at, like a beautiful museum or zoo, and I was just like, I could sit here forever and just enjoy this light show. It was incredible.
There are also ramps. I'm really excited about ramps.
That's why
I don't know if you guys noticed.
I asked production to bring me a skateboard as well. That's why, because they brought ramps, so I'm really excited.
I can't wait to see what players have planned for this. I feel like Benkai, surely. He's seen the ramps.
Yeah, he's got to have
A surfboard, a snowboard.
He's got to be something. It's going to be good.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. But of course, before that, we're going to see Loud for the very first time on that stage. Behind us, I cannot wait to see it. Do you guys feel like, I know Jess, you mentioned it a little bit earlier, that being able to actually sit next to each other is going to be a really big boost. How big of a boost do you think that will be?
I've worked with players before, especially IGLs, that when they're able to see the body language of their players, they understand what the kind of feelings and the emotions of their players are 40-fold compared to just hearing the intonation in their voice. So I will think, especially for the leadership, players in a team, this will be quite big for them. So I definitely want to turn around, have a little look at the players throughout the game to see what that kind of looks like.
Yeah, I think it's so many of those intangibles that don't come through. Back in my competing days, like you compete online, you qualify through whatever, and then you get to land, and it's just an entirely different environment. Having the physical connection, being able to read faces, being like, because you miss that, right?
You do. When you're online, you don't see it.
Exactly, and if someone's down, you specifically need to address a person. There's so much of that gets lost when it's not in person. So I do think this will be a big deal.
I mean, on the other side of this, their first opponent is going to be Optic, of all people, and we know how much they love to give it when they're on stage. They are going to probably stand up and shout at you. I can't wait to see it. But before we get the teams out, let's talk about the map picks for today. Both teams, they have a permaban, and we've seen teams deviate from that recently. Do you feel like we're going to see that today? Is this the time to do it? You heard me at Champions. I was a broken record day in, so I was like, please stop banning your permaban, because the other team's going to expect that. They're not going to prepare for that map. You could even leave it as a secondary ban. Why not get rid of your opponent's best map? Why not target ban them? I come from other games where that kind of tactic is super in flow, so I'm loving seeing that throughout this tournament thus far.
I actually strongly disagree with that.
Sure.
Yeah, that sounds so painful, because you run the risk of somebody, like if you floated and they're expecting to ban it, even if it's a mid-tier map for you, like you run the risk of them, okay, we're going to challenge you on that, we're going to pick it, and you all of a sudden you find yourselves down to 1 in a best of 3 on a stage like this. That's massive.
Well, Breeze has been taken away. Optic taking Doug's tactics there. They don't fancy playing Breeze. Of course, Loud, there we go, usually bans the split. It leaves quite a few options open, though. It does. There's a dangerous one in there that we've also not seen played from Loud this tournament thus far.
Optic playing Fracture? Really?
I didn't mean to speak it into existence.
Damn.
Here it goes. That's something we haven't seen them play, at least here inside Masters.
Optic
and as a result, I don't really think I can go back to their regional results against NIP, etc., and really put a lot of stock on that and say, hey, they won that match kind of barely, so where does that put them on Fracture? That's kind of a good pick from Optic there. Do you think, Doug, that's a first pick from Optic?
Yeah, I really like that. The thing about Loud's tournament run is that it's a bit of a two-edged sword in that they've only played 2 series. Yeah. Right? So they can sit back and watch. Alternatively, if there is an area that they're weak on, if there's a map that they're weak on,
ooh, Loud just picked Ascent.
Are historically known for their preparation, right? So this is not
a
whatever pick. They've got something cooked up here.
Optic playing Fracture.
Coming out from Loud.
It's been a while.
What they did to G2?
I think it's been a while to see Optic playing.
Don't bring it up.
I'm bringing it up.
This is actually really interesting too, because Optic come into this tournament feeling like Ascent is their best map, and they've struggled on it here this entire tournament, right? You think about they're 1 and 2. On Ascent specifically, so I really like this out from Loud. Challenge them where they're vulnerable. They came in thinking it was strong, and it is under-delivered up until this point.
Do you think they've worked on it as well?
I mean, Fracture has been not a map picked by anyone favorite. Even me playing Fracture, I'll shit on it every time. It's like, if you don't have a team, that is like,
to play Haven now. They banned Haven. Loud have
how do you
taken away
say?
the bun, which
If you
means we're
can,
gonna be
if you
going
can,
to ice
if you
spots.
don't
What
have
do
a
you guys
team
make
that
of,
is
I guess,
good
the
in
overall
certain
map
maps, or
picks here?
maybe playing Fracture,
I really
especially,
think this kind
like
of favours
they
Loud a
know
little
how
bit
to
because by
entry, they
taking
know
that
how
little
to
bit of
defend the
risk
site
pick
and
of
everything,
Fracture, both
a
teams
whole
have played it in
site
the
and
grand finals
everything,
before they came here in the
hold
regional
down
leagues, and both of them won it. So it's not
the
necessarily
spike.
quote unquote a
It's
bad
kind
map
of
for either
like,
team, but you don't know
it's
how good it
difficult
is for
because
your
Fracture has,
opponent right
you
now.
know,
So
Fracture
to
has
pick
four
that,
sites
you're taking a
of
risk that they
entry.
haven't practiced, they weren't
Four
prepared
sites of
for it,
entry.
and
That
conversely,
is
the next
kind
map
of
is a
like
map that you've been struggling that you quote unquote should be good on. So
one of a
could be a
problem
2-0
for
if they don't take this
defending
by the neck.
because
Yeah, I
yeah,
think
they
the
are
ice
coming
box
in
pick
both
again is a
sides,
really
even
interesting one. It goes
both
back to
A and
sample
B,
size.
they
The
are
sample
coming in
size
both
is way too
sides.
small for Loud
So
right now. We know
it's
much more
it's
about what we're
interesting to
getting
see
out of Optic.
Optic trying
So
to push play
I
on
really like the entire map
Fracture.
pool for Optic. I think they're in a position to
We
take
gotta
this,
see this.
especially if it gets to map 3. I really like the chances if it goes that far.
Yeah,
Ooh,
it would have to go that far, I feel, though, unfortunately, just with the Fracture being a risk. I do think map number 1 will really set the pace for this series.
Honestly, I can't wait for you to kind of debate about this more. I love it when we disagree on the desk. Now, we're going to take a quick break here as Optic and Loud, they set themselves behind us back on stage. When we come back, though, we're going to be seeing the team, so make sure to stick with us.
Hey. Brought to you by Aim Labs. Yeah, I'm loving this. I'm really loving this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
GG. Watch this. Here comes the buddy.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Paris versus Zeta, I'm not too fond about Optic versus Loud. This is one of like the most best thing that I want to see. Even though I am a Sentinel fan, but still, other teams are good. They're really good. Even though I'm a Sentinel fan, to be honest. But watching this, the new teams coming up on Reykjavik is like, wow. You know? It's quite an interesting role this year on Masters now. I want to see which team will come out top, be the best team in the world now. Brought to you by Secret Labs. Hello, welcome to the stream. Welcome. Hello. Hope you guys are snug tight in your own rooms and everything, watching anything that you guys watch on Twitch. Say hi in the comments if you guys can do that. And so hyped about on the top for VCT right now.
To make the grand finals and Masters Reykjavik, let's welcome the challengers Optic Gaming and Loud onto stage.
Oh, I already got back my headset right now, to be honest. This headset was RMA 3 weeks ago because of a faulty USB-C charging port something. It burned out on me. So yeah. But yeah, hello and welcome to the stream, people. Today we are going to do a watch party for now. It's VCT match day, top 4, Optic versus Loud. This should be interesting. You know, this should be interesting. Hey, say hi in the comments as well. I just want to talk with you guys as well. In return of like watching this as well, trying to react on the thing, trying to react. So just say hi in the comments. I am so I am really appreciate if you guys say hi in the comments. Want to chat with you guys. invert my camera for a while. Transform into the wrong flip. Wrong flip. Wrong flip. Alright. One. One. Now you can see my reaction towards the screen. Yeah. Yeah. So how are you guys doing? Those who are watching right now, hello. Say hi. Don't forget.
Brazilian teams that came before Loud have never taken down North America. A lot of history has already been made in this tournament. Do you guys think it's Loud's turn today?
If you're a believer already, given what's already happened,
let's go. This is gonna be interesting. We're going to map 1. Fracture, people. It's Optic's pick. Fracture. A map that almost 85% of the Valorant community hates it. I guess so. Is that 85% of the even me myself, I hate Fracture. Sometimes I want to dodge it, but if like my team wants to play, if like my party wants to play on Fracture, as I say, okay, alright, I'll play.
Like that. Yeah, it seems like when Victor does well, Optic are on another level, and Victor's having himself quite the tournament.
The kind of impressiveness between series has been the big thing for me for Optic. I definitely think that kind of improvement is very tangible. It's not something we make up. It's not something we have to explain to you. Between matches, we can see it. Between the stats, we can see it. Victor being one who's able to step up himself. But on the other side, Loud, consistency, is that the key here? Is that something that will really knock Optic back?
But also, this is the Brazilian super
I'm just guessing that the headset that I'm using is like the Black Shark version 2, because the shape of it is like very similar to the Black Shark version 2. I don't know what model they are using, but still.
This will be the first test for them at the very least.
Of course, as you mentioned earlier, Doug, Loud, they haven't played nearly as many games and maps, right, as Optic have. Do you feel like that's going to be an advantage for them or a disadvantage for them here, given that Fracture's one of those maps they haven't played?
Yeah, I think knowing Optic's play style, knowing finesse...
Who's here like Fracture map? I know a friend that loves this map to a heartbeat, you know. It's like, why do you love Fracture? I mean, what's in it? Huh. If I say in my language, like, apa dia kau suka Fracture tu? Apa dia lah? It's like my friend there is like really into Fracture when that friend sees that, oh, Fracture, yeah, my favorite map. We said, what the fuck?
On the side of Loud, would you guys like to see them do something a little bit different to the last time we saw them in the
very amusing.
Right now, bottom left-hand side of your screen. Actually, last time ran a Cypher on the side as well, alongside Aspis on the Raze and whatnot. They'd be moving away from the Astra, so I don't expect to see that there, as that shadow would suggest. And you can see so far, Sassy back on the breach. He's obviously made his name well known in the past on the breach, so that's something you can look forward to. They won't bring the Cypher back. They will bring the Chamber, but less on the Viper and pan over onto the Brim again. So that's something that has only slightly shifted because they've decided to bring that Viper back into the lineup for them.
I like it.
Yeah, I really like Viper on Fracture.
Me too.
I think she offers a lot of control. I think her ultimate can be very difficult to deal with when you given all of the nooks and crannies that there are on Fracture specifically. But with that said, Chamber for Ye, right? Like his first touches are going to be so important on this map. If he can get ahead early and get the ball rolling, I mean, it's sailing for Optic.
Oh, I can't wait to see what's going to happen on Fracture, and I can't wait to pass this over to your casters for this series. It's Mitchman and Tombiz.
Right.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Well, the stage is truly set here, Tom. It's amazing to have the players behind us again and be back in person on the stage. I cannot wait to get this one kicked off and to start on Fracture as well. We really couldn't get a more exciting map to kick it off between these two.
Yeah, I love the fact that for the Brazilians, they're almost coming into this like they've missed the good stage, and they've gone, we're gonna bypass that one and go straight to the big stage. A lot of pressure for them coming in. They've got some young players as well, obviously recovering as well. So I think there's potentially some slip-ups in some of the earlier games, but I think going into Fracture is actually really interesting because I'll be honest, I didn't see the veto going in this direction. I thought it would be a more comfortable pick to go to bind for Optic. That's where I thought it would go. So yeah, I'm excited to see what they've got on Fracture. I think it could be a closer map than maybe they'll be expecting.
What they said.
Let's not wait any longer to find out. It's time to dive into map number 1 here. The upper bracket to be decided, and it's already off to a quick start. Marv, tucked in the corner, has an opportunity as the players walk by.
Nice, Marv. Damn. That was too nice shot.
Yeah, this leaves them so much space to make that move back in towards the B side. And the remaining players almost feel like they're hoping that there's a gamble in the other direction. You can see Sassy making that rotation back over. Still has a little bit of utility to play with, maybe able to delay them a bit, but he's kind of waiting for his teammate in Sadak to make that move around. I will say, these two together, they've been doing it for a while. They're pretty good at clutches.
Yeah, they can definitely get it done if they're given the opportunities. The first shot, though, for Sadak, not going to land. He's being spotted, but calls for the stun. That's going to put a little bit of a wrench in the works, but Crashies is now back up and available to fight himself. Need to find some duels. The flash, getting the space. Sadak trying to fight his way onto the site, but look at Optic just tucked away in the corner.
Damn.
Eventually, an opportunity's given time starts to be a problem. Ammunition as well, down to his last one. He swaps into the ghost.
Damn.
Even after those 2 kills, that's all that Sadak can get. Optic have done great in round number 1, and that lurk out of Marv already catching massive value.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how much Loud are actually going to be as aggressive as we've just seen here, because in their previous composition, they're actually running a double set. Mainly because of the attack side, they can basically just cover off every single part of the map and go, we know where you've pushed. But ultimately, it also helps for the defensive side, and they've switched that up to have a Viper in play, and that'll make you happy. But ultimately, there'll be similar roles for less. Like, he's still got to try and lock down the site individually a lot of times, but in this pistol, they were very aggressive in their stance.
Well, speaking of aggression, look at
Ooh, that aggression Neon plays. Damn. What the fuck?
A ton of space. And for Loud, you know, they're reacting to this. There's 2 players.
Why aren't
over Sassy's alone on long range, and now up against a headhunter, you know, he is going to be taken down quite quickly.
I don't play Neon that much.
Optic with only 1 player
I don't know.
going down
I'm
so
used
far.
to Jet.
They're even getting some orbs out of it as well. If they can manage to avoid losing anyone else, this will be pretty perfect. And Ye, though, does kind of want to get aggressive. He's only got a classic to back up his headhunter.
One more. Ooh, finish it up with a slide. Damn. Damn, Victor, damn.
At this point, no matter what the scenario is, you can expect Ye to perform. I even go back to the last of the grand final they were in. Ye was managing to put up 320 ACS, and they still lost that Haven map versus Gambit. So I think it has to be one of those scenarios where you're looking at other players, and Victor is definitely one of those other players. If he performs to a high degree and he's got off to a flying start here, this team is truly terrifying, and the same for Marv as well. So the fact that they've got a decent amount of orbs early, it looks like they're going to try and blitz their way forward once again. This is something Loud are going to have to react to.
That's one thing to do it against an Eco, a completely different ball game when it comes to the full buy. Victor's made it past the utility at least. He's still trying to skirmish around, but at this point, the surprise factor is gone. I mean, we've already seen Loud adjust to it, and the players are waiting on the site for him to hopefully just blitz through, give them a kill or 2. Optic seem to be pretty happy with taking the map control. You know, they're not putting all their eggs in one basket. Sure, we're watching Victor get aggressive, but there are still players poking out towards B, grabbing the orbs there as well. This is really good for farming up the ult economy, and we'll see that benefit, maybe not in this round, but coming into the next for sure.
Yeah, they're not far away from having themselves an orbital strike, which would at least clear out some of the positions on the map. Now, obviously, if you're on Loud side, you've got traps on either side that you're not currently covering, so they do still have an awful lot of information, and because those haven't been broken, they know when this switch is going to be coming through. Even still, though, 1-for-1 trade early is pretty good, and Marv, well, there you go, that's the online.
Damn.
Sadak tried to get out of there, and he just couldn't in time. The other players locked out of the site, stuck in towards the defender spawn, and Tom, this is a round that they come in with rifles on the defensive side. They want to be dominating these duels, but Optic keep on
man.
Versus X.
It was timing.
It's always in their favor for now, though. At least Crashies has been dealt.
One more
opportunity for Ye. The recovered Vandal not yet finding anything. The plant down for the 2v2 has FNS. I mean, they haven't spotted him, but they know they've given up all of this control. It's still a tough position to clear as they push forward.
And they're using utility past him, so he knows roughly where these players are going to be. They have absolutely no idea.
Damn.
Swings off that initial contact. Great work from Optic in these early rounds. They've got themselves the bonus round, Mitch, and now economically, Loud are going to be in trouble.
Yeah, that is a big blow. Losing out on that round. Optic started by applying pressure A main and B main. They're taking orbs. They're really playing
hey, just a ghost. What the hell?
Control again and again.
Damn.
Pushing it out of their hands. They're already establishing a good set of early protocols against Loud. They're starting to see what the adaptations are. They're gaining a ton of information, and usually that would be enough in a round like this. Do a little bit of damage in there as well, and it's great. But for Optic to walk out with the win, now have a ton of rifles to play with, and Loud left in the dumps. This is not the ideal way to start out this map, but with it being Optic's map pick, I suppose this is exactly what they wanted. Now with the weak weapons, great flash as well. This is again going to be Victor with flawless control over A main.
Just absolutely farming. They're setting him up for these initial duels, but normally you expect them to be in like a trade. Like one or two, maybe someone gets him back, but no. He's having an absolute field there, and as I said, if he's able to perform to his peak level, well, they might be able to blitz through the first couple of maps and make their way straight through to the final. There hasn't been any sort of response just yet, and they're taking it slow. They got the first couple of picks. You can see some early rotations coming through, but they're just trying to bait players into almost taking a risk here.
I guess the thing that's so hard to find a reaction to is like they want to stun early and keep you out of A main, but when you have somebody like Victor who's going to stun you to peek the corner, you can't take that map control out of their hands. And they're able to just blitz past the utility, get on the site, and in this case obviously find some kills, but with players not having rifles, we won't read too much into that. For Loud, it's about finding a little bit of extra damage. Even then, that's going to be very difficult to do in a 3v5 post plant.
Yeah, you can actually see the absurd amount of utility they put in there, even though they know it's just pistols. But Carter, though, has been able to find one. They can get here a second. That's a rifle into their hands as well, giving them at least a little bit of opportunity. Les trades back another into a 2v2 scenario. This was looking like a done deal in the 5v3, but somehow Loud are making it look good.
They've done a damn good job of recovering it indeed, but still have to get towards that site. Time's not on their side, and Crashies with a great little maneuver, making his way across. As you can see, any sort of impact anyways, because Loud realized the clock was way too far gone. That's 4-0, 3 kills. So, I mean, we were doubting whether Loud would get away with damage in general, considering the post-plant 3v5 they were up against. They got out of there with 2 rifles and killed 3 of Optic. That's a lot more damage than you would have thought, but really, it means nothing unless they can manage to then take this round.
I think the other thing as well is, financially for Optic it makes no difference. Like every single player's around 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 even credits on some, so they'll be able to buy into the next. They also have some ultimates which will help them in terms of economy if things really do go wrong. The more important thing though is orbs being earned up for Loud.
Hello, welcome to the stream, guys. Say hi in the comments. We're doing watch party right now. It's Optic versus Loud. It's 4-0 down. Optic.
There hasn't been anyone there able to stop them just yet, and in fact, Aspas looking like he's going to try and take this control on his own.
Stunned.
He's instantly stunned, but will be able to get out of dodge.
Yeah, great movement to back out of there. Victor's still keeping up his stun for a little bit.
Headshot through the door.
We've seen it again and again now that they were bypassing the utility, keeping them back, and I think at this point, you know, Optic sort of were just feeling.
Say hi in the comments, guys. I really appreciate it. For those who are watching on Facebook, please leave a like, share, and comment.
They don't just run through for the same thing a 5th time in a row, because
if you guys want to give stars, I don't mind. Just give stars.
You gotta look elsewhere though, and the B side is where they're deciding to take.
Let's go.
Spike's still on Crash. He's in spawn, but he's making his way through. Oh, maybe he's not. Is this a huge fake?
Oh, damn!
He's got one. He goes down, and they're still causing distraction. They're making noise while the rest of the team roots back to the A side.
The problem is they haven't been able to smoke everything off. You can see the cross is currently being held. Aspas is in position, and they've already used their remaining smoke just to try and stop anybody coming out from the bow. 2 players here, a third.
Oh, nice one.
Already, Marms is going to take the head off one. Aspas needs to get something, and it's absolutely nothing. The tour de force from Ye puts another in the grave, and 5-0 looks inevitable, Mitch.
Yeah, how are you going to fight back into this one? I mean, realistically, with Sadik on 2 HP, the right call is to save, but this is a commanding lead by Optic now. And with the amount of success they're having, you see the early A main control that really, I mean, Loud didn't get a chance to test it that much because they push up, they end up getting hit by a flash stun. It's a completely different approach from Optic, so they haven't figured out how to keep control of A main. That's already a problem, but then they got sold out by a fake, which consisted of a player just darting his way into the site, blitzing through a wall and getting a kill, dragging the rotations off of A and making it an indefensible site. This has been
Nice clout.
gorgeous textbook
Nice
gameplay
clout.
out of Optic. In fact, they're writing their own pages of the textbook at this point. And we got to see if Loud have any sort of a response.
Ooh.
Well, and again, to go back to what was initially said on the desk about the sort of battle of the in-game leaders, like we've seen Sadak obviously
That's right. That's nice.
Team coming from Argentina. I will say maybe there's a little bit of a trend of Argentinian in-game leaders. Like we saw that with Crew as well. Like one of the LATAM teams that actually managed to do damage. Well, Sadak has come in here. I'll say so far, if you're looking at like the
So
brain
far, it's
game,
5-0
it's
for
definitely
Optic.
been won by FNS. The
Damn, the team is quite. It's quite aggressive. The team. It's like, wow. I mean, it's like they didn't push like both sides. They like only they decided to like push one side. They go side. They don't use the ropes to like split into like other sides from arcade or maybe from dish. It's like
the fact he even takes one, that's where the
wow.
hesitation comes in. Everybody else starts rotating, and they have that extra little bit of space. Even pop the null command to make sure that if there was anybody there that had some utility that could slow them down, they're not even able to use it. That's a beautiful strat from Optic.
Yeah, it was really clean, and I think you can realize over the last minute we've been putting out a lot of negativity Loud's way, right? There's so many things for them to overcome, so many points of data to process. That's why they call this timeout, sit back, have a discussion about how they want to get this done, but eventually that clock starts counting down again, and it's time to put their theories to the test. One thing, you got to look at Sadak here.
Let's go.
That tour de force, and we have seen it have so much impact.
I'm just going to relax today. I'm not going to play any Valorant today. I hope so. I'm not. But I'm still like trying to relax.
It's no surprise that Ye and Sadak lead the charge for some of these.
I mean, watching people. Oh no, they're pushing dish. Damn. Oh damn! What the hell?
Yeah, they even had the operator set up as well on the other side, so if he swung the other angle, they were ready to take it. It really does just seem like, at the moment, FNS is reading out of his opponent's strat, but it's like, okay, they're going to be doing this round. He got the script a little bit early because, yeah, they've just been absolutely ruined. That removes some of the utility that is holding other flanks on the map as well, so because of that, players now have to get aggressive. They need to try and find a fight. And Aspes, I don't really feel like he's had a clean fight just yet, which is where he normally shows that individual ability we've been raving about.
I mean, even there, the opportunity, right, kind of got caught off guard by where Victor was, being so deep into the corner. That's a missed opportunity for Loud. 4v5, no information as we tend a little bit further on. They're still having quite a bunch of utility on this defensive side. We saw the nade go down early. Now the snake bites are being used to slow them down a little bit more.
Oh!
Is good.
Oh! Oh,
So
damn!
clean. Victor is just DMing on every side. It seems like no matter where Optic decide to go,
Spike planted.
the Loud defense just crumbles within seconds. I mean, this is fresh off a timeout as well.
Sassy doesn't know. Sassy
Sassy
doesn't know.
To the morale of the team now.
Sassy doesn't know FNS. Oh, damn!
Bullied by Victor. And I have to give credit to the setup as well. Some of them is its own stuns, but you've also seen the same coming through from FNS. Sassy, of course, this is a man that you never really want to face because if he has the position,
damn! Marv takes the last kill.
They can swing, they can take those players down, and 6 and 0.
Oh, this one is like it's like a book.
I feel like at the moment, at least,
It's like oh, okay. He'll be sitting behind the dish. I just gotta stun there.
That is the problem.
And damn, I'm liking it.
Like this, but it's the context of how we got here. Optic are looking like they're having an easy time so far. We haven't really seen them ever be challenged to the point that their game plan is interrupted. If they say, hey, let's go A main, we'll fake late and go A, it works out. They never really have to rethink and readjust from that early game plan. Now again, we're gonna see Loud push up on dish, a double push this time with breach utility, but Optics seem to be taking a completely different pace as well. Faking it out a little bit there. Victor's baiting their utility, and the players are actually so far back thanks to that dish push. Tom, the dish push is coming all the way around. They think now that it's definitely going to be a B play. If Optic decide to do what they did before and fake back, they will have a free A side. Sure, they'll run into a trap and give the info, but they'll still get the side in time. If they decide to go B, they have the whole team to contend with.
I think
Oh, damn ye!
Which they did. Like, obviously the utility was nice, but there was 4 ults on the side of the defense, so they were expecting something to be used off the back of that push. Now, luckily, they have Ye. So he's just going to be able to find an opener, and there isn't a lot left on the other side. I will say, as fast with a showstopper and everybody running through in the other direction, he's actually been caught there. I don't know if he's going to be able to use it and just has to fall back and try and wait. They've managed at least to do a little bit of damage, but in the meantime, that control is just being taken on the other side. Aspas at least will be able to get one, and actually the spike's been dropped.
That Rolling Thunder coming through, it looks like they want to commit to this. Loud having Sassy walk all the way around.
Oh, Sassy is going on the tunnel.
Now to make this little flank play up through main, but
Ye doesn't know. Ye doesn't know. Oh, fuck!
And as he tries to go back through it, the showstopper comes in. Sassy catches the flank, and now FNS is left alone. He's got to go fast if he wants to deny this. The stun comes through. That has pulled them off the defuse for a second, and he gambles that they did just that. Now though,
oh, a bit! Oh, that was close. That was 1 HP, man. 1 HP. That was close. What? What the fuck?
A little bit too close.
Oh, that is so fucking close.
Again, this is what I was saying initially. It looked like that play from Optic was to try and bait out ults. You want to make sure they don't have a Rolling Thunder as you're pushing into the site. You want to make sure that that showstopper is gone before you go for the push. Well, that's the one thing that they didn't fall for. They kept all of those ults online ready for that moment.
The thing was, and if you look at the map now, you're seeing the same thing. The ults they wanted to bait, Aspas and Sassy, those were the guys pushing Dish. So even if they wanted to knee-jerk react, they didn't have the choice to. So ultimately, I guess it comes down to a bad gamble for Optic, but, you know, 6 out of 7 rounds have been pretty good. So they can be happy with that. We've got to see Loud reset into this and continue that same trend. Now, we saw in the last round, Ye's operator found a duel right away. This time, a change of pace yet again. Optic not giving Loud a second to rest. They've overrun the site, but again, Optic or Loud are happy to give up that control. They've got to hold on after, and Victor, he is just...
Oh, dang, thank you!
And Crashy's disabled. Oh, man!
He's in their heads.
That was a good bait. That was a good bait.
So much space to
Damn!
swing, knowing that they've been forced out of the tower, and the remaining 2 have no choice but to save. And this is the difference for Optic. They've been selling that fake fast round for so long. Like we've seen it throughout the game so far. It's like, okay, we're just gonna throw Victor. Okay, now we're just gonna throw in steps. We're not even gonna do anything else. This time they go aggressively. The control's given up. But because of that, they're forced into awkward positions, and they know how far the Victor is willing to push. He's still pushing. He hasn't let go of the W keys.
Oh, man.
Last man, and Sadak is doing his best to try and survive. I think he might just be able to hold on.
Oh, that was so clean.
By FNS.
This has been utterly dominant out of Optic, and it's the versatility of their playbook when it comes to pacing,
this one.
as we're seeing right here.
Oh, Cashy. That was clean, man. That was super clean.
Wow, that's a little insult to injury, a little pixel angle on the smoke. When you hear Victor listen it down,
because you can see.
Hello guys, welcome to the stream.
Normal shot
Hey, don't forget to comment on the stream. I would like to interact with you guys as well. I don't want to interact by myself. Just interact with me. Just interact with me on this. Rose Ashraf is watching. Nice, Rose. Welcome to the stream, Rose. Hari ni aku tak main lah. Hari ni aku tengah nak tengok VCT hari ni. Optic lawan Loud sekarang ni. Aku tahu apa bracket ke? Apa bracket punya ni? Apa semi final? Ooh!
Optic 5-man aggressive strategy. With pistols, well, the result is as expected.
Yeah, not too much trouble. 0
damage. Come on, peek.
So far, 0 damage. So far, you know.
Oh, low HP. Damn, one more. Ah, that was clean. That was super clean.
It's gonna be painful, but I guess at this point, again, in terms of economy, it doesn't really matter. Like the majority of players.
It's super clean. Ooh, this one. One more. Oh.
Have been very, very
damn, Ye is killing it.
They haven't turned up to the party.
I was like, wow.
You know, we mentioned for Loud that Optic were trying to bait out their utility, right? They're trying to bait out the ultimate.
Stick straight wins.
They haven't had to use any of their ultimates, really. They got 4 online.
Yeah.
The A plan has been flawless.
Tak bagi muka lah siap dorang.
And you think about it, what happens if they lose a player or two?
Oh,
if
sikit lagi.
doesn't find
Dia
these
kalau
early
connect tu
aggressive
tadi,
rounds, well, then
oh,
they
sedap.
start to look at the ult economy and invest that. And the control, even though 2 players from Loud wanted to fight this, they hear Victor coming, and they're out.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like 1 or 2 pieces of utility just completely takes over map control. Now, one ultimate that's been online for a very long time was actually that Viper's Pit. So it's finally been utilized in this round to lock down at least one corner. But now they've gone in another direction. Again, an incredibly fast take in towards the site. Mart has taken a lot of damage, and he's taken even more. He's died to his own teammates' utility. Definitely not ideal in this take. And in fact, I wonder if they're going to try and back out of here. In fact, no, they're going to plant themselves a relatively open position. Victor knows that he needs to try and get aggressive, and while I say it was open,
that was a lucky
blast pack kill coming out from Aspas.
Considering how this round started, it was looking like Loud were down and out, but now starting to recover a little bit more control. Marv, sure, he gets a kill, but he's down to 13 HP. Spike still in their position. Marv on the rotate, and so too is Crash. They're going to look for a B-side plant. Orbital strike online. Other than that, utility is scarce. A Molly as well for post-plant play. It means Marv could still be pretty useful, but getting to the site will be the problem. And look at Pancata. With 15 seconds left, he's holding that orbital strike, ready to drop it down from the sky above. This could be huge! If Crashy's put that through, they might have gotten a plant!
sikit lagi! Aduh. One? Oh, okay. That was a lucky. But still.
A second round finally found for Loud. I mean, look, it's something, but they've got to keep it going. They've got to chain these final 2 together.
He'll never know how close that was to actually just completely denying.
Ooh, sassy.
You know,
To the smoke.
Complete guess to just throw that 0 point out at that moment. Again, though,
kena ujung-ujung lah siap kalau dia pusing body dia tadi dapat. Ingat tak kena tadi.
Also, a much more passive stance from Loud, which is not necessarily something we were expecting to see in the way that they normally would play this map, but they've had to fall back into those positions and not take the battles versus Victor. And well, again, just a straight blitz through in the early round, the same sort of setup we've seen throughout. And again, we've got that push through dip.
Rolling thunder coming in.
That space was conceded though. Loud, obviously, as you said, Tom pushing Dish, taking the control. It means Optic blitz all their utility in here, and they don't really find anything for it. But they'll get the side in the plant, which, you know, it's strange because it's like, oh, they didn't find what they usually find, which is like 6 kills. So, because I mean, yay, going down. This time around though, it's much cleaner. They've got post plant. And yay, well, he's catching that one for free. No idea about the player on the left, though.
It may not matter. It genuinely may
Oh
not
shit,
matter.
oh shit. Oh.
Pancada pushing them up just straight through the door. Into the site goes one. Aspas has been able to trade it back into a workable position. Victor above, though, hasn't been cleared. Sassy left alone, trying to get something done. He's gonna
clean. Very clean, Victor. Very well played. Well fucking played.
Yeah, and you know, back in there for the retake, it was gorgeous with Aspas diving through in the back of the stun. These players are in a lot of trouble on this site, but Victor had just managed to find himself that spot on top of site. No one could deal with him. Trades come through. This was a little bit nasty. Of course, I think Pancata was like 5 HP or
not
something.
gonna lie,
so.
I'm pretty sure I heard
ngam siap.
on the stage.
I'm
almost certain it was Marved.
9-2, Tom, diving into the last round of the half. This is at desperate times for Loud. They put everything they can into this round, investing it all, and that stun is so good! Victor!
Tak kena, damn! Okay, one.
Follow up there from Marv, trading it out. Aspas has no choice but to run for the hills. Oh, they're gonna have to dig deep to come up with a 3rd round here. It's a 3v4.
Yeah, and again, it's the slowdown from Optic. They've already got what they needed. They can just wait for their opponents to re-aggress and rotate, slowly clearing out the site. But again, they don't know if anybody's actually still around this area. And after finding a couple of initial jewels, they're now just allowing Ye to almost lurk in from behind. And well, it's almost going to depend on which direction they gamble in. Sadak's not in a bad spot. He might be able to see them, but instead, they might just opt to wrap back around. They got plenty of time.
They're ready with the stun here.
Haha, gonna smoke out.
Sadak out of the site. The stun comes in up above. Got the information.
Oh, my.
Being in this position, still hard to hold on. He's only got a Spectre to work with. Dodges the first flash blast pack through. He doesn't want to overcommit to it.
Nice.
Sadik, the last man alive. This is where the tour de force might be able to find some value now that the smokes start to fade, but even still, 1v4. How much hope can you realistically have?
Oh, that was clean. 10-2 tak bagi muka lah set doang.
Optic with one of the most dominant halves we've seen in this entire tournament, and honestly, Mitch, I want to throw this one straight over to the desk because it is tough to see anything here for Loud.
Optic absolutely having the performance of their lives. I'm glad,
hell,
Tom, that you mentioned Victor treating his opponents like food there.
That
I know
was...
you hate that one, but I love it.
That was harsh, man. That was...
Right, in the pre-show, and you spoke of the fact
That was fucking insane, you know. That was insane. Play by Optic on their attacking side. It's like... Eh, kenapa kita tak buat macam tu, Ros? Kenapa kita tak boleh Malaysia agresif macam tu Tak sangat kita nak main agresif. Ni pening lah siap. Aduh, kenapa why didn't we play aggressive like that?
We could be seeing 0 rounds on the board for an entire half here for Loud. This is so incredibly dominant, and the fact that you can cut the head off of the spear of Optic, and then another head grows being Victor, I mean, that's terrifying. No wonder people, I think back to sort of round 8, where they just left tower and just let him run riot. Wow.
This was actually my favorite round because you think about the first 5 rounds.
Kena stun kat situ dah, kena flash. Like it then. What the hell?
Presumably to adjust for the fact that they haven't been able to deal with the southern map push. And what does Finesse call? An aggressive northern map push into Dish. It's brilliant. Loud never found footing. They had no idea what Optic was throwing their way, and Finesse just rolled them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving the Victor go kill strat. I love it.
And it's just one of the many pieces of the puzzle that Optic clearly have for this map. I said I liked this risk pick here from Loud. I now have to sit here and just go, wow, what an odd sporadic choice for them to make against Optic now, who just
what they said.
Run their number
what they said.
Round. I want to see a little bit more in the second half. I think that's where we will get it, but I think it's a little bit too far gone now for Loud to recollect this.
I mean, a little bit of hopium is an attack side of map there. Jess, is not the end. Let's toss this over to Mitch and Tom and see how Loud are going to get on.
Well, I'll tell you what, things are pretty quiet on that side of the stage right now, Tom. The morale has to be dipping as we come into this half, but now they're on the attack. And I want to say that that's where they get to decide the pace, but knowing Optic, I think this is going to have to be a defensive start for Loud in this half.
Well, Sadic's already gone. Yeah, they're pushing. Yeah, they're already pushing all the way down. And the worst thing is they're doing it on A main as well, so so much ground already covered. The thing is that the slow push going through on the other side could actually give them the space just to take complete control of this B site. It's just dependent on the timing of everything.
There's no one inside.
Strong afterflow.
Yeah, it's good control. Southside crunch, a favorite of most teams. Optic having a decent bit of a foothold to fight back into. In fact, they're just running it down again. Look at the pace out of these guys. Victor's on site. The flash is so good, though. It slows down the rest of the team. It allows them to eliminate Victor, but they still need to get a foothold of their own. Loud are crammed into the corner of the site. It's Sadik who has to open up this side angle. Marv'd already eliminated. The duels working out well.
Oh, Sadik got down.
This is looking a little bit scary. FNS.
Oh,
Zeta confirms the
what the
with that pistol going Optic's way. Starting to feel like the beginning of the end, Tom. 11-2.
Yeah, I feel like starting to feel is maybe the understatement of the year. Like, Optic have looked incredible on this map, and I think the good thing is that Loud are going on to their best map next. I think it needs to be something more comfortable for them, because right now they're getting schooled.
Victor was the first guy into that site, and he actually, the rest of his team were blind for ages. They ate that flash. Victor managed to turn from it, turn back, take a kill, do damage, and then go down, while just sprinting into the site. I mean, you look at this guy right now, and it's like, I prefer his Neon entry than any Jet entry in the world. This guy is crazy.
He's ready for the new patch, let's put it that way.
Oh, yes, he is.
He's more than ready.
Yeah, well, I see. This is the thing. People are going to be looking at Victor now going, how do we play without Jet? All right, let's see what this guy's got planned. I mean, we've already seen it viable on the likes of Haven.
All right, I'm switching to Neon this time. And I'm not going to play Jet anymore. I think I'm going to switch to Neon.
He'll go down to 24
Oh, yeah. Oh, man.
Snake bite only needs the one bullet. Crashies is down too. Loud actually answering up here with next to nothing in their hands coming into this round. They're actually doing quite a bit on the force. This could be a third for them and a recovery of a disastrous scenario.
It's not over yet, though. Still players able to try and fight their way back through, and
Fix alive.
yeah, he's looking to try and sneak his way forward. The rest of the team isolated by the smokes is definitely going to make things a little bit more difficult on that way back in. Already though, the stun through, and he's just insta-kill Pancada. Now looks to try and take that space even further. He's just
One more!
kills.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh my god, that was... Oh, shit.
And that's what it comes down to. Oh yeah, I'll just jump on my next Fracture game. I'll pick Neon and I'll start owning. Because from his perspective, it looks easy, right? He's running around taking duels and you're like, how are Loud not connecting? But these players, they're always stunned up. They're always being disrupted. And that's the key.
Oh, that was...
Play from Optic. I don't think there's been a single round where Loud have said, all right guys, maybe we should play this way. And in the first 5 seconds, it doesn't even get flipped. It just gets jumbled around to the point that they're already trying to figure out. They're trying to recover around when it's only just started. Adapting to Optic's play here is, I mean, next to impossible on the fly. And you can see that, I mean, I hate to say it, but Loud were not ready, evidently.
Oh, there's at least some sort of buy. It's definitely not the prettiest. Yeah, he's already decimated one. He's not going to be able to escape, but even with the pistol, Crashies has found another, looking to try and reclaim that space, but even just with that man advantage alone, they put themselves in a good spot.
Oh, they don't know. They don't know.
Finesse is just leaving and they've heard him. That's confirmation for Loud that they've pulled the rotation. And that this site should be next to free. The drop down is heard. FNS knows that he's conceded the control. Loud might hope that he's already rotated to the other side, that they don't have this information to play with the headshot angle. Tough for FNS. He does so much damage, and he's actually deterred them from any further aggression, Tom. They have no control of Dish, nothing in main. I mean, they get tapped from...
Oh, one more.
Control gets slapped and shut down. Wow.
GG! Optic takes this map. What the fuck?
13 to 12.
Wow, that was a humiliation match.
12, yeah? 2. 13 to 2. It's double digits. Double digits in the twos again.
It was so dominant that you almost forget that they didn't manage to get that many rounds.
It's like the first half hasn't even finished yet, man. How do they do this? 11-round lead, and the 2 rounds that Loud got, I mean, they were off the back of, what, Aspas having the triple kill with the Sheriff surviving on 1 HP. There wasn't a single round here that you look at and go, oh, it looks like Loud are on the path to recovery.
Oh my god, the stats are ridiculous. You're looking at, what, 13 first bloods out of 15 rounds? No, actually, wait, 14, because Cratchy's got one. So out of all of the rounds, they only didn't get first blood once. That is truly absurd. This is one of the most dominant performances, not only have we seen in this tournament, probably ever. That was a fantastic result for Optic. A pocket pick for them coming in. 2 players with over 300 ACS. Like, this is a map where, realistically, I don't think anybody in the tournament is going to want to play Optic on anymore, because that is truly terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, it was a surprise to see it coming through. Just looking at how it's gone for both of these teams, it felt like there were other options there for Optic, and I think that was the general vibe looking at that veto. But after this performance, there can be no doubt that this is Optic's map. And Victor in particular, seeing the way that they, not only that he plays this agent, but that you have other players like FNS supporting him. FNS, bottom of the scoreboard, 9 kills, 6 deaths, 2 assists. The 2 assists, I'm gonna call BS on that.
Yeah, I don't believe
that guy contributed to an unbelievable amount of duels.
Those are breach assists, you know?
Yeah,
you could probably times them by 10 and it would be more accurate.
I think that would be about right, because pretty much every time Victor went in, he found the duels, and it was because he had that backing utility. This is just domination on map 1. Let's hope there's something else in store for us on the next, coming up after the break.
It was clean. I mean, it was clean. It was clean enough. 100%. Missing an A there. Watch party. Update. Wait guys, I can't let you guys see what I'm going to do. Be right back. I think I'll just change this. Right back. Yo, Azin Liana, thank you for the like. Welcome to the stream. Sorry, I'm doing something else right now, but we are about to do a watch party right now. It's Optic versus. Oh, okay, never mind that. Yeah. All right. We are now watching a watch party of VCT Reykjavik upper bracket semi-final. It's Optic versus Loud, and map 1 was Optics Big Fracture. Kumpat paper Rex kan? Paper Rex apa, Lin? Aduh. Kumpat paper Rex. 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 Ingat paper Rex. Tak nampak ni. Sorry. Kumpat around 4 o'clock. Rex now you guys watching. Tapi first map tadi Optic menang 13-2. Fracture pula map yang kebanyakan player yang tak suka, but still they win very aggressively. And like this. So how's everyone doing? You guys doing fine? Apa khabar korang? Korang tengah buat apa tu?
What a start for Optic as they look to continue the trend of North
Takut
American
agent fit.
teams beating Brazilian teams here at an international event.
Tak tahu lah, tengok macam mana bounty hunter. Tak tengok macam mana bounty hunter punya agent akan apa? How do you say dia punya replacement to Sova is quite interesting. I want to try play Fate nanti. If dah tua nanti. Surround. Tak boleh buat apa lah. Still, I'm looking forward to Fate gameplay macam mana. If like dia punya role into the initiator punya role to how she will be like an ultimate initiator rather than Sova punya wall hack punya scan. Obviously. That is one thing that I want to see. Since I played Sova before, and I know most of the lineups. Sometimes I bedal je, kadang-kadang shot dart tu. Tapi still, Sova is still like S tier punya level is like very high. I don't know where Fate will be sitting, tapi it's quite interesting lah kalau nak tengok macam mana dia punya play nanti. Ke dalam DC.
They just had him read like the book from the very beginning into. I don't know that Loud. I don't know that they, at this point, still don't really realize what hit them.
I mean, this is the beauty about the new agents we see in the game, right? Because it's been a while since Neon's been released. I think in the beginning, everyone's like, oh, is this going to replace Jet? A lot of the pro teams are like, categorically not. We're not even going to try and bring Neon in. And out of the teams that have brought Neon in, Jess, I feel like this is probably the most effective way we have ever seen a team utilize her.
This has been the most successful that we've seen in a long time. We've obviously been huge critics in EMEA of it because because Team Liquid has tried to force it into competition where it's looked awkward on split, etc. Now we go on to Fracture where that rotation is ever so critical. One thing I want to highlight as well is that I turned around because we have the, Justice being able to turn around on the stage and have a little look. I don't know how many times I saw Victor laugh or Sassy at
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, tadi ada orang dekat Discord tadi tu. I asked my friend to like watch the stream as well.
And then he tries
But
again
okay, yang dekat dalam yang tengah tengok sekarang ni, okay. How good do you guys feel about Jet punya nerf? About the dia punya dash kena nerf for 12 seconds. Korang rasa apa? Don't forget kepada yang kat Facebook tu, don't forget to follow, like and share. It really makes the channel grow and probably will help anything lah.
Still unbeaten on this map.
And rightfully so. The performance that we've seen from them has been
So korang yang tengah tengok ni, I'm just gonna ask, what do you feel about Jet punya nerf? Kepada kalau yang siapa biasa main Jet lah. Jet punya nerf of tu. Angah Gaming, thank you for the like. Welcome to the stream. Hello. We are doing a watch party. Welcome brother. Welcome. Welcome. I jarang pakai Jet. Oh, interesting.
Maybe I'm trying to
thank you for the likes. Welcome to the stream. Hello.
Back here right now in the aim lab shoot around, and Doug, he's gonna have to really step up, and also this should be a map they're confident on.
Yeah, it should be, right? You mentioned at the beginning they're undefeated on it. Optic haven't looked great, honestly,
but still, apa korang punya pendapat? It's like the Jet. I mean, sekarang Jet. I mean, nanti lepas habis ni, Jet punya update akan masuk. Then probably Fate akan masuk mungkin lah. I think another 1 or 2 updates ataupun lepas habis kan. Jet punya nerf is like I think it's a balance lah for me. Even though I play Jet a lot, dia punya dash bila dia kena delay, it's quite dia kira macam a new challenge tau. Like how to adapt bila you want to enter side ataupun when you are defending using obviously an operator kan. So but it will be interesting nak tengok macam mana how the game will resolve in that situation. Like even though those Jet mains yang suka main dash in kan, like smoke dash and updraft biasa kan, but still it's like boleh katakan you need to time yourself lah nanti. Kena like timing everything or timing is key if you are playing Jet. It's like okay, dah tekan kena tunggu 12 saat. Lepas tu baru boleh dash masuk. Macam stress juga lah kadang nanti. Lin, what agent are you most used to? Pakai agent apa je selalunya? That's my question. Tak apa siapa yang dekat yang tengah tengok ni, korang punya main agent korang biasa pakai apa? Like really main agent. I just want to know.
That's the only way that you take them down effectively. We talked a lot about Victor. He was set up insanely well off of the utility that they had on the side of Optic, off of finesse play calling.
Tengah tunggu orang cakap kan.
The way you stop this train.
Chamber bang. Awak main chamber, saya tak boleh ikut. Awak lagi power daripada saya kot. Awak punya chamber gameplay super. Serius lah cakap. Serius sangat. Kau punya chamber play memang super. Aku pun tak boleh main lagi chamber. Masih terkekial lagi main chamber.
Have that confidence behind your opening engages to try and counter Victor. They did it in the first couple of rounds. I would have liked to have seen them to do it in a full buy rather than when you got pistols and specters in your hand.
I think it's a little bit gross out of 15 rounds they played that they gave 13 first bloods to Ye.
Ngancing saya bang. Tak ngancing. Saya compliment ni. Compliment awak. Nanti mana tahu ada orang nak main dengan kamu ke?
Star player coming into this. Aspas, he's
alright, SN map 2 Optic punya pick. It's not Optic punya pick, it's Loud punya pick.
Maybe he's just got a little bit of confidence issues. I said I want them to find the head of the spear that is Optic, and they didn't really do that on Fracture. Maybe
mana tahu akan ada yang nak main. Oh yeah, if you guys want to like add me on my Valorant ID, I leave it in my description in this live. There's a link to my my Discord. I think I put my Discord there. I guess so. I guess yes. I put a link to my Discord server. I do have my Steam ID there, Valorant ID there, and my Discord ID there. If you guys want to add me to there, is in the description on the video. I don't know. You need to press the video, then you can see the description. I don't know where, but still, it's in the description. If you guys want to add me, want to hang out with me on my server, there's a link there in my description, and all my IDs are there.
Turn over and look at him a few times speaking with the team. Sassy's a very calm sort of, secondary leader there for the team. I'm hoping that doesn't weigh on his shoulders as pressure too much, because it can be oftentimes quite difficult.
Layan tu, tengok map 2 ni. Tengok macam mana pro play main.
You're not doing this and go,
Oh, okay. Seronok tu. Tadi aku tengok map fracture. Gila bai, 13-2 tak bagi muka. 13-2 duk. Kau rasa?
13-2 sakit hati
tak bagi muka duk 13-2 bai. Kau bayangkan. Terkejut aku tengok dia punya gameplay tadi.
It would have been pretty bad because the game would still be going also. Yeah, no, it would. But I'll say that when you get slapped out of a map like that, it's so easy. You sit back and you go, guys, why did we lose that? It wasn't because of this guy or that guy or because I missed my shots. We just got wrecked. Now you come into a set and you go, hey, we know how to play this map. We're not going to get surprised in the same way. At least that's the hope.
That's the thing. This year, they are 11-0.
Betul lah, dia tak bunyi. Ada bunyi.
It's going to be a set. And it's one that has been a little bit shakier as well for the side of Optic. Even though it's one that they're definitely comfortable on, I won't take that away from them. And on the other side of things, that you talk about, they sort of got slapped, so they're going to forget about it. Optic aren't going to forget about it.
Aku tak tahu aku boleh live ke tak. Aku tak tahu kalau kau boleh tengok ke tak aku punya screen.
Because it's a map that a lot of the time relies on those individual duels, relies on that mid control and those battles between it, there's a huge opportunity here for Optic to take this one.
Nampak?
Yeah, there's nobody doubting Optic coming into this map. They're going to be confident. They're going to be firing on all cylinders. The question is, can
nice.
Loud bounce
First time tengok ni bang. Weh, awak first time tengok ni. Saya daripada awal lagi tengok benda ni. Daripada Recuvate tahun lepas lah. Tapi tak buat watch party lah macam gini. Ni macam rajin sikit lah rasa macam nak buat watch party. Kita terasa rajin. Kita terasa rajin kali ni nak tengok watch party. So macam the teams right now, yelah Sentinel dah kena knock out daripada Master Qualifier. Sentinel kot. I'm like a big fan of Sentinels, but still the one dah kena knock out. Now sekarang NA team yang sekarang tengah pergi is like Optic. Optic is like one of the best juga lah team in NA. It's like power tu. Oh shit, yeah. Okay, never mind. GG that for round 1. Tapi selamat datang lah, selamat datang to those yang baru datang and joining the watch party. This will be like my routine lah boleh katakan. If I want to watch party ke apa kan, benda ni is like first time. It's not first time lah, it's like my boleh katakan to spice it up on my Steam macam mana kan, my live stream. So benda ni is like one of them lah.
That's the best part. You saw him spraying away, get tagged from market, get wall banged. It really wasn't the cleanest of pistols. For Optic, they reset into this. They're going to play an eco. Of course, Ye investing into a Marshall to hopefully get some damage done. And normally you'll see this player be around mid, be skirmishing in this area. In fact, you're seeing Loud be very cautious of just that. But again, Optic have made the right gamble, Tom. They're on the A site with 4 players. And look at that Marshall up in the top of heaven, waiting for them to peek in through main. And the thing is, if Ye's undisturbed like that, he'll be able to get massive value. More than that, though, is the flash coming through. The dash Static, though, is left to deal with this. His teammate comes back.
Alamak.
Just walks into the corner, reloading.
Oh, kena pula.
Oh, there was definitely no finesse in that. Let's put it that way.
Eventually, we saw the Marshall grab onto Pancata at least, right? Patience certainly paying off in that reality, but not the most conventional of duels on short also.
Sebab aku tengah watch party ni, aku habiskan next round ni okey lah ni.
Right, cut it here.
That's good.
Sekarang pukul 2.
Like, obviously he's waiting for the flash to go through. Like, it looks completely ludicrous.
Besok lah. Kita relax. Kita santai-santai tengok pro main.
As well, though, we're gonna get the investment back in. Yay, not far off.
Malam ni kita santai-santai tengok macam mana pro main. Bapak dia aku cakap seronok duk tengok kadang.
Could be enough to make him even more dangerous and
Mana tahu tiba-tiba kau jadi power ke bila tengok pro main. Best tu. Best tu. Okay, apa-apa nanti Roger esok.
Ever so valuable.
Alright, go.
But they have been able to slow down whatever initial push was there from Loud.
Cover going out.
For Optic, it comes back to, they start with the shock darts down through main, tickle up a couple of the players, but that's where things are going to end. Eventually, I'm expecting to see that recon from Crashy just come through and be main, clear it out. That's it, Loud don't pick up the pace entirely. These guys are looking to move towards the A site right away, and this is a good call with the numbers thin down on the side. They've already revealed Marv on the back side. Finesse, though, getting away with a quick kill. Thins out the numbers. It's going to make it easier for Marv, but it's still a pretty tough task. And he'll go down without anything to be said.
Rotation being held as well. They've heard the footsteps of Ye, and he was aware for a second, but Les doesn't manage to capitalize. Not able to get that kill and may not even know that the second player's there. He's very wary of someone coming in on the flank, and in the meantime, there's a battle going on within the site that somewhat makes this fight irrelevant. Sadak, the last one standing to try and hold on here, but Finesse will be the one to put him in the grave. Not bad damage, and with a plant, Loud will have some decent investment going into the next, but they could have got a lot more.
I love that from Sadak, man. A little jump through the smoke. His feet aren't even visible on the way around. He catches him, but yeah, the James Bond moment doesn't really work out in the end. So 2-1, Optic picking up that round. You're expecting that going in. Loud had a player, I think it was Sadak who was playing with just a frenzy to start with. Obviously playing the bonus round, trying to get as much damage done as they could. And now it's time to convert over. Rifles in their hands, everything that they want. Sadak's got his ultimate online. Ye with a Blade Storm, unlikely to really pop that coming into this round. So we should have a conventional rifle round on our hands.
Again,
kena tu. Ramai kena tu.
Have players waiting on the edge to almost try and avoid a lot of this utility and avoid the null command. The spray through from Finesse as well is almost just delaying them. The main surprise is two players within the back of the site. Now they're going to spot the first, and they know that Ye's here because he's already managed to find himself a kill, or at least put a player down.
Oh, lama. Nice. Oh, sikit lagi. Alah, kena attack. Aduh, flash tu. What the hell?
Nowhere to go. Victor and Marv left with it all to do, and despite that early shock dart, tagging up a bunch of players, doing a whole lot of damage. The stack being on B, two players in back site being a surprise for Loud. They managed to
banyak juga diorang punya try like power juga.
I honestly think this comes back to comfort. You see this team, they're not a bad team. They've got the adjustments, they've got the leadership to have some really, really clean execute rounds. The problem was on Fracture, they just could not get a read on how Optic were playing. It was a completely different approach to Valorant in general than what they were ready for. This time around, though, obviously we go back to more of a normal level of Valorant.
They're playing against their own comp.
Well, exactly, right? Yeah, exactly. I didn't even think of that. That's a great point. You are intimately familiar with everything that they can do.
Yeah, I think the exciting thing as well is even just you look at some of the roles, like, I mentioned this to you earlier in the tournament, and it's
mati dia.
Again. Like,
Oh, damn.
Talk about Janji, like someone that you really enjoyed watching the KO as like a surprise pick. I prefer watching Sadak. That's how good he is on this agent. I think his pop flashes in particular is something that, well, it's just something that he does.
Korang, okay, just nak tanya. Do you want me to continue on apa match seterusnya lepas ni? It's like, yelah, lepas ni kan tu kan Zeta lawan ni Paper Rex. If you guys want to see, leave a like, leave a share, and comment lah cakap ye. Ye or nay. Kalau kau nak sambung tengok apa Paper Rex versus Zeta lagi.
Towards the site, grabbing themselves a couple of kills. This is getting a little bit worrying now for Loud as the frags are real.
Oh, pisau. Sikit lagi kena. Baru nak kena pisau tadi. Aduh, nampak macam tu je. Damn. Tengok kat mana ni Ace? Oh, dekat Twitch. I'm watching on Twitch right now. Just daripada Valorant punya ni official Twitch. Lepas tu kita just watch party lah mamai macam ni. Dah lama lah ramai orang buat macam ni. Bagus juga. Tak best juga macam ni.
They're already just running straight in towards the site and wow, managing to claim some of those rifles along the way. Marvin Crash is doing a lot of heavy lifting. And then the remaining players were basically just waiting for some sort of after plant play. So they didn't have any chance of getting back into the site and denying a defusal. So incredible round from Optic, a surprise one at that. And now they come into things with an operator on TA, which we already know can completely change the game.
Yeah, the key thing for Optic in this map seems to be, oh my god, how many players have pushed up here? Aspis doesn't get away, now he's naded in the corner, he's trying to stay above it. He'll at least survive a moment longer, but he has no way out, and he's taken down by Victor's aggression. Optic, they will not let these guys feel comfortable. Disruption is the name of the game. That's what I was going for to talk about the previous round, and we got an example right off the bat in this one.
Yeah, it's the same sort of stack-up play that they went for in the previous round, but obviously it wasn't spotted in the last one, so they can just do exactly the same thing again with the rifles, and yeah, they're unrelenting in their pressure. Just straight up pushing them through, making sure that there's no trades because of the paranoia they threw back a little bit later on. And while for Loud, they're still trying to pressure a site that currently has 3 players within it, so getting into it is going to be incredibly difficult.
40 seconds or thereabouts. As you said, 2 players back site. You've got another in the form of Victor up above. His utility's gone. No flashes.
Oh!
At least Marth is down. Okay, Loud might have a way in. Still
players. Damn!
Pancata was in danger.
Yeah, that was good.
Closes it out instead. 3-3.
It was good. It was good.
And
it was good round.
Sprint into a brick wall essentially for Loud. They are put down to an eco in this round. Optic may just reclaim the lead, and those early rounds that Loud managed to build up, well, now they're not. Oh wow! And this here, you know, the run up from Victor, they did everything they could to try and protect these players, and it goes down to a Hunter's Fury. It really is unconventional. And I think from Loud's perspective, looking at it, it's so hard to find an answer, because it's not like, oh, it's their short aggression. Oh, it's this thing. It's everything that Optic are doing.
In terms of the information play as well, there for Loud, I think they used a 0 point and a dart. In the same place over into A to almost make sure they couldn't shoot both, so they knew the players were there. It's not like they're being reckless. It's not like they're just running into angles blind. No, they're being incredibly safe in their manner of taking that control. And Optic are just disrespecting that. They are fighting alongside it. They also had, I think someone actually shot the knife before it basically took away their abilities, so they were able to just hold on to what they had and use that utility to counter. So yeah, an excellent round for Optic. I would have almost liked to see a pause taken there for Loud, because I think that's one of those rounds, well, in fact, back-to-back rounds where you've been caught by Optic doing something a little bit riskier than maybe they normally would do, and you want to try and almost quell that early, slow things down yourself, and Loud have always been a team that are excellent in their default, so I wouldn't mind seeing them fall back to that.
Oh, Finesse actually got hit by that. His utility's going to be down for now. That could be a big blow, but actually it's just about to come back online. He's not going to have a chance to use it. Instead, having to fight these players, panicking to down the utility and keep spots, and it's working. The shock dart will eventually take him down, but he has already slowed the push, already dealt the damage, and with 15 seconds left, Loud have practically no chance of getting in here. Crashy's ready and waiting. 10 seconds left.
Through the smoke, damn it! What the hell?
I was gonna note 45 seconds left, and Loud hadn't
destroyed any of
their util. They had
the whole
round. Setup still available. In this early round, sure, Loud are
korang komen lah, ye atau ni, we watch Paper Rex versus Zeta lepas ni.
With full util in your opponent's hands, that's just not good enough most of the time.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity though for Loud, because they've got a lockdown. There's no Hunter's Fury to counter it, so if it's put in a position where it can't be broken, the likelihood they'll have themselves a site for free. They also then have a Hunter's Fury for an afterplant as well, so I feel like this is a perfect opportunity for them to go for some sort of setup, and already managing to push Ye back out of mid, they're going to take that control very early.
Victor toying with the idea of fighting on short. Didn't spot anybody coming close. Now he'll hold the control. The rest of the team freezing as well. They know no one's outside of A main, or too close at least. 2 players here though. those nades pretty much countering each other.
Kabata kembali kepada sampai tengah tengok. Hai.
Oh! Down to try and allow the mid push to come through, but the explosion out of Loud is perfectly timed. They take the space, the duels going their way.
Oh, lama.
And Finesse can't even get out of there. Beautiful.
Yeah, really nice take. Again, Sadak's flashes, I think, left Victor completely blind twice on the way through, and then they combine that with the Hunter's Fury to make sure there's no like cheeky little spots that can be left unclear as they make their way through to the side. Going from the last few rounds that we've seen from Loud, where it has been them getting disrupted, them caught off guard into a set play like that, much more what we want to see from the Brazilians.
Well, I think that's what
you guys watch. I'm gonna go to
the disruption play works because when you allow Loud to have that space, their executions are clean. Like you said, combining utility like the knife and the recon down, it makes it really tough to turtle. But for Optic, that's perfect because their playstyle doesn't rely on turtling. It doesn't rely on reactive play. It's them going, hey, we're going to dictate the pace. We're going to play this game how we want to, and we're going to force you to adapt. And so far, that's where the problems have been for Loud. Now, though, we are seeing a timeout in the hands of Optic. And for what feels like the first time, they're going to go to the second page of the strat book.
Yeah, I guess when it gets to the point where 5 players stay alive at the Prime Gaming Flawless round, like I don't really feel like you're in a position where you can go, that was fine, do it again, and just move on. So they're reinvesting into this one. Economy's still in a pretty good spot for the defense after managing to streak a few rounds in a row. Operator for Ye, and they have some ultimates of their own to put into this round. So a fairly crucial, I would say, swing round, at least in terms of the half, because if they manage to win this back, sure, because it was flawless, it's not going to be too much of an issue with still the ability to buy for Loud, but it could definitely do damage to either side. And it also gives now Loud that opportunity as well, Mitch, to actually, well, think about what they're going to do into this one, because that was a clean little take. I don't know if it'll work twice in a row.
And the other thing, we saw Sassy use up the Hunter's Fury, and he got a ton of value from it. But with Finesse having his own lockdown to play with, it is an extra piece of the puzzle that they'll now have to account for when it comes into making these pushes happen. Lockdown can be used on the defensive side. And starting out, look at Optic. They give them a lot of space. They know that there's probably going to be a knife coming down towards that B side, or at least in the early round somewhere, so they avoid as much as they can.
Bye-bye,
Loud not so lucky. Finesse. And the turret was watching for it. Oh, Les will even catch him through the smoke. Gorgeous stuff.
They're not quite quick enough. And now they're actually going to use the lockdown off of that because there isn't going to be a counter on the other side. They can opt to try and force the players back. Aggressive push from Ye, though, at least equalize this thing as they make their move. And while they're going to try and do some damage on the way through, in fact, it's the shotgun kill. Crashy's just
okay, I'm back.
In. He's taken down 3 in a matter of seconds, and Marv shuts things out again.
Menang oh,
play into the round for Optic, but it is perfect.
Masuk kenapa tiba?
I mean, for Crashies, can you imagine how high the confidence must be to run through that nade? The shock dart in a second, and look at this, in through the nano, taking it.
Oh,
they are so caught off guard, and that's been the story of this game so far. Loud try to make something happen. They think, oh, we finally got the lay of the land, and then the foundations below them made of sand just shift and leave them stood unaware. Wow, 5-4, and at this point, you know, I'm not surprised that Loud come out of that one and go, can we take it?
Yeah. But again, it's another play that's almost just sheer disrespect.
Well, like, how do you plan for that? How do you account for it? In those situations, you almost sit back and go, what could we have done better? I don't know.
Coba bayangkan kalau Sentinel main macam gini.
Why did he go through the
Memang tak ada coach. They only have the IGL. Just. And suddenly, you're playing this good like Optic. Bayangkan, it's like, bapak best gila saya kalau tengok macam tu.
Perfect way for him to disrupt, and that's the thing. They had the lockdown. They basically had site control, 4v4 retake. It wouldn't have been easy.
Sponsored by Red Bull.
But Crashy ruined their day. He's currently 11-4 as well, and we know that this is a match.
Hello, selamat datang. Don't forget to like and share and comment below on the video, on the live. Selamat datang. We are doing a watch party right now. It's VCT Reykjavik upper bracket punya semi-finals, I think. Then Optic versus Loud. This is map 2 right now on SN. It's Loud punya pick. And sekarang scoreboard is like 5-4. Optic leads.
timeout well called. Stop the team from tilting. Honestly, I think that's like primary purpose going into that.
Flashbang.
Flash up high.
Grenade.
With the nade down. So that's time delay on short. It's accounting for the rotation that's about to come through. They have an alarm bot aggressively placed on middle. And then obviously the turret watching B. This gives them a lot of control. And now they're set up. They're seeing the players on mid who are starting to creep up short. This is confirming for Optic that they're doing the right thing, playing towards A pretty heavy. They actually go even heavier.
Oh, dia kalau dapat kalau misal kata Sadik dapat dia punya ni. Oh, dia dah aktifkan GG. Lepas tu dia aktif balik.
See the lockdown's gone down on the other side of the map, almost to try and like bake them into continuing this push. The fact is though, they've still managed to get that the corner. It's going to be checked and well,
dapat body.
To get one. He's still here, Marv alongside him combining, but he's now getting spammed out of that corner, having to try and re-aggressive, take control.
Wow, that was clean, man. That was clean. That was fucking clean.
It leaves Pancada.
It's going to be.
Now he's able to use the from the shadows to make it to the other side. This will likely give him an afterplot, but he's been matched. Marv has done exactly the same thing.
Marv dah sampai awal lah.
Making his way through the alley, but he's going to just pump the brakes. This is a containment ultimate, knowing now that this player has to be on the site. There's nowhere else they could have gone. Now, FNS already used the lockdown. They got 3 players. An incredibly tough position for Pancada to play from, and Optic are waiting, hoping that he gets impatient and makes a move. Eventually, though, time is going to force them forward.
Get out of my way!
Out of Ye. He comes up and over the site, clearing out everything. They know that he's on the back.
Oh,
Pancada
he spotted.
to hold on.
Oh! Oh! What the hell, Pancada? What the fuck? Oh, that was a nice 3K.
Wow.
Ooh.
Ooh,
what the fuck? Bapak dia gila lah.
That he was going to be able to clutch that round out.
Macam mana pergi dia tak mati? Gila sel. I mean, dia kena right click 2 kali kot. Alamak. How come dia tak?
Well, it's flipped right back. They needed that answer. I mean, you talk about the morale being low. Sure, answer right back with a round like that. From the shadows into a round win. Ye in a little bit of trouble. He won't have a dash. But that doesn't really matter to Ye. He's going to stay in this position. 2 seconds left, then he can go for the peek on mid and catch these players dash on out of there. Starting to take a peek. Feels the space out. This is so smart from Ye. He's already caught one, looking for a little bit more, but he can't get the reload on time.
Kalau tadi dia terus
stack, double just stepped out and took another, and that's the numbers still in Optic's favor. They're delaying with the nano swarm on B main. The turret already taken down. They're closing in on the site here on the left side, and the 1-for-1 trades. But do they know that Crashies is already here? They're suppressed.
Enemy suppressed.
They've managed to catch him out. They know that there's a couple of players here, but Sadak, well, he's got 50 seconds to try and isolate one of these jewels. He's still expecting players to be they were flanked from there earlier in the round, but he's having to take the time to clear it out and just look at
FR gets the kill.
Comes up with a triple for the round. It is so back and forth. Even predicting this next one, I think anyone at home has to flip a coin.
Damn,
it is the only way at this point.
Round.
The only thing I'll look at is Loud's economy, which is feeling pretty weak right now. No ultimates online. Fastbus even had 1 extra orb to play with. That could be the Blade Storm. They probably will, right? You're going to want that upgrade early round for sure. But it comes with its risks.
Wait, and you can see the way that Optic are setting up. They've got Finesse ready to try and peek in to B main, and then you've got players on the other side for A as well as they're looking to try and deny that control. This is a fantastic readout from the other side. Like, they have known that this is going to be battle for. It doesn't necessarily they can do too much about it.
Almost looked like that nade disappeared.
Oh, kena. Baru nyawa sah Aspis.
I mean, taking the risks, right? You manage to get that orb, you get the Blade Storm. Aspis can barely afford to dash through that utility, probably go down to it. Paranoia for backside, though, is perfect. Crashy's under a lot of pressure right now. This is looking a little bit scary. They're picking up the kills even still. Finesse taken down. They know that Crashy's is in the corner, and he won't be able to get anything more done. The flank again from Ye. He knows he has an opportunity on the player inside of Market.
Nice one.
Sassy goes down. Okay, we're into the 2v2 with less on 11 HP.
they've got to be careful of the man in the sight. Pancada already having one hero play in this round, but the weaponry advantage is definitely there at the moment for Optic, just trying to hit the timing on this peak together, but they won't be able to clear that close corner, and they have to almost try and make this move through the smoke. They're going to hear the footsteps running, but it's all
nice one. Nice one, Victor.
Will be the half going in favor of Optic. A scrappy one, a fourth one. And we definitely have a game on our hands.
Much better face out of Loud right here.
Guys, jangan lupa share the live. Bagi ramai masuk tengok watch party kita ni. Ni sorok sikit lah. Jangan lupa share, guys. I really appreciate if you guys share the live.
So I don't want to take any guesses. Let's throw things over to the analyst desk to break it down.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. Now, that was the bounce back we wanted to see from Loud, but how impressed are you guys with Optic's game plans, especially in the beginning of that half?
You could feel it. It almost felt like you're going into Ascent, you're going into a map that you've struggled on historically, you just popped off on Fracture, there's a chance for you to do something special here, and again, I mentioned at the beginning, it doesn't have to be a dominant scoreline, but if they walk away with the dub here, I think all questions for Optic are answered.
I kind of felt like they used the Neon in map number 1 as a linchpin for like really fast sort of, you know, defensive moves and mostly attacking. We only saw 3 defensive rounds, but on the attack, they moved around so quickly. I wanted to see what the defense would look like for them and how they would use it on Ascent. Well, don't worry. They managed to retake in lightning fast fashion. Actually, that round that they lost was when they decided to pump the brakes a little bit, wait for everyone to arrive for that retake, and that's the one they actually lost. So need for speed is sort of a win condition for them on a lot of these rounds.
We're highlighting Finesse here of course, Doug. Some of his calling, you've been talking about this already in this series. It's been phenomenal.
Yeah, it has been, and I think with that in mind, the fact that Loud have it as close as they do, to be honest, is very impressive.
I'm going to bring this up because this is the very thing I need to see from Loud in the second half. We said they didn't do this on Fracture.
Thank you.
Optic is putting it on show for them. Meet them at the door,
that will be me.
At the door with your own utility, with your own firepower. This is the kind of thing that Aspis couldn't use his Blade Storm. He'd been holding, he'd been waiting. It comes down to A-main, boom, shutdown, fragment, smokes, one-ways. That is the kind of thing Loud can learn from and go, well, we didn't do that in Fracture. Optic are doing
super
it to
light,
us.
baby.
Now let's feed them their own medicine.
I'm not using a G Pro Super Light right now. I'm using the Viper Ultimate, the Razer Viper Ultimate right now. On 1600 DPI, also in-game setting is 0.226. That's my setting right now.
Separates these two teams. Optic, they're on the verge of qualifying for another grand final, but Loud, they look good on this map, Mitch and Tom.
They look pretty good so far. A better face than what we saw in map number 1, but there's still one hell of a big job in Loud's hands. 2 rounds behind coming into half number 2. Moving on to the defensive side at least, but that's, you know, Optic's attack was crazy last time around. We're starting it out with more aggression out of them. Fighting for middle though, Loud are doing exactly the same, and they blitz through and surprise their opponents, leaving Crash
lagi. Oh, sikit lagi. Damn.
He won't get it done.
Mati macam tu je.
7-6.
Okay.
Pistol round for Loud.
I like those sort of set plays. Just having a clear idea of what you want to go for in the pistol. Solid flash to start things off. The recon as well to scam up half of the team. They knew that there were players around.
Apa kata korang yang tengah tengok ni? Bagi tahu what mouse are you guys using right now?
To come through the smoke. And Pancada, I think after that clutch, he's just started hitting almost everything that's been put in front of him. So
okay.
Good to have him online. A 6th round on
okay,
the board
for Pancada.
Game on.
Absolutely. You know, you got to look at the pistols so far, though, right? Loud have got that little bit of a boost up when it comes to buy rounds, late rounds. That's where Optic pick up a lot. Ooh, not quite working, not quite going as far up as they wanted. Good pick out of Aspis. Up against opponents with no shields to play with here. Essentially has an operator to work with, and look at him making it work left, right, and center. 3 kills.
Oh, that's an A. Damn, that's fast.
Isn't it just ace out the round?
Yeah, you know, that good little bounce back. It was someone up there. I was thinking, you know, maybe bring up Aspes on this defensive side. Like, talk about someone that I think there's a lot more to show for him so far in this series. Like, going into today, him and Sassy were ruling the stats, and we didn't really see it in map 1. I think his raise a little bit underwhelming. This is his primary agent. This is the agent where he can shine, and he's 1 orb away from getting his Blade Storm.
Nice.
Not bad. coming into the third round.
All right.
It can be a big game changer, right? If he can find an opening duel, if he can get an orb,
he's running.
He's already going down mid. He's already going down mid. What is this? Aspis is in their spawn. They're paranoid and running away. It's just a scared play, and you can understand why. Optic trying to respond on the other side. They've already taken the space on B, pushing up close to the spawn. 1 kill at least for less, but now he's under so much pressure. Both sides of the map have been lost here. He can be pushed on from every angle. What? Pancata with a blind shot through the wall. Puts Loud into a pretty winnable position at this point. Trading it back and forth, leaving Finesse alone, and Aspis will get that done. 8-7, great answer by Loud, and they even have the Blade Storm online now.
Yeah, they get it a little bit later than maybe they would have wanted it, but at the same time, the rest of the players did so incredibly well. Les getting 1 kill and surviving for the entire round is the difference maker. He was the lone defender, he used his utility, but then that 1 kill means they can't just wrap into the site. That was BS. I'm not going to pretend like like there was anything else. Maybe they spotted EA in the corner, but even still, that's a ridiculous shot to connect. And yeah, Louder back online, and they're investing into this round nigh on fully with still plenty in the bank. On the other side, just pistols.
That recon dangerous. Aspis has to step back.
Damn.
This is a low buy round for Optic, and now they've got a rifle to potentially recover. In fact, they're right on top of it. Marv grabbing that Vandal now.
Yeah, they still have to be careful. There are so many talented individual players on this Optic roster. Ye being the primary person you have to watch out for, especially with this Marshall in hand. And still, got the information that there's still players lurking around mid, and you can see potential re-aggression coming through, or at least looking for information on towards shore. They don't want to give Marv an opportunity to really do anything here, and they have that contact utility ready for when the push comes through.
Sassy still in position, holding for the walkthrough spawn. He's now going to move and help out on site. Recon ready, waiting for the utility to fade away. In fact, do they think it's a fake? They're starting to move out. Les is even playing on the stairs. And it might just be a fake, because Optic are moving back. They're coming into middle with the
Marcos Salvador, welcome to the stream. Hello.
Through market a lot of the time, but they're shifting it up completely. Going through catwalk.
Hello, Marcus. Hey, Marcus or Marcos? Welcome to the stream.
But then the nade goes down, buying a lot of time.
He's just going to shut the door on them. They're going to have to break this, and the time is ticking for them
Jenny.
to make their move. In fact, they've had to run all the way back.
Jenny, welcome to the stream. Hello.
To get the site. Even still, though, the spike
Oh,
is not there.
oh, damn.
Look at the amount of time left. They're not even going to be able to make it, and the kill comes through anyway. So it may be a decent round in terms of what they have
man, that was unlucky for Optic. Oh, lama. What the hell?
Going down there, absolutely fine. Doesn't want to save that Marshall anyway.
Yeah, if anything, that's what he wanted. Now comes into this round with an operator easily. He's on max money. It's the only reason he doesn't go in and use the Blade Storm coming into this round. I was looking at Aspis. Aspis is on max money. He's not going to use the Blade Storm. Ye, on the other end, has the Blade Storm. And
they're both sick.
Likely,
jets.
I mean,
it's forgivable.
Especially attack side, you're not going to be going for the op right off the bat. That's why I was a little bit confused. We had the timeout for Optic. And obviously coming into a round where you're going to put everything on the table, you've got that Blade Storm to work with.
Damn.
It's definitely
that was an unlucky round for Optic.
Sit back and think about things. 2 rounds between them. Loud have done very well.
I feel like this music, it almost like lightens the move a little bit. I'm like, oh, I'm so much happier now. And then the players are like, right, this is my hardcore. But you know that sort of the gift of like, like the guy like really stressed, like this type.
Don't forget to like and share on this live if you guys want to like bring people in. I don't mind. We are doing a watch party right now. VCT Reykjavik. Optic versus Loud. So don't forget, just like and share the video, the live stream, and let's watch it together.
Make this one nice and costly. The problem is there's still plenty of finances for Loud going forward anyway. So you want to do a lot of damage here, not lose too much yourself, and also make sure you're not giving them any ultimates for the next round.
Oh, that operator that Aspis had bought.
And don't forget, if you guys want to drop a star to me, that will be a great thing. I really appreciate if you guys drop a star as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? If he has as the op, I'm expecting slower play, peek around short, but now with the Spectre, with the Blade Storm, it's the dash in, it's the fight over for B main, and it's not going well. The Spectre comes through to save the day at least.
It kind of worked. I guess aceshafiq is still pushing.
Whoa!
I don't think they were expecting the second man to be there, but it's just tapping heads as they peek him. Every single member falling to this man, and you know what? Aspas decides, I don't fancy that.
Oh!
Sassy hoped that he could catch them off on the mid peak, but that has not worked either. And Aspas, I don't know how he's the man alive. The guy who dashes down, misses his whole Blade Storm inside a B connector, and then he's still alive in a 1v3. 70 health to play with, and he might have a glowing gun, but look, this would be one hell of a round to clutch out.
Yeah, they have all the information. Yay, watching is not going to give anything up. Doesn't really have a reason to try and overpeak this one, and almost just trying to waste time, bait him into a swing that he just can't win, and the other two players have got their crossfire in position ready for him to try and make a move. This is just time wasting on the other side of things, and Aspas, he can't just give up this position. It will be Crashies to swing and find the round, and Optic, well, almost caught out initially, but a very good recovery, mostly from Yay.
Yeah, well, exactly. You know, when you look at that round play out, and now coming into this one, ultis all starting to come online for the attack side, I don't want to fearmonger too much, because Loud still have a lot to work with. That operator that we talked about before has now come online, and as we saw, look, the aggressive strat through mid, it actually did work out initially, but the recovery was there from Optic. This time, it's not going to be as easy to make those recoveries happen. You're not going to get them just running into you one by one to take those duels in spawn. Instead, they're going to be waiting to play, especially around this op. Although, Aspas is instantly countered out from any mid-fights. You've got the smoke, the recon going down. He leaves and concedes the control. Bullets whizzing past his head there.
Yeah, the other scary prospect is that Optic either have ults online or are very, very close. So there is a lot of late game potential here for Optic that could be devastating. Now, he's not giving up this control for free. Also, the alarm bot has been missed by the shock dart, so that's still going to be in position at least if he is to fall, and he's just seen the corner of his opponent. Not going to be able to get anything for it, though.
I love that clear. Nade for Pizza. Smoke off towards the spawn a second now, and Omen smoke this time instead of the Cloudburst coming through. They've got info on 2 players for short. That's going to keep Loud in a pretty solid stack on A side. 3 players here. Aspas starting to move, though. The operator is left. Sadik able to delay a little bit more time, maybe allow Aspas to get into position, but I imagine a smoke is coming through. It's a Cloudburst, in fact. Paranoia catches Yay. That's a big mistake. Optic have to swing. Yay not able to get the shot, but Marv follows up, cleans it up. Pancada still alive. 2 players in heaven coming in to help. This is starting to get a little ridiculous. Optic have got to find a big play, and they'll get nothing.
These Loud are so impressive, especially the right kick didn't hit team as well, or at least one in the form of less. But this time Pancada just sits at the back of site. Normally when you have that first kill, the swing round from the generator just takes you straight out of the occasion. He's so ready for it, so aware that somebody could be in that position, and buys enough time. If he goes down, they can get into an afterplan. The other 2 players are taking a huge risk. Instead, he keeps that control, allows the swing through from heaven, and that's the round on a plate for the remaining players. Now you start to see the economic problems that are coming through for Optic, but they can almost pad this up with ults, Mitch.
It's a beautiful thing about conserving them as the time goes on. Obviously, Yay using the Blade Storm, that's just fine, but everybody else, having them conserved if they can at least get a foothold in towards the round. Loud's aggression on B is about to net him a whole bunch of information, but it might come through too late. Okay, less good in the corner for 1. The pressure on Pancada. He doesn't stop. Continues the aggression. Full blinded up. Eventually traded, but look at that. Sadik with the flash. Peeking right back. Round is tied up in a neat little knot. Really nicely handled.
Yeah, not really much used there either from Optic, so they're coming into this round with some fairly heavy utility available. The thing is, they've been saving it for a couple of rounds, and now the other side is similar. Like, they also have basically all of their ultimates online, and also we're just seeing these star performers starting to pop off. Like, Pancada is getting more and more into the game, I would say. Again, that early clutch that he had was a huge swing round, and since then he's had multiple of them.
Yeah, and when you come in towards this 11-8, having a player popping off like that, having Pancata really finding himself, and with that first clutch that he had, he doubled his kills in. He's now almost leading the charge for the team, tying up or close to that of Aspas's performance.
And he had an ace in one of the eco rounds.
Yeah, great point.
You kind of got, I would almost give it to Pancata at this point, but hey, maybe I'm just a little bit biased.
I like the eco frags. I like this. Aspas ready for the push from Ye. Maybe not.
Oh, nice one. Oh, lama kena balik guys ada.
Slipped the net. Sadak maybe giving some false information based on his position, and because of that, well, we've seen the early trade of the remaining players. We also have a huge opening on this side of the map. In fact, they've already pushed through it. He might not expect it. In fact, there's Crashy with an instant headshot to open up this site. The remaining players, I don't know if they're going to expect this. It's a risk from Finesse, especially considering they're already in a 4 versus 3, but he'll get them some info and now fall back for the after plant.
Going about as well as they could early round, but you look at Loud, everything they've got to work with. Hunter's Fury going to be conserved for Finesse's lockdown. Same thing on the other side with Les having his. And then that actually thins out a lot of Loud's ability to entry in. There's going to be a reaction from Optic. They're going to need to find duels. And with the players tucked on the site the way they are, with Killjoy utility helping them out, oh no, that's not what we wanted. Les is able to take a double. Optic, big mistakes towards the end, leaving it all to Crash. It's just not enough. The time, whilst it might be close, I don't think it's that close. The defuse coming through, and Loud, well, they found 12.
That's a huge misread. That,
yes.
They were 100% certain that at that point they must be saving, or at least trying to hold them into the site. Because that's the problem there. If they wait that extra second and a half, they die to the spike because they try and get their way out. Oh, this is awesome. You always love to see the fans, and if anything I've learned from like previous esports events, the Brazilian fans are the loudest and the most insane in the world. It's fantastic. Like, if you ever want to see a crazy crowd, look at footage from Belo Horizonte. I think it was like 10,000 Brazilian fans. I would love to have another event in Brazil one day, but hey, to see them out, ready, supporting their squad, especially after that first map, and now, again, that's another round that Optic are going to look back at and be like, okay, we never should have lost that.
So we had an immediate smoke coming down from Optic. They're very aware of this short round. They discounted.
Hello, welcome to the stream.
Now they look to make their way.
People.
I mean, it looked like in towards
Gilberto Prado. Hello, welcome to the stream.
Take a little bit of control there. Crashies need to be very careful. You're revealed up like that. There could easily be a player close to the smoke, but he's managed to avoid being taken down. They'll look to, I think, is this just a B main crunch?
It looks like they're just going to try and walk it. Les is sneaking his way through. This might be a nasty surprise. This is such an off angle, and he's just going to swing straight in. He dashes it to the face. Les gets 2, and more importantly, he's got so much information for his squad. They're waiting on the outside as well, just to almost play this one as a retake, because, well, you've just lost that many players. You might just back off.
I think it's the right call. The Hunter's Fury put blindly in. This opens the door completely. Finesse can now put down the lockdown, and that's exactly what he does.
Spike planted.
Attack does come through on the mark, so at least they get something for it. And a little bit of time delay isn't going to be the end of the world for Team Loud. They're happy to wait outside of this and push back in.
Damn, that was good.
Work with actually all of the utility essentially online thanks to the faster round from Optic. The TP in yields a little bit of information.
Through the smoke.
But he has to go huge on this off angle, and they're smoking him off. His timing needs to be perfect on the way through, and they're even watching. Sassy ready for that play to happen. Goes down to the nade. Okay, 1 for Crashies, but the defuse is
that was that timing.
Canada was way ahead of that. Another defuse, leaving 13 into the hands of Loud. They've gotten it done here on Ascent. An incredible bounce back from a 13-2 loss. And we're going to go all the way to Icebox.
Yeah, it's exactly where we wanted to see this series ending up. A first spot in the finals on the line for either of these squads. A chance for North America to go and defend their title in Iceland. A chance for Optic to get a second swing of being able to take themselves a title. But more importantly for Brazil, a chance to make it to the final in the first place. It's all going to come down to the third and final map. One of these teams is heading straight there.
History in the making, Tom, and with 13-8 under their belt, there's no doubt Loud are feeling a lot more confident. They finally started to find those solutions towards the end of the game. And you gotta look to Pancata. This guy, he was unbelievable. It's not just about the kills, the deaths, all that sort of stuff. It's the swing rounds, the ones that he single-handedly won for the team, whether it was clutching it out, defending on backside for just far too long over on A. This guy was nuts.
On to map 3, people.
Yeah, I think there has to be a small shout out to Crashies as well. Like, he had some huge rounds, some huge individual plays, but ultimately it was the Brazilians that managed to take it over the line, and maybe a few slip-ups here and there. I'm still thinking about the round they just tried to leave a little bit early. Like, we were still very much within a spot where they could have managed to bring this one back. Yeah, right here on the scoreboard, and it was a surprising one, something I don't necessarily expect to see from a squad like
Look at the Brazilian fans. Oh,
this means
so
much
much.
For the Brazilian fans to try and make it into that grand final, challenge for a title, something we've never
that is lively.
close.
I like the crowd like that. It's like they go wild when they win. It's like wow.
The poor guy sat in the middle was just, he was getting all the passion, unfortunately. 13-8. Great map number 2. Now it's time to decide who takes it on Icebox, who goes to our grand finals. We'll be deciding that in just a little bit. Stay tuned.
Going to a break, guys. Man, map 2 was intense. 13-8. That's intense. I mean, it's not intense as like the first map. The first map was like a one-sided match. They bolstered into sides like with Victor. I think Victor with the neon and the dash with the stun and everything. Wow, that was finesse. You know, it's like it's not. I'm not talking about finesse, but it's really finesse play from Victor using the neon effect here. And map 2, I think the Loud. I think Loud was the better team there because Optic has a bad it's not a bad reputation. It has a bad history on Ascent. And Loud pulled it off 13-8, and we are going to map 3, the decided one. That is Icebox. So tune in, guys. Stay, chat with me in the chat. I would like to know your thoughts on who's going to win Icebox. This is not bad. I'm just wondering if you guys. I'm just wondering in the comments. You just put in the comments who's going to win map 3 of this. Marcelino Jane Salas. Hello, welcome to the stream.
They found a way to bounce back and showed everyone why they are still unbeaten on Ascent. I'm back on the desk with Doug and Jess. Now, Jess, at halftime, you told us certain things you wanted to see from Loud for them to take this map. Are you satisfied with what they showed you in the end?
I think there was a couple of very good recoveries from Optic that very much could have gone the way of Loud, and we could have seen this map finish way earlier. So shout out for Optic for, being able to handle that barrage of, defensive aggression that I really wanted from Loud. But getting a couple of pistols in the bag and off the back of some very early aggression was really what kickstarted this, I think, for Loud in the second half as well. So I'm glad that they were able to carry that over and they were able to do things that disrupted Optic the same way that Optic disrupted them.
Yeah, and I think the kicker is too, Jess, if you go back to Fracture, there was the same approach in the second half.
Yeah.
Or in the first half. Remember, it was aggressive on the defensive side. So from map 1 to map 2, given how the first map went, the fact that Loud did not change their game plan, they did not change their approach, they stuck to what they knew was their bread and butter, I think is really impressive, because after a beating like that, you question things. You question your approaches, you question, your playstyle.
Yeah, and I'm glad they didn't. You're very right. Trust in what you know. Trust that this is your undefeated map for a very good damn reason. And you just saw in the stats there before, less can sometimes be more. And I know that pun is something you weren't expecting, but nevertheless, my man Les on the KJ went absolutely nuclear. Took some of the most, I think the highest amount of opening engagements in his entire team, but that's just how Ascent goes sometimes. You're the KJ, you're sitting on one side, the team trusts you to be able to hold it down for them to be able to rotate, and he did that.
Let me remind you real quick, Doug, the youngest player in this entire tournament put up that kind of performance against Optic.
Exactly, and that's what we were talking about prior to the map starting, right? Like, we highlighted Les specifically. He has to be able to deliver, again, just because of what you were saying, specifically Killjoy on Ascent. That's a big role that you have to fill when you have to delay and you have to hold things back. I think he did exceptionally well. Pancada also was a menace.
Absolutely. They kept flashing him. The man was like, I just hide behind Jen, and then maybe, possibly, if the flash goes away, I'll be able to peek and get something off of it. He delayed time perfectly. I think a lot of the support players on the side of Loud really catapulted them into a position, especially in that second half, to take advantage of Optic, because those opening engagements on Fracture were a huge win condition. How many times did Victor shut them down time and time again? They didn't allow that. That is what allowed them to show that Ascent is their undefeated map. That reign will continue, as you can see, and we get to go into a third map, which I think is very fitting, considering Fracture set a sour taste in my mouth, and I was like, get it out, get me a good match on the road. This is an upper final for a reason.
It's not going to be a Tom and Mitch cast if we don't get like a third map overtime going into like 24-22 or something. But I want to talk about Aspas and Pancada real quick before we move on to the third map, because at this tournament, a lot of new faces. You know, we praise players on the guard, you know, coming in. They're already setting a precedent in their own region, being these strong newer faces to carry the game forward. But Aspas and Pancada on that map, the synergy and the way that they took so many rounds kind of right underneath Optic's feet was really impressive to see.
I like that Aspas didn't lose his confidence. That can be such a confidence killer after Fracture. I know we keep talking about Fracture, but if you come into a second map getting belted like that, you are going to be a player knowing full well that you are the duelist and you're the leading space maker. Maybe not statistically as we've seen, but someone that has to be the one that gets in there and gets the job done. He was getting shut down on Fracture so much that if it was me, I would sit back and go, I can't do my job, boys. Like, I know what you expect of me, but you saw on Fracture, I couldn't get it done, but he just didn't let that limit him. And for a young player to be able to wash that away and go, new map, new me, I mean, God.
Yeah, we're going to move on to Icebox as the third one now. Doug, you were really confident in your Optic boys before this. Does that confidence remain here?
Yeah, I think so, and I think because we got to Icebox, right? I mentioned at the beginning, I think if it goes the distance, Optic should be sitting pretty comfortably, and I thought there would be a chance that they put it off on Ascent, but again, Loud is just too freaking good there. With Ice sent to Icebox, I really like Optic's chances here. They have all the pieces, and the truth is they've looked very good on Icebox throughout this tournament. There's really no reason to think otherwise.
I mean, I really love their composition as well. Maybe I'm a little bit, you know, biased because I love the chamber and I love being able to replace a duelist every now and then, you know, with a chamber and having a really effective chamber like Yay. I mean, Yay does Yay things, as Doug would say. But I want to give, you know, a little bit of a lean to Loud because they burst one of the best liquids I have seen in a very long time. Beat them 13-10, yes, a close matchup, but that is one of the best liquids I've seen in so long. You and I work that region, Yinsu, and if they were able to best them on that map, I do truly think that Loud is going to be good on this map, and if they're a rollover, something's gone terribly wrong.
I mean, this is the beauty of Loud, right? They have some really young players, one of the youngest and the youngest player of the entire tournament, but when they've gotten themselves into these high-pressure situations, at least so far, Doug, they haven't faltered.
The thing is, we haven't seen them in it very often. You're right, at least up until this point, they haven't faltered, but I don't know that they've faced a test quite like this. And for you to find yourself so close, right? From like making Brazilian history, getting to the grand finals, there is a lot more pressure than I think is easy to describe verbally. I feel like there's a lot riding on these Loud guys right now.
They were very quiet in Fracture, and even in Ascent, even though they were winning rounds and they won it, it wasn't until they got that match point that I really heard them kick off there. So for this map, if it's cool, calm, collectedness that pushes them over the line, cool, awesome, no problem. But have a little bit of faith in yourself, boys, because you've gotten it to the third map. There might be a second chance in the lower bracket, but if I'm them, I'm not even thinking about that. I'm thinking about getting through this, get to the finals, make history. Now is their opportunity to really stamp Brazil on the map.
I mean, similarly, if we take a look at Optic, we said this in the beginning of the show, they've been here before. They've played best of fives against international teams. They've been in a grand final as well, Jess. So for them, there's not even that much pressure considering there is a lower bracket.
Oh man, I got to ride on the piggyback of Doug here and how much he's talked about Optic just getting after that Xerxes series. The improvement was night and day. The glow up was so intense for me, and I was a bit of an NA critic after that Xerxes matchup. I was like, that is a really bad performance from a team that's meant to be a favorite. And then they smacked it straight back in my face and said, we were just having a slow start, Jess. Shut up. This is how we can actually play. And I'm like, all right, fair enough.
Well, we are going to head into the Prime Gaming Agent select here. Of course, Chamber versus Chamber feels like a bit of a theme on this map. But Doug, Aspas, though, he could be the difference maker, do you think?
I mean, he certainly was in the last map, right? So there were a couple of other pieces for Loud that were, but I think Aspas was a big one. So it does make an interesting conversation around, the Jet specifically. This is a big ask out of young Aspas. You're the Jet. You're the star, dude. You've got to go make space. You've got to go make plays happen for us here on this decider. And I think ultimately, much like we've talked about throughout the series, the question is who's going to rise above the pressure?
This first half, in my opinion, will set the pace for how this match will go. Why? Because historically, Optic have been incredible defensively on Icebox. Like, that is incredible numbers I've not seen a team put up before. So if Loud win this first half, ladies and gentlemen, oh my God, will the second half be Optic's most digging deep moment for them that we've seen this tournament.
Well, this is it, guys. Winner takes it all. A spot in the grand finals. Midge and Tom, take it away.
Well, Tom, it's time to kick things off and decide our first grand finalist. This could be a historic moment. Optic or Loud going all the way.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's going to be an absolute brawl. Slightly different ways to look into things, but honestly, let's get right into Icebox.
Well, Tom, here we go. Kicking off map number 3. Brazil looking to make history, and they're on the attack side. We've heard about Optic's defense. Let's put it to the test. Victor wanting to take some aggression right off the bat. He won't get out of there with a kill, but damage has been done.
Yeah, he's also forced them back at least a little bit, and you can see that there's already been a wall deep within B, so free information for the side of Optic in the early stages of the round. And also the fact that they're just going to rely on Ye to almost take contact on the other side. So there's going to be a lot that Loud have to sort of get through if they're going to make it to a site without anybody knowing or without being stopped.
Yeah, Optic's flank game going to be put to the test. You know, with the A site being covered the way it is, Loud are desperately hoping for more aggression to come through. But Optic are playing this one disciplined, perhaps knowing that they could be running in to a ready attacking side. This is all going to be coming through the tunnel. Pancata's already good for one. Victor with damage done earlier can convert, but now they're going to start to dive down.
Oh, damn.
Above Sadik blindsiding and leaving it into a 2v4. They even know exactly where Finesse is, and he'll be taken down with nothing to go his way in that hole.
It needed to be a miracle with the elevated positions of the remaining players of Loud, and they do very well there. Like I said, they had to almost force through quite a bit of utility, but also managed to isolate themselves the jewels. And they did it excellently, like forcing some pretty awkward positions to come through, especially the wraparound through Tube into the kitchen. And yeah, they make that look a lot easier than it probably should have been. Solid start for them, and on the other side of things, well, at least thus far, not been much of an investment at all for the side of Optic. Just a few bullets purchased up for the Headhunter, and a very heavy reliance on Ye to get something in this round.
I really like Loud's buy. It just gives them so much ability to duel on range, and on a map like this can be incredibly important. You can see that, for now at least, you have early aggression of Optic, grab an orb, they run back, and now you're going to just see them duel slowly but surely, look to pick off a player of Loud here and there, but with the weapons that are in their hands, they have to rely on the element of surprise.
Oh, that was unlucky.
For them, it hasn't come through.
Yeah, I like the attempt. One player basically playing straight aggressive, and then the other using the screen as anti-flash to try and make his way through. Doesn't work out, but it's an idea that might be something that Optic can try and use into the future of the rounds. I think something that has to be premised, which is going to be quite interesting, is the impact of KO. Because that's the real difference. I thought you got that jumping for a second. Prime Gaming flawless, of course, but yeah, one of the things that I think they're going to have to play against, which I don't necessarily know if Lau will be too used to, is going to be that KO. Almost denying utility, especially when it comes to that second half, being able to take out some of the util that they have. And on the other side, a far more aggressive entry-heavy composition with the likes of Sadek and Aspas almost playing not quite a double duelist, but it somewhat is.
When you invest this much into a round, obviously round 2, you're typically going to see heavy Spectres, maybe you get a Marshall in there, but it's so valuable to have that Prime Gaming Flawless, to walk out with 2 Bulldogs, the Guardian, and they've got everything to work with coming into this. And still, clearly it's going to be favored to Optic, and they should take the round, but it's about the opportunities for Loud. As they're grouped up and looking to take these fights together, this could be very scary for any Optic member holding down. Luckily, though, there are 3 in position on this inside.
Got a decent amount of information early. Yeah, he's already going to get that free kill and just back out of there. Pangada gone means they won't have the wall to sort of separate things off, but it looks like they're just going to try and play aggressively instead. Crashies on the swing, doesn't get much to trade there, but actually it's gone quite well for Loud up until the point where the remaining players swing, and now it's left all onto Zeta. Any more damage would be great. It's only going to be 1, but even still, Mitch, 3 kills in that sort of round, not bad.
All things considered, yeah, you got to be pretty happy with it. They run into a 3-player stack. Sadek's able to get the opening, Ye able to get the opening and TP out of there. Like, there's a lot of problems for them there, and yet they still do exactly as expected or wanted of them. I mean, Ye is going to be a huge problem, though, on this map. The ability for this guy to just get in your face, take a fight, and bail out of there immediately. We've already seen what he can do with a little bit of early round aggression.
I think also just the fact that he then farms up a free operator. Like, that's the most terrifying prospect with Ye, is just how good he is with that weapon.
On this map in particular as well. He can go anywhere he wants.
Now the buy, not perfect for Optic. Especially in this sort of scenario, you're kind of hoping you can get things a little bit more clean. I will say as well, though, the 0 points that have been coming through from Victor already, and we're only in, what, like round 4? He's got them so much early information that they can almost work with their rotations and know roughly where these players are going to be. They also have both of their traps just holding into mid control, so any pressure in that direction, not going to be working out for free.
It is a different face to Optic than what we're used to seeing on the so far in this series, where their defensive side is very much based around utility, information, and turtling. But on Icebox, you know, you're going to be pushing up every round. You'd be a lunatic. Finesse hasn't been spotted just yet. Playing on the back of yellow with Judge is a nasty play, especially when there's already players here to tag them on the cross, to give away this information. Now, Sadek, I'm not quite sure if he's thinking about going across, so he's waiting until he gets healed up, but now his utility's destroyed. That's actually a pretty big blow. It means that when he goes around yellow, he won't be able to TP out. He won't be able to escape. Oh! And it sends them right into the hands of Finesse, who gets nothing done. A good answer back by Les and by Aspas. This round is now in contention yet again.
Here will be originally baits in the swing. Goes for the
kill. Oh, Les, damn.
Clutch from Les. I won't lie to you. I didn't believe was caught off guard, but Optic, I don't know. They had that one in the bag and it slipped.
Sky is 9-1. Les popping off. We talk about the Viper's pit. He didn't even need it. And the best part about it is that he was so close to getting taken down by that Judge. The timing worked out perfectly for him. And you can see, I mean, all right, hold on. What's happening here? He's waiting for something to go down. You can already see that over on Loud's side, they had the same reaction. They were getting loud. They were hyped up. With 3-1 on the board, facing into an eco, this is a beautiful scenario. Interesting, Ye's got the Vandal here. And I think, you know, obviously you'd say, oh, he's got the Headhunter to play with, but he really wants to be able to take a duel and get that Tour de Force online.
But that's the thing, 1 kill can make a huge...
Oh! That 2 headshots.
Crashies is all he needs. He's put this round straight back into contention already. They've spotted out Victor. They are going to have themselves control onto the site. Ye is gone. He gets his orb, but not in the manner of which he wanted. And after some dangerous potential, they put down the Viper's pit. This can actually work in the favor, though, because they can get nice and close. Rez being baited out. The swing will come off of it to defend.
Oh,
it's way too close for comfort with, well, technically 4 players going down. Loud at least keep themselves around.
Viper's pit, Rez committed into that, 3 players lost, and then obviously the Rez coming through to bring things back into just 2 alive. But 4 kills total was fantastic. This. Nah.
I need it slower.
If he comes to third as well, I think we would have had to escort him out of the building. 4-1. Loud doing well on the attack side for sure, but that was a big wrench in the works in that round. It shouldn't have come as close as it did. And Tom, you know, in this one here, Optic have a lot more than just weapons to work with.
You want to play, let's all play. Online. If you don't manage to win a round when you got 5 ults, either you didn't use them or you're not very good.
Well, your opponents had 5 ults.
Maybe. But hey, already you're going to see that tour de force put into play. This deep wall again, mainly just being used for information and to delay if they need that rotation to come through early, but at least for now, they're almost wary that there are players elsewhere. And again, it's something that Loud have been incredible at, not only within this tournament, but within their own region. It's just these slow default rounds, not giving anything up, no information. The 0 point finds nothing. So as of right now, well,
I have the spike.
There's some information for Optic of where they're not, but they don't know where they are.
Yeah, it's a pretty big map. It won't really feed you into some heavier rotations just off of spotting a small bit of control is open. 45 seconds left. Loud are starting to gear up to the A side. Oh, Marv! He got wallbanged down to 17 HP after using that Viper's Pit. Only barely hanging on to life. But he does manage to at least stay alive.
They
to keep this defense up.
Blade Storm and a tour de force. So because they've actually been hit by that null command, they don't have much to actually play into until that goes offline. So it's delayed them so much that there's now only 20 seconds, and unless they're going to go for a bit of an audacious plant around the outside, I think that's actually what they're going to do. They're just going to try and avoid this altogether.
Oh!
Being dashed on, gets taken down by Aspis. Weapon upgraded. Loud with full control. The res on Victor going to be committed already, but they've already narrowed themselves down to just basically a Hunter's Fury alongside the tour de force from Ye. A lot committed. Optic not getting very much for their trouble, and this tour de force just keeps on going. Sadik with a lot of control, a 4v1 in Crashy's hands. This has been a clean round from Loud, and now the tables really have turned. This is how the first map felt for Optic. Now they're on the back foot.
Yeah, I feel like I have an apology that I need to make, because I was talking earlier, I was talking about this guy called Ye, and I was saying, you know, his tour de force, it seems unfair that he's able to farm it up. I take it back, it's not. It's completely fair, because Sadik is an absolute monster with it as well. Like, just think, we're not even talking about the kills he got. The way he started the round, wallbanging someone down to 17 HP straight after he uses a Viper's Pit. The other thing as well to mention, I said if you use 5 ults in a round, you don't win. Something's gone desperately wrong. They used 4, bitch. They used 4.
That's not 5, though.
They used 4 of the 5 ults, and they got 1 kill.
So if they had to use the Hunter's Fury, easy win.
They would have at least got 2 kills.
That's essentially what Chet's saying right now in this timeout is, guys, we had the Hunter's Fury. Come on. Now, yeah, all jokes aside, unbelievable play by Loud. These guys, still, Les is 12-1.
It's pretty good. We saw Marco do something similar earlier in the tournament.
It's nuts. And you put down a Viper's Pit on the back of the site, you get wall banged down, Marv. You can't really feel like you have any less space if you're not even safe behind a solid wall in your ult. And then he gets ran, jumping right-clicked by a Jet. And the thing was, he only needed to hit 1 of those knives, right? The right click was perfect. He could have just fired it into the ult at random, probably would have killed him. No surprise that they called this timeout, but some serious words need to be had. There is a lot to figure out, and not a lot of time to do it. Timeout already comes to an end.
Jess on the desk was talking about how like the Optics defensive side is something we need to almost marvel at, something to look towards, and if Loud win this first half, it's dangerous.
Yeah.
I'd say it's fairly dangerous right about now. 5-1 up already in a lot of the fashion they've been doing. As I said, if a team uses even 4 ults, if you're getting 1 kill, that's a huge problem. And the fact is, it means they don't have them to play with going forward. It's only Crashies with that solo rifle that he managed to keep into this round. And on the other side, okay, sure, they had to use a lot of their own ults as a counter, but it doesn't matter, because they have the economy to play with. Now again, we're going to see this early aggression coming through. Victor able to shut down B, so they've almost stacked up the other side. And Tube obviously being held off at least by a trap. This duel could give them something, but Ceci with a huge weapon advantage will take it.
Yeah, only barely still. He was left on 46 HP when Victor wasn't even ready for that fight in the first place. And look, with the pistols already, Optic are doing a ton more damage than I would expect. this early on into the round. The good thing is, Loud aren't left with nothing for the damage they've taken. They've got site control, they've got the man advantage to work with as well. And the rifle in the hands of Crashies, sure, it poses a threat, but they have a lot of players around here to deal with him. They've heard him drop down as well, so Pancata should be more than ready for that swing. And now the rifle, well, it's in Ye's hands. It's 5 HP.
HP. This is getting a little bit scary now. A 2 versus 2, the time ticking in their favor. Less looks away, but he's got the
that timing.
You never really have to doubt at this point when this man is alive. Yeah, this is, again, statistically one of the best halves we've seen in the entire tournament coming out from this young man.
He's 15-1. Attack side Viper. Get the hell out of here, bro. You can't do that. Oh, and recovering this round here where there was just a glimmer of hope from Optic. Again, great positioning out of him, but it's not a round you really want to look too closely into, especially not as we walk on into round number 8.
He's almost got, he's catching up to his age right now in kills. Les is 17 years old. This is, I think, his first time on the stage. I could be wrong, maybe someone more, well, first time on a stage. And he is having a worldie of performance. We doubted whether or not this man would have the confidence. Well, right now, performing unbelievably. Finesse though, a good chance.
Oh, that flip! What the hell?
The reaction at least. Crashies in a good position, drops a spike, peeks out, lands another, but now he's being hunted. They know his position, and it's back in a 2v2.
I like the idea to push up here. They know the spike is down and that Loud will try to seize back some space, but with a wall blocking them off, they have no choice. No way to push up towards B main instead.
Right here.
They're gonna make their way through middle. They're being watched, and it's Ye with an operator. Not a fight that you're going to want to take. In fact, they can probably get up there and take the spike if they hug the wall.
Look at Crashies. He's pushing so far down that he might have a flank. Like, realistically, Ye doesn't need to overpace in this scenario. He's going to land the shot anyway. Now Sassy starts to doubt where that second player is going to be, because he's managed to get quite far. Stealing the spike's not going to be easy, but instead he's going to avoid it. He leaves it on the deck, tries to bait Ye into thinking he hasn't gone through, knows exactly where he is.
Damn.
Picks him and takes him out. A second round on the board for Optic, and a needed one at that.
Very much so. Dropping that spike was massive, and again, another big play out of Crash. He's allowing Ye to post up with the operator. It's not too much of a blow, though, for a team like Loud. 6-2 in the lead, economy flowing. They're going to be pretty comfortable jumping on out of this one.
Yeah, it was a change of pace. I always like rounds like that, coming out from a team that has been relatively controlled as well. So almost just tried to throw Optic off balance, and instead, well, they end up losing the round, but can almost go back to what they were attempting before. Again, going to be some early information, probably for either side. Ness is making a play once more. Managing to catch them in the last couple of rounds. He's in a very good position here. First goes his way, but getting out of there is not going to be easy. He's managing to dodge the bullet, dance around, but Sassy will put him in the grave.
Caught him on the way back through. Loud. They're even hearing Victor jump around as well. They know that he's here. He's got his knife out.
They behind
him. Viper's Pit available, and it's going to be used to guarantee the plant. And at this point, oh, Sadik, you nasty!
Oh.
He almost got caught. So close to going down. Instead, he's going to be the thorn in the side, buying so much time for his team. As Optic have to try to deal with him. Good shot by Ye. Now they know that both players are around here at least.
The thing is, playing into the Viper's Pit's not going to be easy. They need to close Sadak, and actually, Crashies wins that battles as well. The thing is, there is a wraparound coming through from Sassy again, going on that late flank. He's going to be watching, waiting, killing off those players if they tried to leave, or maybe not killing them off. It's become a very battle. He'll just use his shock dart instead. And while Ye's already made the decision just to save, again, playing into that Viper's Pit just seemed like an inevitable victory for the opposing side. And it will be now a 7th. That half is won for Loud on their attacking side. And well, at least they're going to save an operator, I guess.
They might not. They really might not. There's a push coming through on both sides. Loud are trying to deny this weapon. They've spotted him out, but Ye gets one.
That was close.
Half a second, and at least one of them's going down, but just about saved by the bell. 7-2 and a timeout for Optic. They really need to get the ball rolling coming into this round. And look at Les, man. He's still 16-3. Had that Viper's Pit last round, which pretty much guarantees them. That's why Optic slow it down and end up not going for it. There was just too many things to deal with. The mid flank, the Viper's Pit, and then obviously the players that were still remaining that they did manage to thin out the numbers of.
Yeah.
But
I think Victor as well, just being caught in a position that ultimately he was so reliant on someone not already being crossed and being in the other direction. It was a huge risk that just ends up playing perfectly, especially when the rest of the players weren't really in a spot to do anything from then onwards. They were maybe expecting a fallback in the other direction because of the almost false information that he was selling from his jump peak. So definitely ended up as a problem. Now, you might be looking at Marv in a minute playing an operator. The reason for that is the tour de force is online for Ye. So they're going to juggle some weaponry around just to make sure that they will have somewhat of a purchase going into this one, but it's not going to be a pretty scenario. And again, if Loud managed to win this, especially off the back of them still having at least some finances available, 8-2 and likely no purchase available for Optic.
yeah, really backed against a wall at this point, stuck in a corner. And at 7-2, it's time to step it up. Pause has been called and talked through. And now we see just what they can do. Ye with the tour de force could be a huge factor. We thought it would be, but last time he pulled it out, Sadik had the answer. This time, not even a scoped weapon for Loud to play with. And you've already heard the tour de force pop. A lot of players stacked up on A as well. This is going to be a big fight for Optic, but they've got to come out ahead, especially when they're stacked like this.
Clearing him from this spot. Not going to be easy, but the information there, almost trying to set him up. It's not a shot connected, and he has to duck out. The initial battle not going their way, and in fact, almost having to surrender up the majority of this site. Excellent work from Loud to be able to clear. Pop flash gives them a chance to swing. Crashies already being able to find out one. Ye's got another swing from out. He's going to connect and go back through. Runs out of bullets. Big shots, grants him a third. It leaves Marv alone. Operator in hand, he's given one for free and puts it into this 1v1 scenario. Sadak trying to bait him in, up top, swinging across, even going back around behind him. Neither player really having the information of where the other currently resides, but the spike might just give it away. Marv scoped him, but the peek doesn't come through. Sadak desperately hoping that someone's gonna peek him.
Yeah.
On that Red Bull clutch.
Oh, wow. I think I was holding my breath that entire time for Optic. That is a lifeline, a much-needed round win off the back of Marv's big Red Bull clutch. Late to the party. And the fact that Aspis was able to get this done, you know, a stinger was what he was up against there. It was the only weakness that Optic had coming into it, and you saw Finesse probably would have had that kill if it's a Vandal, if it's a Phantom, if it's anything else. But unfortunately, the stinger doing him dirty. 7-3 we go. Either way, Optic managed to recover the round. Now they come into this round with Operator, but look at Loud. They've got two ultimates. It's again the same thing. Tour de force and Blade Storm. Aspis not going to connect to start with. He's going to be cancelled out as well. That's a perfect null command to completely deter any Loud aggression.
Yeah, it'll slow down the push as well. Because the fact is, two of their players are currently using weaponry that revolves around their abilities. You got the Blade Storm and the Tour de Force. Now, this is the bailout that Loud have with their economy, is those two ults can save them when they start to run out. And now they're going to swing back in the direction.
Yes.
Lesto is actually caught by Crashies again. This man just seems so good at catching them off guard and finding such impactful kills. This removes the screen completely.
And in this round where, again, Finesse has that weak weapon, having to go to a Spectre, it's huge to find that early duel. A res online to play with as well in the hands of Optic. And although Loud have theirs, it's not looking like they're going to use it. Pancada taken down by Marv. Aspis tagged up by the Hunter's Fury. Only barely surviving again, thanks to Finesse having such a weak weapon.
I'm actually amazed he's still alive here. Rez, though, looking to try and confirm this one. There shouldn't really be a chance. That's the problem. He's only got himself a single knife remaining, and while that's already going to dissipate,
nice one.
Sassy and a good recovery there from Optic, not allowing anything to come off the back of those weapons. More importantly, getting a fourth on the round, and if they get this back to 5, Mitch, it's definitely not a done deal.
Oh, it is a remarkable recovery if they finish this in a 7-5 half, especially with Loud winning the pistol. I do not mind that at all. And you've got to look at how some of these rounds went down with Marv Marv having to clutch out a round that just about allowed them to have economic advantage. Early push out of Loud sees Aspas all the way up mid, almost taking down Finesse, which would have been the res out of the round as well, but he whiffs those blades, and then Optic are able to buy their way back into the round. There were a couple of dangers there, but they avoided them, and now, after what was a terrible start to the half, Optic might actually be able to walk out of this one in a pretty good spot. Even using the Viper's Pit at the start of this round, guaranteeing control. Yeah, he's walking up. He's ready for this. He's heard it.
But it's too late, though.
Right.
Aspas is gone. Like, sure, he's going to get one behind him, but now his teammate's being pressured. A plant likely with another shot landed from Ye. It might be enough. Marv also still holding within the pit. They might have wrapped around behind him, but he's ready, hiding in the corner. So smart just to make sure that isolating him is going to be incredibly difficult, and he's landing absolutely everything. Sassy still trying to hunt this man within the pit, and he's got lost within it.
Yeah, and look, Marv is actually tracing his footsteps as well. Sassy walking back through, seeing it wide open. He's going to walk into Finesse. Round closed out, half closed out. 5 rounds for Optic. I did not see this one coming. They have done damn well to pull this one back into a reasonable position for half number 2. The operator on Yates is something to look at.
Yeah, no, it's been impressive. And obviously we're going to be throwing this one back off the desk to try and break down what they've just seen, because it was a solid recovery in the end.
It was a solid recovery indeed. It could have gone so much worse for Optic, but Loud, though, they came into this map strong, and at one point, I honestly felt like, oh no, this might even be over.
Yeah. I was like, is this Groundhog Day? Is Loud going to do to Optic what Optic did to them on Fracture? Is this going to be one of those things where, like, you know, when I asked them to feed them back the medicine, I didn't mean in that kind of way. So, you know, good regrouping from Optic to come back into sort of the second quarter of that half and really give us a run for what we have given them a title of defensive prowess on Icebox specifically. Less.
Viper. Viper.
Less.
That stat line as Viper on Icebox. And again, we've touched on it a couple of times, but we have to mention how young the kid is, and the fact that he's stepping up in such a big way for Loud is insanely impressive. But I do think you guys are right. There were a couple of moments there where we were looking at each other going, is this it?
Is this it?
They're just gonna roll it. What was the score at 1.51, 6-1?
Yeah.
Like, it was bad. but this is the difference from, I think, the Optic that we've seen in the past, right? A previously weaker Optic folds in that situation.
True. They are looking a lot stronger. I do want to say that a lot of the defensive prowess I'm bringing up is just from this tournament alone, and sort of against Xerxia, that progression, that improvement that they've made has been very impressive. I will say, however, a lot of the supporting players from both of the teams, Crashies on Optic side, less on, you know, the Loud side, has been giving me a big indication that we were talking about the tip of the spear here, but we forgot the base of the spear, and that's where a lot of this is coming from.
Is 7 rounds enough allowed?
Yeah, at least if you're looking at the stats, it should be enough, but Optic, they've brought a little bit of momentum back in their side.
Is it enough, though? No. Oh,
I'm not answering the question.
He's not answering.
Okay, he's
not doing it.
Do you know what? 2 people that I feel like could answer this are, of course, Mitch and Tom. Do you guys feel like it's enough?
I'll leave that one to you, Tom.
Okay, I'm back.
No, Sue asked you a question. Is it enough, Tom?
I don't know. Yeah.
Tom's having some microphone issues, but yeah, he said easy game, I think.
Oh, is that Sue shouted? No.
So here we go. Half number 2 kicking off. Already got a blade going over towards yellow. And they know there's a player up top now. Sadik having destroyed it. Less grabbing a tag. 2 players in position. Sadik able to grab 1 TP out. And this is a poor start for Optic. At least able to heal up the damage onto Ye, but with Crashies down, they lose a lot of their initiator utility, their ability to fight behind the wall. And of course that drone that they're going to want to clear out some of those ranged angles.
They've got to be careful of Aspas. It seems like they're definitely aware of the potential of his push, but might be able to just... Oh, no! It's one bullet! But actually, it's going to be Sadak going down instead. They left Ye lurking around, and that kill might be enough just to try and bring them back in the direction. Now, they've got to be careful, because Les trying to be a little bit cheeky around the edge of this screen, but not necessarily wanting to overcommit here.
Only 1 bullet remaining in that headhunter for Ye, and then the round's going to get pretty difficult for him in ranged fights. He's going to hold on to it for now. You can see the movement coming around. The A site wall will break in the next couple of seconds, and Optic are going to look to push through to the A site on the back of that.
He's got 2 slows though. That's the thing. This wall was put down so late that it almost becomes very awkward for them, and he's going to be able to delay them even further. Slow in. Okay, they might be able to delay a little bit more with the screen also put into place. This is really difficult for them to try and push through. This is so well played from Loud. That's one of the most perfect pistol rounds I think I've ever seen a team play, just with the utility, with the late wall, and with the aggression on the other side of the map.
Every single part of that was just so well planned, man. The wall going down late buys them enough time. The slows in play, the shock dart. That amount of damage that he got out of that was insane. I saw everyone walk through that wall on orange. Oh, wow.
Brilliant.
And for Optic, also, this is 4 in a row for Loud. They've won the last 4 pistols. They just keep clocking them up. And you cannot underestimate the early advantage that that gives you, being able to build up those rounds. It does, however, rely on you winning the follow-up, which, I mean, Optic have looked okay with pistols in hand, and especially the headhunter on Ye, but they don't have a lot to play around outside of finesse and Ye, like it's classics.
I'm seeing Aspas. I'm seeing a Marshall, and I'm getting flashbacks.
Ah, they're going the other side, though. Look, going to the B side. They're not going to give it to him.
He can retake.
If they have to retake, I think it's already a pretty big problem.
That is true. Sadak's here as well, though. Only 2 bullets left. There's only so much that Ye is going to be able to do here, and they are pretty well set up for a quick rotation. Really going down a little bit deeper, but less just playing above it, and they have a tasty little crossfire to try and delay anyone through. Finesse will at least be able to take 1, but it's now left onto Victor just to try and get anything else. Even an extra kill here would be huge going into the next one. They have a buy, but it's controlled from Loud. Only 1 player lost. And while Sadak, I think, is even going to retrieve that extra SMG that was dropped to the floor.
Disciplined play is exactly what we want to see. You know, you have room to play a little overconfident in those kind of rounds in the early stages of a tournament in your regional games, but when it comes to the upper bracket final here at Masters, yeah, you got to really dot the T's, cross the I's, something like that. There are 4 rounds in between them. Optic are in a pretty good spot. If they can manage to pick up this round here, they've got rifles in hand. Ye has to take light shields, but not the end of the world. Really, what I want to see, though, is what Loud have planned. With weaker weapons, typically we see aggression, and Loud have been a big fan of aggressive plays so far. Zadik's already up in their face, but he's been spotted. He's going to fall back now, play with the team. They might try to punish him and end up walking into these other 2, especially now with the TP, faking out that they've left. They've seen Aspas. They know the other guy's gone, but they don't know about Les, who's tucked up in this corner. Pancata's being caught pushing A, though, and this will stop Optic from really just running forward and giving it away. And with Les peeking into them, that's an easy punish.
Yeah, the surprise factor was there, but it's not going to be fallen for. Sadak now the only defender of this site. Again, any damage he can do in this round would be fantastic, but you can see how patient Optic are being. Making sure they clear out other portions of the map. You can see the rotation starting to go back in the other direction, and Sadak has been able to dodge the utility, but that's almost just a ruse. It's trying to pull players in as they slowly lurk back towards this A site. Optic have played a very good round, and now the only man that stands in their way is Sassy.
Drone might even spot him out. In fact, he gives it away first. The peek yielding no results. The Bulldog tagged up on his way back out, and the punish from Marv catches.
Damn, Marv, that blank.
6 on the board for Optic, and what's most important is that Prime Gaming flawless economy is now flowing on the attacking side.
Yeah, and I like that they're not just overcommitting to things here. Like, they managed to get themselves some opening jewels, clear out what is an early stack. They don't then just go running straight into the site.
Yeah.
They play very, very slow, make sure that nobody can catch them off guard, and then even isolate a couple of extra jewels as the other players try to get aggressive. And you can't really blame Loud for that. That's the only real decision that they have in that scenario. Now, though, is where things get a little bit more interesting. Aspas straight in onto the operator. It seems like Sadak is just going to be playing with the Headhunter in this round at least, unless he can get a fair few kills. And already Aspas is really trying to poke the bear with an aggressive swing.
I like the idea, try to assert that map control early, but this time around, nothing connected. You've got an orb blocking off mid, and look at Marv sneaking his way in towards the tube, hoping to grab a kill in the late round or have the same lurk that, I mean, we saw from him in the previous round. For Loud, it's slow play, but they're stacked up towards the A side of the map, having so much information from Sadak. Now, though, he's in trouble. He's given up the control, and he'll try to grab a peek or two with the headhunter in hand. Nothing found, and he can stick around a little longer. Great shot, but it's not the kill. He still has the TP online. He's waiting to use it. Wants to try to grab a frag first. Now revealed on the back of yellow. Nades are coming through, and he realizes, okay, I've eaten enough utility. Time to get out.
He still manages to buy a lot of time, though. That's like 20-25 seconds just off him taking ridiculous duels that realistically he had no right of ever winning. Still, though, deeper control going to be taken. Not really a whole lot they could do. Shock dart, not quite going to close out Finesse, so they will manage to get themselves into an afterplant.
Marv is still waiting in the tube, hoping perhaps that Sadik goes down to delete that bit of utility and allow him to flank, or to catch the rotations. There's Sadik down. Now it's Marv's time to shine. He's going to be sneaking through, grabbing this off angle, already deleting Sassy. And with this control, they have to go back and deal with him. And Les does exactly that. His third kill in the round. They're defusing inside the orb, but Crashies shuts that one down. A quick double to give the round over to Optic. And with 7-9 on the board, I think Loud are going to be backed into a corner. Their economy's down and out. Optic are closing in the gap.
Very intelligent lurk there from Marv. Like, even though he ends up falling on the wraparound, it's more so the time that has been bought. And for the rest of the players, it became so incredibly difficult just to actually deal with the players in front of them when they know that there's one lurking in from behind. Again, nice attempt from Les, and it will grant him his Viper's Pit going into the next. I don't necessarily know if he's going to be able to use it. And for Optic, well, this is them right back into the map, a map that they were looking out of in the early rounds.
Yeah, an incredible recovery. The mental to keep themselves in it the whole way, and I mean, I'm sure that first map helped, but it's been hard to find a lot of positives when we started things out here. But now with just 2 rounds between them and pistols in the hands of Loud, this is the most promising prospect for Optic so far. Now, Loud, obviously we saw them try some nasty setups towards B earlier, and Optic really didn't fall for them. I think now, after seeing how cautious Optic are in the anti-ecos, Loud decide to spread out the net a little bit more, look for some duels, and of course still have this aggressive position for Sadik, but that's why they're droning it out, and he'll do well to avoid this if he does. It's turning around, it's checking below, and there it is, it spotted him.
Yeah, he's definitely stuck in an awkward position, but it's just going to be falling back. Still able to, again, just buy an awful lot of time, but the fact is, because of this, the rest of the players haven't rotated. He still has vision, so they can have a full stack up on this site. Yes, the weaponry is atrocious, but it's just the numbers that could make it awkward.
Could definitely be the difference maker. Now they've spotted a bunch of players here. Sassy and Les showing up on the pistols. But Cat is punished on the way back. Les with another. They're even forced to use the res. Already it's a costly round for Optic. With 10 seconds left, they're in danger. A great tag in. Crashies, 14 HP to play with. They can't throw utility at him, and they can't get to him. The plant is secured. And Optic now just need to deal with these last 2 players. But that might not be that easy of a task. I mean, now with the suppression gone, Les can actually use his Viper's Pit, but it's finding the opportunity to do that that's really going to be the problem.
Trying to find something on the road. Sadak also has his headhunter back, which was taken away just moments ago. Viper's Pit now is utilized, but instantly removed by Victor, and they will close out the round. It is way too close for comfort for Optic, but they stabilize and get themselves to 8.
I mean, they used a res in that round. This was a devastating blow by Loud with the weaponry that they had in it.
Command as well.
Yeah, they like, this is a situation where Loud should walk out with 2, maybe 3 kills, and instead they made a serious argument for winning the round. If it wasn't for Victor having gone up and above at just the right moment to be able to dive down, knowing exactly where the Viper was, obviously seeing where the pit had emanated from, if that hadn't happened, if he was 2 seconds slower, this round becomes incredibly unpredictable.
Yeah, that's the one major cost, though, is that the Viper's Pit was utilized and didn't really have the impact that they desired. So at least something dissipated by Optic in that round. Les as well is 25 and 10. The 17-year-old on the stage is an absolute superstar, but Optic are grinding back, and that's the terrifying thing about this roster, and it has been for quite a while. Like, you look at their previous runs in Berlin, for example, they were never necessarily clean, but they always had this comeback mentality. There was always an option for them to just swing into the server and suddenly become this force that we've witnessed. And with an in-game leader like Finesse, I'm not surprised by that at all anymore. The difference is, okay, Loud have got themselves a timeout, got themselves a moment to breathe. What's their plan in this round?
It's a tough one. On the defensive side, rocking up into this, you already know that Les is, I mean, he's popping off. Like we said, 25 kills. The next player on the server has got 14, let alone his own
that's
team.
Yay. That's El Diablo.
Exactly. He can hype up a lot of fights in this, and I think probably you're looking at Ye and Aspis most of the time, but blindsided by Les in this series. Even still, Loud only lead by 1 round, and it's been quite a while since they've gotten one on the board. Momentum in Optic's favor, and Sadik.
Oh, that good
this is not a great early
What the
fight.
hell?
He gets tagged up, luckily not taken down. He's able to fall back and leave his utility to hold position. He'll spot them as they come past the choke point. But now he needs to land his shots, Tom. He doesn't have an escape for another couple seconds. There's an opportunity.
Oh, si Kiki.
It's not going to connect it, and they're now starting to close in on his position. This space is not a particularly good one. Left completely blind, and
Damn.
that has gone as badly as it could have done. Sadak completely isolated,
Ooh.
and now Sassy's going to pop himself the Hunter's Fury, desperately trying to get them something back in this round. It's a couple of tags, but no kills.
2 tags will help, and Aspis is on the flank. Moving into their spawn, containing them for now. The problem is that the front lines aren't that strong, and now you're going to have players unable to really say anything with their utility. Tankada completely cancelled out. Les, at least good for a kill, but then they lose spawn. And with Sassy down, a Viper's Pit covering the back, this is a very advanced plant that probably won't be read for the most part. And although Tankada gets
past, they're not watching the flank. He's managed to get past all of the utility. He smoked it off as he walked through. I don't know if this is
Oh, dia
gonna
kalau
be
nampak ni
expected.
mati.
They've spotted
Come on,
him
come on, come
move
on.
within the pit. This one should be free. That's at least the first. Now they don't know where the remainder is.
Oh, okay, nice.
From Marv.
Oh,
Just changed it. What's
damn.
left onto the Viper versus Viper. Les needs a huge play, and he's right on the edge of it. Marv making that move around and just looking to try and tap onto the spike. He's going to get it to half, but surely there shouldn't be an opportunity here for Les to do anything else. He does not know where that last man is, but he made a noise. He's not going to check above, at least for now. His teammates might have just...
Ah,
again. Les is going to come through when they need him the most. A 10th round on the board. This man is on fire.
Unbelievable clutch to win that
Damn.
one out. Les had to dig deep up against a Viper's Pit, but the pit not being on the spike ultimately cost them, with Marv having to try and make a play, and the fact that he made noise getting off the rope.
Yeah, I don't even know in the moment if Les heard that, but it's his teammates' call. Because you see just instantly he just looks straight up and knows that there's a man above. Probably maybe the most important call in the tournament so far for them, as they now get their way to double digits. And well, Optic, they're gonna have a bye. They've got themselves a tour de force, so definitely don't count them out in any stretch. But that is a blow.
10-8. A 2-round lead. Maybe that's the wind in Loud sails now. That was a risky little peek out of Pancada. Hunter's Fury landing a tag, no kill. Drone down mid, spots them at this point. You know Optic are spreading the net again. Oh, actually, Ye is walking all the way through. This is an incredibly aggressive push. He has no escape from here, but he's going to go for it anyways. Looking now to duel down the alley. This tour de force could decimate anybody that peeks into it, but instead Louder just giving him the space. Like, hey, you want kitchen? Yeah, take it, dude, no problem. You're not getting on the site. But now it opens the avenue for them to challenge Pancada from 2 different angles, and that could be problematic. He's going to try to push in.
Oh, Ye tak kena.
That is ego in Ye. I don't think he'll be used to someone doing that to him. Res online. Pancada's managed to come through. And Victor's completely confused. He thinks he's still down by the tube, and now he's managed to take a weapon. Sadak has found space as well. And now it left all onto Crashies, trying to take himself home. A 1 versus 5. Well, he'll get the 1. But yeah, that round did not go in any manner the way I expected, and definitely not that clean.
Well, Optic tried to pull out some sneaky plays. It didn't pay off, and now they're left in a really awkward spot. No ultimates online for them, and Pancada here, I don't know how he got the second one. Victor had flashed in, he peeked left, he peeked right, but he didn't look down the alleyway again, assuming that Pancata tried to take a little bit of space, gone down the tube, something like that, but no, it was patient play out of the man who had previously sprinted with a Guardian into a tour de force. A confident play, they yield the result, and now with a 3-round lead, they are just 2 away from booking their spot in the grand finals and making history for Brazil. Optic, 5 players stacked up. Look at the weaknesses here, though. Both Marved and Finesse are having to play with Spectres.
Aspas, an aggressive position. Already going to tag him up, so forcing him back, and they've got the screen to give him that extra little bit of space to fall. Also going to utilize the wall fairly early, and well, you can see the fallback after the drone tag, just basically trying to delay as much as humanly possible. Still though, 4 players here at the moment for Loud. They've got a solid read.
Oh yeah, they know exactly what's going on again. Sadic's aggression has been incredible. The only risk is somebody walking through middle, getting behind them under tube, but even then, that's Sassy's responsibility. He's been watching it, he's been using his util. Optic making their way forward, and Aspis will be probably the first point of contact here. The wall's just gone down, revealing a lot of these players, and a whiff. This could be costly. Aspis above is taken down, but that's the only kill for Optic. They're left.
Oh, damn.
Gets nothing done. 12-8. This is going to be map and series point for Loud. They need 1 out of 4 to book their spot in the grand finals.
Definitely a story that some won't be surprised at. I know that there's a maybe scared Bala currently in the green room worrying about his hair. It might be lost because this team is looking so incredible at the moment. They came into this tournament as maybe one of the favorites. Even saying themselves,
they're a strong team,
but they said themselves, don't hype us up too much. Don't put us on that pedestal. I feel like we might have underrated them just because of their own comments.
Yeah, sorry, Sassy. We're going to have to put you up there now, man. I mean, I think Sadik actually avoided that drone. Okay, Pancata down. I like the flash play through the smoke, detecting a weakness that mid play didn't have the utility to cover. The wall's going to be broken, though. They can't commit to the plant. Instead, they stand and fight, and that's exactly what they needed to do. Aspis, the last man alive. And a 1v4, an ace clutch needed after already finding Marved. This might just be a little too much to ask, and it looks like Optic will stay alive for at least a moment longer.
Yeah, it seems after the last round, they've taken the information they gained by Pancata's previous position and used it to their advantage in this one, a much faster paced take. Now, for Loud, in terms of economy, there's not a lot of risk here. On the other side of Optic, they can't really afford to fight this man too much. You can see he's got his Bladestorm. So he doesn't even need to really worry about losing his weapon here. There'll be plenty available, whereas they have to be very careful. 3 kills for him. Again, going to force a lot of rebuys for Optic going into the next round, and they will still have a buy.
3 attempts to close this out. A buy here, a buy in the next round. And Ultimate's online as well. Everything is set up for Loud to take this across the line. Optic have got a monumental task ahead of them.
That's the thing, though. It's never, especially with a team like Optic, it's never over until you've got that 13 on the board. So there is plenty still to play for here. Weaponry, not going to be too much of an issue. An early use of that Viper's Pit. The drone actually not going to be able to completely clear him, or spot him at least. An aggressive push from Aspas actually dropped. This lurk has worked out wonderfully, and now he can try and reclaim that control over the pit. This man is on 30 kills and looks to try and find a couple more.
Victor and Ye both 1 HP. They've been tucked inside this ult the entire time, waiting for the aggression to come through, waiting for Les to retake the control. And there's the reward. 1 dropped, rotations heard. They know now that the A side is where the push through, and Sadik has caught them on the cross. Now they can sit back. They don't need to overcommit, but with 3 players on the A side already, Loud want to fight. They want to close this one out with a bang. The res, though, onto Marv. It might buy them a little bit of an opportunity, less attempts to punish it, but they'll get nothing. And because they saw him and the pit now went down, they're going to walk onto the beam.
This is so much information. There's a res on the other side, but it's likely not going to be utilized, and that control will grant an afterplant for the side of Optic. Not much they can do about that.
Ooh, that
Leicester over the top has managed to catch push another. A Viper's Pit on the other side and a lurk from Crashies makes it back into a 3 versus 3, and still the pressure on for Loud.
Take a look at what Loud have to work with here, though. No drone to find Marved inside that pit. Rez gonna come through, they're committing to it, 4v3. So difficult to get this control. They hope that the spams will yield them something at least, and they've spotted one up close. Finesse dealt with. This is getting scary for Optic. They're on the back foot now, stuck right at the back of the pit. Crashies is charging forward, trying to deal with them, and he's doing just that. It's all left on to just Smoke is gonna take them both down. Marv, the man who went down, rezzed up, brought back into the round, used his Viper's Pit, securing, buying them so much time. That was a close one. It relied on Optic digging deep, but they've done it. Still, 2 more needed to make this happen, and that one in itself, we don't see this, but that one was pretty close.
That's the thing. If they end up winning this match, this series, I feel like Crashies has to be the MVP. Even though it was a phenomenal first map from the likes of Victor, I just think the amount of sheer impact plays this man have been off the charts. Keeping them in rounds, winning them rounds, and now another timeout being taken for Loud. Again, they can still purchase. That's not going to be the end of the world, and there might even be a piece or two in terms of shields missing for the other side. They've also got some pretty powerful ultimates online. A Hunter's Fury in Sassy's hands really can do a lot of damage, although Crashies has one as well. But I'm looking at that Blade Storm. I feel like we haven't had too many pop-off rounds from Aspas in this game so far. I think we're due one.
I mean, he's bottom of the scoreboard, and I'm just going to say, Les is 33 and 12.
Yeah, it doesn't get any less ridiculous.
Hey, it's actually crazy looking at that scoreboard. It does not look real. This guy has had the game of his life. And if they win it, I think there's going to be no doubt who's taking MVP. Yeah. I want to see one name on that vote.
It's going to be unfortunate as well because, again, if they win, as you said, he's MVP. You're 17 years old and you've got to try and beat a game where you're getting probably more than 33 kills. It's like,
peak
it's going to
after
take
that.
me years to beat this one. I'm going to need a few OTs in there as well.
Yeah, in an upper bracket final. You know, you do this in early stages, opening game, I'm going to say the other team's bad, but that's not the case here.
No
and with 2 rounds between them, Optic, they need to prove that they've got what it takes to bring it all the way. The operator on Sadik is pushed out. Good recon. The utility clearing back yellow as well. This is giving them a lot of control and a lot of room to play with. An old Orb recovered. Won't really play into all too much just yet. Victor's still quite far away from that ulti. And the drone clears a lot of space. Problem is that wall's going to go down fairly soon, so Finesse does well to close the distance. Up is down. This is a fake.
They baited it out. They baited out the Hunter's Fury, and now they're going to pressure him. Ye gets that spot on. The timing onto Sassy, there was nothing that he could do. And again, they're going to start to reset back in the other direction, but they're leaving players behind. This push and pull from Optic has been sublime on this attack, and there's only going to be one man in their way, and he's just not connecting those knives.
He says the Vandal to work with, but Sadik going down. The numbers are so thinned out for Loud. This is almost okay, kill for Pancada. Still, 2v4, the weapons that they've got, the economy is very low. It looks like they're opting for the save. Pulling back to fight at 12 to what will be 12 to 11. And I think that's guaranteed now. Loud on the other side of the map. Incredible recovery by Optic, and it feels like that has been the story for them, right? Their disruptive play to start was incredible. They haven't really been able to do the same moving on to Ascent in the same way, and certainly here, I think familiarity with the maps and the setups, really, that gap closed in after Fracture.
Yeah, I think as well, the other thing is just that control. Like, their attacking side has been something to almost marvel at. Like, the way that they're able to play around the utility they have, but also the push and pull. Taking control away, giving it back up, and then just slipping into a position where there's so much space for them to take, just because Loud is constantly trying to rotate to work out what they're doing.
I was about to lose.
Even though Les is like got like 33 and 13, it's like, wow.
I see the guy trying to save, like,
damn,
Aspas is running around trying to save the operator, and the round ends, but just before it did, they hit the replay up, and I heard, I am the hunter. I was gonna be like, Crashies, what are you doing, bro? But no, okay. 12 to 11. Hunter's Fury online for Team Optic. That's the only ult they've got to play with, but it's damn sight better than what Loud have. Other weapons coming out in the form of a Bulldog utility. Still pretty healthy. Over on the Loud side, this is the final round of regulation. Optic gonna try to bring us to overtime here and now. And look at how slow they're playing this again. They like to apply the pressure, but the players on the other side of the map are holding for Loud to push up and seize map control. This time though, Loud are not having any of that. They're not going to be found by some early aggression. Instead, they wait, they turtle, and they allow Optic to make the first move.
Yeah, you see early shock darts as well coming out from Optic, basically just trying to destroy the traps and give them a little bit more freedom around the map, although it hasn't really worked out. And because of this more passive hold that's currently there, Optic are now slowly making their way forward. Now there's a relatively aggressive position. They're also going to pop themselves a Hunter's Fury. This actually pulls more players in towards that A site, but it hasn't baited the rotation just yet. Sadak holding on the edge. He's still got the ability to escape. 30 seconds. He's just going to wait for that pick, and he nails Marv. That's a problem as well, because that removes the screen.
The snake bite down instantly stops any sort of a plan from coming through. They don't have the utility to cover as they push forward. All these angles opening up for Loud, and the kills are going their way.
GG!
And he falls as well. Brazil have done it. They've made history as they go all the way to the grand finals.
From a 13-2 defeat on Fracture, from elimination as Vikings last time in Rec.
Damn. Looks like Brazil going to the finals.
Top two, and a Brazilian team makes it into the finals in Iceland, the first Masters event of the year, and they beat a team that has already been there before. The resilience of this squad, a superstar performance from Les, and well, who is to doubt Brazil at this point? Absolutely no one.
They went down 13-2 on Fracture. It looked like they forgot how to play Valorant on that map. What a bounce back. It says so much about this team. The mental fortitude is there. The bold buff is real. They've made it all the way.
We knew that already. Come on, you stood next to them, you know?
Yeah.
But no, honestly, you could not be happier for Brazil. And the terrifying thing as well is you're either of those lower bracket teams, you've got Optic to face against. And that's the thing. They have already lost the series within this tournament. I believe...
Alright guys, we are going for the Asian Games. VCT Asian. Paper X versus Zeta after this.
To be a best of 5 rematch, and honestly, we've got some amazing storylines of the likes of Zeta, Paprex as well doing it for SEA, but I feel like this almost has to be the grand final just in the series that we witnessed.
Yeah, maybe ban Fracture next time around, but after that, could be one hell of a game. I'm so impressed by what we've seen from Loud today, and you know, if I see these guys winning, I'm thinking maybe Ye had kind of a bad game. Aspis was able to win those duels, and that could be what flips it, but Les closes that one out. 33 to 13, 375 ACS. He is
in a 13-11 game as well. Because like, if it's like a 13-2, you're kind of like, oh yeah, 300 ACS, that's expected.
Yeah, eco frags in there, easy peasy.
In a game like this, it's so ridiculously close. You could genuinely make a highlight reel of him and him alone, and you could also make one of every other player within this match. Because Crashies had some incredible plays. Marv as well was performing to a high standard. I don't think there's a player that you can really say was slouching, and that's what makes this one hell of a series, and this makes it that little bit better as well. The passion of the Brazilian fans. As said, in my opinion, it's completely unmatched, but we might have to see a little bit later on, because I'm sure there's going to be some Japanese fans who might disagree with me.
Oh yeah, I think they're going to be hyped up, but look at that, and it's even on a small scale compared to what we know is out there and what will be in the future, but there it is. The fist bumps to close things out. Respect for the Brazilian region, well and truly earned. We came into this tournament and we had some ideas of how things would go, but it has been a tournament of surprises from start. Well, I won't say till finish just yet, but right here,
a long way to go.
I think most people would have pinned Optic as the favorite, certainly have had their suspicions about Loud, but after that first map, it must have been tough to still wave that Loud flag, to still believe the Brazilians would breeze through that upper bracket, but they did it. And at this point, like you said, Tom, there's no doubting this region. They have pumped out some of the best FPS talent time and time again. And now, finally, it's their time in Valorant.
Yeah, I think to rebuild a super team, like basically put themselves in a position where like Vikings had their moment, had their time in the spotlight, and you see Sassy and Sadak stick together to make a new roster, the Argentine leader of this squad, coming back with a new team of superstars. They're more than on the map. They are challenging for a title. They are the favorites for the title at this point, and it's up to NA, Japan, and SEA to prove that, well, maybe someone could steal it from them. Player of the game. Well, there's a few names on this. You're going for the first one. If anybody picks anything other than... I want to see 100%. I know it won't happen, but I want to see 100% for less. I don't want to see anything less, for that matter.
He doesn't want to see anything less. God, I hate you, Tom. All right, well, an incredible series that we've just had here. It looked like it was going to be a blowout in Optic's favor, but now they found themselves in the lower bracket. That's it from this game, but we've got plenty more coming your way. We'll see you real soon.
Gonna take a quick break. I'm going to the toilet. Gonna close the webcam. I'll see you guys later.
Vikings, Vivo, Keat, Havan, Liberty, Furia, all of the Brazilian teams that came before Loud have never taken down North America. A lot of history has already been made in this tournament. Do you guys think it's Loud's turn today?
Nice! Don't second guess me this whole game.
It's the Brazil meme, the 7-1.
Oh my god, my dog! You know me, fam!
Victor has just given them the 12th, and whoa, let's move on to the next map. It's done.
Here we go!
You guys are trash!
Okay, Kata trying to hold on. He'll get 1, 2, in fact, Kata! An incredible bounce back from a 13-2 loss, and we're gonna go all the way to Icebox.
Alves, he's gonna connect and go back through. Runs out of bullets, but the jumping shot grants him a third.
Nice!
Brazil have done it! They've made history as they go all the way to the grand finals!
You guys just saw history being made there in the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. Brazil, they have never been to a grand final at Masters. They have never beaten a North American team. But today, Jess and Doug, that all changed. This is the super team we waited for.
I'm just honestly really glad that Sideshow's here to be the only like bald buff hope for North America, and it doesn't have to be me, right? Because surely somebody's gonna ask someone from North America to go bald in order to get the buff, and I'm just glad Josh is here and it's not me.
It's baller. He said if Loud wins the whole tournament, he's going bald.
Oh,
so
did he really?
Yes.
Oh, well, we'll absolutely hold him to that. Baller the ball buff is incoming at some point. I'm sure North American's last hope. Speaking of last hope, who would have thought that the youngest player in the entire tournament could stand on that stage for the very first time this entire tournament and put on that kind of performance? 17 kills in the first half, 16 in the second, 33 overall, highest ACS. I mean, that kid is unreal and he rightfully deserves a podium of some kind, and at least for now, we can just give him that MVP screen.
You know, I heard that one of the L's in the triple L Loud actually stands for less. To be honest, I don't know what the rest stands for. One of them is for Loud. But Doug, like Jess said, what a performance from him.
On the biggest stage, again, it really is hard to put into words just how effective he was. I think this 1v1 against Marv was nuts. And yeah, part of it may have been like, I don't know if he misstepped. Marv did up in nest or he shot and that gave his position away, whatever it was. But for Les to have ice in his veins to do that against someone who on the side of Optic is considered the coldest on the roster is just nuts.
I can't believe that we are finally saying, how many times have we gone to an international event and said, unfortunately, Brazil goes home. Unfortunately, Brazil goes home. And now we get to say respect on their name. Now Brazil doesn't go home. They go to the finals. And that is just, it gives me goosebumps to say that we will have a region in the finals that just knocked out one of the other major regions down to the lower bracket to do so. That's a huge storyline for me.
Well, the one person that did predict that was Baller. And of course, he's not going to be able to keep his hair for long. And speaking of Baller, he's standing by the telestrator wall right now.
You guys keep laughing at me for making that wager, but to me that was just a win-win situation because if Loud wins, I predicted them. So if my head goes bald, then you'll be able to see my 5 head. So anyways, let's go ahead and show a round from the 5 head, actually from Loud. And I really like this situation right here because essentially what we get is we have Aspas pushed down way far and he's spotting. Why is he spotting? Because we actually have from this saucy drone that's coming out right now, clearing out and finding who is actually inside of that A side, inside of here. And they have to fall off with that drone. Meanwhile, Aspas is spotting down mid, and then he just immediately dashes away. Why? Because Pancata is putting down a wall in response to this situation that's happening. Meanwhile as well, on the minimap again, we have actually Les has donated a wall over here, and his entire time he's saving fuel, saving fuel, saving fuel. So there's now 3 layers that they're gonna have to get through, one of them being the wall from Pancata, one of them being slows from Pancata, and then the other one being the wall and toxic screen from the Viper player. So he just waits this out. As soon as they start breaking the wall, slows once, slows twice, and as well gets that right before the KO Knife actually suppresses him, and on the other side of the map, Les gets a kill. But look, they're actually comboing as well. Sassy throws a shock dart that does so much damage in combination with, again, the barrier or the barrier from Viper, who does 50 or 30 decay damage. That's so much for them to get through. And then Pankata and Sassy have the double swing at the same time. So that's the round wrapped up pretty much in the books, and such a pivotal pistol round as well. That's something in a tight game like that that makes all the difference, guys.
Thank you very much, Bala. You know, we speak about all of the other Brazilian teams that came before Loud. Right. Those kind of plays were the ones I felt like, at least in the past, Doug, that were missing from those teams.
1000%. And I think, as Bala mentioned, it was such a pivotal part, right? Like second half, pistol, you're on map 3. Grand finals on the other side. I also need to give Tom some love on the while casting, like saw it happening in the moment. Very well called by him.
Are we really going to give Tom love now? This is we've got to this point of the show. Do you know what? One man we need to give some love to is Pankata, of course, here in the Verizon High Speed. A moment you guys going to remember this clutch. Absolutely nuts jest coming from him.
Just let it play out a little bit, because just remember, Optic had waited. Mart had already moved up to lane, and he waited for 2 of his team members to join him. Why? Because they wanted to pinch. Instead, they fed Pankata one by one, and this man had a 3-course dinner, and it was just laid out beautiful succession for him.
Yeah, the turn on the second kill here was just gross. The reaction time was great. I think there were so many instances in which we saw some of these young bucks on the side of Loud step up in a big way for them, and I think that's required for them to finish this insane run that they've put together.
Yeah, I mean, that was also one of the rounds we spoke about, the impact, right? That was a huge round, turning the tide for them. And you guys at home had a very hard task of trying to choose player of the match here. So let's go and take a look and see who you guys voted for.
Thank you.
And yeah, overwhelmingly less, Doug, it had to be him.
Is that the biggest gap we've seen so far?
No, we have seen a bigger gap. Yeah, I believe we have.
Second most dominant win? Either way.
I think so.
It was well deserved by the kid.
I heard Tom saying that it should be 100%. So he's going to be disappointed over there, but he can rub the bald head for good luck and say that in the finals, maybe Les can take the MVP spot by a larger margin then, should he be able to put up the same performance. So overall, really happy from that kid's performance. You can crumble under pressure in this kind of stage. There's a lot of people around just from production, the other team, etc., lights. It's overwhelming environmentally. And he was like, just do this every day.
I mean, we speak about the bold buff all day long, and the godfather of the bold buff right now is standing by with Jackie in the Verizon post-match interview.
That is right. Get loud, everybody. I am with Saucy. You are going to the grand finals. Talk to me about the emotions you're feeling. Oh my gosh, your smile, it speaks 1,000 words.
I mean, I didn't plan that, for sure.
I know, you told me, you were like, I did not expect us to be here.
Yeah, I mean, I needed to shake my head twice. I mean, I didn't get on my plane, like, okay, I did it.
You're so, like, I needed to pack more razors.
Yeah, I needed to ask for someone. Like, what?
Oh my gosh, it was such a thrilling series, though. Our hearts were all racing. Talk to me about that map 3. How did you keep your composure? We saw Optic coming back there. We were getting a little nervous.
I mean, did you remember me about the Gambit? A little bit. So, yeah, I mean, it's experience, right? After our loss against Gambit, me and Sadhack, we got it. So we were calm, and I need to say about Les, so a big shout out to him. He just destroyed the series, especially Icebox. I think he got like more than 30 kills, I guess. So yeah, he carried us, honestly.
So what happened? Did they all just like rub your head and they just took your ball buff energy? Is that what happened? And Les was just staying there extra?
No, yeah, it's kind of bald buff, to be honest. But yeah, honestly, I would just say that I'm really proud of our rookies. I think Les and Aspas is doing really great on this tournament. And for those guys that are doubting on them about LAN, about playing on stage, I think they did it.
Oh my gosh, extremely talented teams to say the least. I do want to pick your brain about map 1 a little bit. I know that was a little bit rough. Do you think that it may have contributed that this was the first time for this tournament that you were actually on stage? Did you need a little bit of a warm-up?
Actually, no, we got destroyed.
We got squashed, okay.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't play against their comp. Like, we really struggled. We struggled a little bit. Not about playing on stage, not about, like, being our first map. And we just accepted and said, okay, as an Icebox, we're comfortable, and we're gonna win. So that's it. I think it's just mentality.
Okay, I gotta ask, who do you want to see in the grand finals?
Oh,
Could it be a
boy.
rematch with Optic? What are you thinking?
I mean, yeah, it could be, but I don't know. I think Zeta and Paperbacks, you can't underestimate them.
Oh
You
my
know,
gosh.
The minor region's like really good right now.
Minor regions know more, right?
Yeah.
Talking about Paper Rex and Zeta, though, that is coming up. So everyone at home, do not go anywhere. We have so much more action ahead. See you in a little bit. Welcome back to Masters Reykjavik. We are down to the final 3 teams. Who is going to be playing Loud, or rather Optic, in the lower bracket final? Loud is going to the grand final. They're like, their minds are focused on that. But the question is, Zeta Vision or Paper Rex? I'm Jackie Jing. I'm with Bala and Jess. It truly has been a historic Masters. Both of these regions have never come this far. However, one of these dream runs will come to an end. We have to begin with our beloved Cinderella story. The underdogs from Japan, Zeta Division, and what they've been able to do in this tournament, Bala. I mean, we have all just been so captivated by their story.
Yeah, it's unprecedented to have a Japanese team this far and do it in the way that they are doing it. They are so dominant. Every single player contributing on this team. Literally every single one. I think that claim is very easy to make at this point.
Yeah, I think both Paper Rex and Zeta have stood up and said that everyone who feels a role feels it to perfection. Role specialization is something I've brought up about Zeta time and time again. I feel like I'm on every desk where Zeta is playing and I'm like, guys, I'm just saying, looking at them as a role perfectionist, and if we look at everything bar Ascent for the map pool.
Yeah, I think that there's definitely been a couple discussions about which map they should start to ban more often.
Yeah.
And obviously they haven't played Ascent very often, and they did end up banning Haven instead and going to Ascent, coming out with a little weird comp. So there's a big question, I think, in how that matches up against Paper Rex, who also have been known to ban Ascent. There's a question there where Paper Rex has the opportunity to potentially pick it into them, because since they share that, I don't know, it's a really interesting topic of conversation, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, we also definitely have to talk about Sugar Zero, who in the last month has used Astra nearly 75% of the time, Jess?
Yeah, that's very unusual because he's got 4 times the amount of Astra plays this tournament than any other player in the entire tournament. I'm also including groups. I tried to dig deep. I tried to find anyone that rivaled this man on the Astra. And considering the changes that have happened in Astra so far, it's so interesting.
I went to the toilet and do something. Dah habis ke? Belum lah. PRX baru nak start main ni. PRX Paper Rex lawan Zeta ni dah nak start dah ni.
Lovely things.
Yeah, he's easily one of my favorite players to watch in this.
Come lah, Bexy, lepak.
Better than I think we've seen even before the Astra meta. There's certain things that he does, like his recalls, and also just the way that he saves them in perfect opportune moments to have everything he needs for the executes when they come.
Yeah, and we've just been hammering down on just what a wonderful journey this has been for Zeta. And we actually have Crow. He's going to be talking about Zeta's confidence and how it has been growing day by day. Take a listen.
Wah, tak sempat nak watch live kat Twitter. Tak apalah, tengok live kat sini.
理解しているんですけど、自分たちも本当に勝てる自信があって、で実際やってみて、もう本当に細かいミスとかの積み重ねで何度も落としてしまって、本当に勝てたんじゃないかなっていう感じで悔しいです。細かいミスの修正だったりとかコミュニケーションエラーの部分をちゃんと試合を、みんなで見返して修正することが一番大事かなと思います。今まで日本のリージョンっていうのはまあ弱いリージョンだっていうふうにやっぱり思われていてですけど、自分たちの練習方法だったりとか改善していける力っていうのは本当に自信があって。
Aduh, to end live
その積み重ねで今回進出というところまで本当に嬉しいなと思います。
Absolutely love those videos. They're so emotional. But we've chatted about Zeta a bit here, so let's move on to Apex Paper Rex, who have also stolen so many hearts as well. They're hilarious, they're playful, but also fierce, fast, and ferocious. So, Bala, how are they going to fare against this lower calculated Zeta?
Sedih. Tengok live kat sini. Let's go Singapore.
They're consistently looking for gaps, and on offense, they're so so much speed, I think, that you have to deal with. And Zeta, I think, matches up kind of well against that. But we've already seen two teams go up against Paper Rex, try to default, try to play slow against them, and it hasn't worked.
Maybe very well because Zeta knows that this kind of very fast and furious playstyle is coming and that kind of slow approach that they can bring. Maybe if they just stop, let that barrage come and deal with it bit by bit, maybe that's something they could break apart with Paper Rex, force them to reconsider what it is that they're doing in the rounds, and then default back to something a little bit more uncomfortable. Maybe that stylistic clash could be good for Zeta, but Paper Rex, I don't know, you can never count them out.
I think the problem there is that Paper Rex can just chill on the brakes. Like as soon as that starts to happen, they have so many different things that they can go for that it's difficult to actually keep up with the adaptations that they can make. And I think that will be something we have to continue to watch throughout this entire series.
Oh, look at that. I think for those who don't understand what's happening in the lower part of your screen there, we're talking about how fast Paper Rex can be. Looks like 25 seconds is the average to their first fight there.
Yep.
And then, of course, Zeta, 36 seconds. Now, that sounds kind of close, but trust me, when you're in the midst of a round, in an early round, that is incredibly differential in the way in that they take those first fights. And the win rate for PRX on those first fights is quite high as well.
Yeah, I think there's elements of slow versus fast the entire time, and that's what we're setting up right here, and we'll have to continue to watch that. But also, Zeta can speed up in these situations. We've seen many times where they have their own pace flips, and that is so easy.
Yeah, I mean, Yoru, just Forsaken talked a big game about bringing Yoru out here. He kind of fell short at first, though. But then he sent first seed G2, the last EMEA team, standing home packing. So we got to address this.
I mean, we have to address the kind of glow up that Forsaken's had throughout this tournament thus far. Look at match one. Oh, the man who's meant to be the tip of the spear had a 0.7 KD. We try not to highlight KD of players, but in that particular matchup, that was a problem. You move on to match 2, ACS grows exponentially. Move on to the G2 match 3, and this man went absolutely nuclear.
Yeah, there were so many moments, I think, on Yoru that he turned an eye for everybody. He's pushing up, and they play off of it, right? Trying to stun for it. So if Vine comes in the map pool, which I think it very may well could, and that is something that you have to wonder if Zeta is prepared for, if they've played against a style like that before, and how they will receive it themselves.
Yeah, I bumped into Paper Rex in the makeup room, and I actually was talking to Forsaken a little bit. But I just was impressed with just how relaxed they seemed. And I know we always talk about how you're a coach, and I'm always like, put in your little coach's cap. But, you know, going into such a big matchup, they were giggling and like punching each other and having a good time.
I mean, okay, yes, I've been in this position where you kind of get further into the tournament than you expected to get. And then, I mean, you're just having a laugh. Like, there's been moments I sat with, my boys, and I'm like, can you believe that we're in like the lower finals? Like, this is so ridiculous. You can't have a punch around. You go, that's just crazy. Let's enjoy this time. I'm hoping they're in the same kind of mind frame, because that mentality can put you a really long way.
Yeah, but they've also like been challenged, and I think that's something that both of these teams have done, right? Paper Rex has gone down 9-3 against G2 on that split map, and they still come back. They still actually
I have so many
pushing the tempo on the other team.
Twitch.
Yelling across the stage, hey, 9-3 versus real.
I mean, not Twitch, Discord channels.
Now we've seen twice from Paper Rex.
So much,
and obviously
so
Zeta
many.
has done great as well in these type of comeback situations.
I don't know if I need more. I got a lot of channels.
Are we getting behind?
There's a lot of channels here.
On your screen. Yeah, what are we thinking could
When I joined.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to see Split at some point throughout this. And Icebox, Bind could be a possibility. I'm very curious to see if Zeta actually goes and bans Haven instead of Ascent. In that case, there could be Ascent. But on the other side, if they don't, then Haven will be in the pool.
For sure.
100%.
Absolutely. There's a few maps that have really surprised me from Zeta as well. So there's a bit of a mixed bag here. Zeta, yes, they'll get rid of Ascent. This is your sort of thinking. Do you get rid of Haven? Do you get rid of Ascent? What is the worst of the worst?
Yeah, you have to immediately start to criticize here, though, because Paper Rex have been unstoppable.
Yo, Fakus Salim, thank you for the follow on Facebook. Welcome to the stream. Hello, selamat datang. Mari, kita support kita punya Singaporean team. Our Southeast Asian teams.
Sometimes it pays off, sometimes
Let's go.
Hey, Icebox.
Okay, I like that.
That's good for Zeta. I think this is a map that they've consistently been winning on against the teams that obviously won the series against in situations that you don't
Go,
expect them to do. For example,
let's go,
against,
let's go, Paper X, let's go. FTG fuck crew, hello. Thank you for the like. Welcome to the stream.
So good, and a lot of that comes down to last.
Welcome.
Okay, thoughts on what PRX is gonna pick?
Haven, it has to be Haven. Yeah. If you, I mean, you only get one ban, and you know, Bala's right. If you ban Ascent, you get to pick Haven, and vice versa. So that's something that, of course, Paper X get the luxury of doing. That'll shoot up into the air, and Haven might very well be Paper X's Haven. I mean, pun very well intended, and that's something that I think they will.
Yo, Mama by Haki, thank you for the like. Welcome to the stream. Hello.
Into the third map.
Sure. Welcome.
However, you spoke about Split Baller. Does Split then become the third map as a result?
Oh, FTG Army, send you something. Oh, really?
Has another ban, they will leave in. But that's the question. Now, sometimes we don't often talk about the secondary bans because they're sort of assumed. But now we actually get a chance to.
Yeah, especially when there's maps that are frequently banned. It's kind of easy to tell what's going to come out. At least you can see what the two maps are going to. So we have one Breeze, we have Split, we have Bomb.
Damn, thank you for the 15 stars. Faku Salim. Semoga dimurahkan rezeki, dimurahkan urusan dunia akhirat di bulan Ramadan ni. Amin. Semoga urusan anda, rezeki anda semua dilimpahi oleh Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala. Amin.
Breeze will be out of the pool as well. Breeze, not a very popular map at this tournament at all. One of those maps that teams are not opting to go to, and that's fine by me. I think Breeze plays out pretty well the same, especially on the attacking side 9 times out of 10. So that'll go out and leave Split as we spoke about. Now, I gotta throw one name and one agent out there. 10
Haven
on the race,
on map 2, and the decider will be
in the entire pool for Zeta. If this goes to the third map, like I predict, Bala. Oh, this is scary.
Yeah, this is the most interesting third map I think I've ever seen, just because of the play styles and how these two teams fare up against each other on Split specifically. And we've seen so many good map 3s on Split already in this tournament. But you pick up one name, I can give out 2 in this case, right? Forsaken and Jing. This is the map where they go absolutely ballistic. They do not stop, and they really put the pressure on you on this map.
Okay, well, we are very, very close to getting this matchup started, and I cannot wait. So we're going to toss to a quick break, but we'll be back in a flash. Do not go anywhere. Paper Rex versus Zeta in a hot sec.
Let's go Singaporean team, let's go!
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press
Red Bull Campus Clash sponsored by Red Bull. Sekejap guys, sampai makan dah jap. Apa? Walaupun pada seminit lagi. Makan dulu lah, tahu dulu. Tahu kan nanti masak apa.
Welcome back to Masters Reykjavik. Our teams are in their places. Please welcome to the stage Paper Rex and Zeta Division.
Sementara tengah tunggu makanan dipanaskan. Yep. Paper Rex. Let's see our Singaporean brethren do this in VCT. This is gonna be fun. Tapi tengok Discord dan
Japan and APAC never coming this far. One of these teams will make top 3 in Masters. Whose quest to get to the grand finals will continue, and whose fairy tale run will come to an end. Who is going home, and who is going to the lower bracket final, and who gave Benkai a skateboard?
Oh, I'm so sorry. You know what? I put it out in the hallway. I didn't think anyone would grab it. I just wanted to skate after the show.
This is your fault.
And now Benkai's taken my skateboard. I need that back, Benkai.
I thought he was going to skate down the ramp, to be honest.
Too.
Like popping ollie.
It looked like he thought about it, and he's like, what if I stack it, though? What if I stack it?
You know what? My mind just went to the worst places. Like, he would have ate it, he would have hurt himself, it would have been disaster. So he made the right decision in the end.
He did. Save that energy for inside the server.
Okay, y'all, this is my first time on the stage. Bala, yours too, right? The music is beating through my chest right now. I can only imagine how they are feeling.
Yeah, well, they already had like a slightly smaller stage than this, but this one massive, so it changes the dynamic. I think,
really does.
Especially when you have to walk down a big ramp like that.
Let's
I mean, it does,
go.
and you could see definitely some different
Jauh,
feelings.
guys.
I think when you come out on a stage like this and compared to
Sambil-sambil
the
kita
other
nak
one, we're here
makan
as well.
ni.
They see us talking about them. I mean,
Banyak betul
not a
step
big
aku buka.
deal. I mean, maybe if Jessica's on the stage talking about
Bukan
it,
tunjuk.
it's a pretty big deal.
Oh, like gassing me up. Well, this stage is something you have to earn as well. It's sort of like tokenistic in my mind, is that you play on quote unquote the smaller stage, the group stage, and then if you want to sit on the stage, if you want to feel the music beat through your chest, you have to earn it, and both of these teams have done that.
I mean, it is a tale of two Benkais right now. He comes out on his skateboard. He looked mighty serious, Jess. I mean, they are ready to go.
Icebox, where we'll first kick things off here. A map picked by Zeta, and rightfully so. The only change I will expect when we do get to Agent Select is that one team successfully runs the chamber, and the other, oh, we might get to see the Rainer, and that is where things start to spice up.
Yeah, there's a difference, I think, for sure, in terms of the comps that they go for. Raina sometimes comes out for Paper Rex, but I think something that we didn't see for quite a while as we go to Agent Select, they actually have run chamber in the past, too.
All right, these teams are ready to go. I think I saw Crow cracking his fingers earlier. Now we're looking at Def. I'm like, oh my gosh. Well, we're ready to get into our Prime Gaming Agent Select. That info coming up on the screen.
Yep. This is what we got to see. We got to see Devi on the chamber there. That was something that we were just discussing then. Will they bring the Rainer again? Again, we're referencing a little bit far back here for the Icebox for Paper X. So a change isn't unnecessarily off the cards. And that change for them will be like, we've seen what chamber can do on this map. Let's bring it as well.
Yeah, challenge right back, a mirror comp. I think this one pays really, really well as well for Paper X, though it's very curious because Devi is not somebody who plays in that pivotal role all too often.
Okay, someone is packing their bags. They're heading home after coming this far, after getting so close. My goodness, Pansy and Hypoc, let's hand it off to you. Take it away. I'm getting nervous. Woo!
I mean, with a stage like this, I don't blame you for getting a little nervous. It's pretty intimidating.
It is, and what a way to start the series off as well. We're starting here at Icebox again. The composition slight change here. I don't think it's going to make any difference whatsoever to how Paper X approaches though, Lauren.
All right, we'll find out if that's the case, because it does feel like as though we're about to watch the Colosseum of chaos between these two, right? We've had Zeta just breaking hearts, making fans. I mean, who hasn't been part of that journey? And Paper X doing similar scenes. And they're loud already.
Yeah.
And that's what I want to hear. I want to hear them fired up from the word go.
And that's the thing. I mean, Zeta have been fairly quiet. We've had the stage shots other than when they've really been popping off. But this one for me, the reason this is so interesting is just seeing the adjustment that Zeta were able to make versus DRX in the previous series, and just how impressive it looked as well. Paper X obviously starting off on the attack. See how they decide to approach these early rounds here. And similar, we've seen the setup over towards B site from Zeta as well. No pressure coming through towards B main, a much deeper hold.
Yeah, Sugar Zero could be first contact potentially. Not alone though, and Depp's gone for a little bit of an exploration, but the timing window might have just evaded him. Potentially could have caught this cross if he'd lingered a little longer, but not to be. He's gone and supported the rest towards that B site. But you can see that Paper X are looking for opportunities, and they're not really being given too many as it stands. So trying to force the hand a little here with this A lean coming out on that. Again, if they do commit like that, would have been a problem, but actually they're slicing through middle. Forsaken looking for the fight, doesn't quite get it yet. And still eyeing up that ace. It looks like a crunch. Yeah, the wall's gone up. It's full commitment now. Who is all alone towards that side? Is surely Laz. How much he's going to get out of this? It looks like he's dead to rights. He is. First blood drawn. He's going to get things started for Paper X. Twan comes in. This split is gorgeous, but they're fighting for that territory back in middle.
They've got 3 bodies here, 4 behind this wall now, so be Mind Freak to hold down the other side of this wall here. Yeah, the first damage comes through, but he's actually found there.
Divide, though, still deadly! Just delivering damage! 3 back to back! Welcome to the show, the stage is already theirs. Paper X looking stunning on round 1. And again, the composure to the burst. Talk me through that round, because it felt like it was just magic in motion, right? They look so good.
A beautiful split through mid, and again, I think Zeta actually still anticipate they're 4 over towards B side, at least initially there. It's Laz out on the island, as you noted, with just a shorty in hand, but the pinch was beautiful there. And even just the wall cutting off these sight lines, no damage can come through. There's nobody there to help Laz out.
And it just felt like there was no time wasted with Paper X, even on that approach, right? Testing the extremities a little, pressuring a touch towards mid, see if they can get anything for free, and then still having that nice backup plan. But a stack coming in for Zeta. So again, see if they get anything here, if it gets fed. Felt out early, already going to be a pixel out of play. So Paper X probably aware that there's something, but let's see if the kills come through. They are in a bit of a pinch, but again, superior weaponry, no light armor, nothing really apart from Laz and Sugar Zero doing some work. That should be really about it. 10. I mean, that's not bad, and he's just shoulder peeked another. He knows what's up. Double face. Nicely done by Paper X. Now, damage-wise though, Mike, it's not bad.
Again, a couple of pistols bought in.
Yeah, tengah makan. Sorry guys. I'm back. Gua ambil sahur ni makan. Maklum lah kita terpaksa preheat makanan semalam for like
I actually didn't get your expectations for the entire match. Even before, no, I normally ask you before the game, like, oh, who you think's got this, but we didn't have that conversation. Is it a head and heart divide sort of deal? Because it's where I'm at, right? Okay, I'm glad we clarified.
My head says Zeta.
What?
Yes. In terms of logic, in terms of...
Okay, we'll explore that. Alright, Forsaken is the one that's going to catch my eye this round, joined by Benkai as well. Both of them having the rifle here. Going to mean that this bonus is a little more deadly. It's got a little bit more venom to it, so we have to see if it finds what it wants. Crow's got contact towards middle, has to fall away, respect the pressure. Noted Forsaken, but he's got so much to deal with. Quick dispatch towards Forsaken, and 10 hyper aware. They've adjusted well to this mid-pressure, and this looks clean as you like. Okay, well, it made me a liar, Laz, but that's fine. Benkai still stands, and it's 4 to find, though.
70 HP again. Approaching closer, Sugar Zero to find it as well. 4 survive, that's big here in round 3 for them to force a full repurchase. Paper X. Again, it looks like actually they're already anticipating now that whether or not this is an execution that Paper X are going to rely on here. Set up perfectly for it.
I think something about Zeta as well that we have to identify in the notes.
Oh, look at that.
That's the watch party.
I wish we were
Look
there.
at that fun.
It's kind of nice. Take me there. I'll take the plastic chair and just any headphone given. But no, incredible scenes. I mean, I think it does characterize what people have been feeling with this team is, you know, the underdog who's really had its day. Now, outside of that, though, we do have to look bigger picture eventually. For now, though, we do have the purchase and a quick fight. There was one by Forsaken. The deadly duo is someone that I want to look at as well, which one part is Forsaken, the other is Jing. So if those two start finding that form that we know they are synonymous with, I do get a little nervous.
I think I know where you're live.
But now, we carry on.
I know where you're live.
Ball goes up. Always seems to have a plan in mind, and the spike will be planted. Yeah.
Completely unnoted.
No, he's playing way ahead of the curve. They have no idea of the timing they could have had.
Ooh.
Where was the communication? Deb goes down. A mistake has happened.
Oh, lama. Sikit lagi kalau tadi dapat connect to the head. That was
Where are you in this? Alright, Sugar Zero, I mean, you've got wall after wall to get past. You're going to have Depp back on his feet, so they know that at least there's still two around middle. Divide is here.
Lama.
Ball goes up, brings round 10.
They're down one, yep.
Another. And now it's just Sugar Zero in a 1v3, and there's no time for it. Divide was watching it, waiting patiently. The cross kept in check, and Paper X gets started nicely here into the full gun rounds.
It's just such a lovely play from getting over the top of that wall there and just going a little bit deeper. Like I said, I mean, you noticed the communication not there. Finds the first one to Crow, able to slip around here, but it's almost like Depp was half expecting it.
Akimasmi, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the like as well. Hello, welcome to the stream.
All but done, and a great backstab from Mindfreak as well. The timing that beautiful, just as they were setting up for the retake.
Member ni kat situ pula.
Hero rifle here actually in the hands of 10.
Funny.
Yeah, the tag's coming through, but Forsaken's open up elsewhere.
Yeah, it does go for 10 there with Benkai, and I actually don't mind that spot with the frenzy. Maybe a little one and done, but you're just trying to slow the roll. Maybe allow time for that hero rifle to hit
the
right site. Looking at the guys, Forsaken going to be the tip of the spear as best he can.
Kan. Dah nama pun apa Asian, South Asian punya playstyle.
Contested, Forsaken going to try and get anything to fight with.
Tahu tak apa.
Much more beside that. Like, it's not too bad. You still at least have Mindfreak stand.
Boleh je.
That deeper
Zeta power good. Zeta power. Oh.
Actually, no, 10 with 2. How? Have you found that? And a tap on the spike. Goes up and 10.
Ay, kena tap macam tu je.
The rifle, but Mindfreak. There's no way you can find the timing on this, right? You are
Thank you for the tapping that here.
The defuse is in, and Zeta finding their second here off the back of a hero rifle. That should be a couple more upgrades I'm hoping they could find. That's a solid round.
Yeah, didn't actually see them retrieve the weapons, but
only two left.
Yeah, we're a little deeper. Maybe than anticipated, but Tango's absolutely huge. And again, it's so aggressive to swing here.
Tengah live kat ni ke dekat top ke?
Positioning on the side of Benkai, at least you did see actually in the previous round, I think it was Laz noting where that shock dart lineup was coming from. So maybe that's actually 10 addressing.
Macam kita tak boleh buat.
So the thing I wanted to kind of start talking about, we saw that incredible watch party, is the preparation that Zeta have been coming in with feels fantastic.
Kita ada koyum the great kot.
Because I feel like they're a very momentum snowbally team.
Kita ada koyum kot.
The amount of interviews
Guys, dia tengah tengok live ni, dia pun makan. Kalau siapa yang nak makan tu, selamat bersahur juga.
We thought we were ready, but then they snowballed, and you know all those like words just mean really nothing. But it seems so apparent when you watch it so clearly that they are a fast and loose team and they're good at it. But again, on the other side for Zeta, very well prepared. We've seen it.
Dia tak juga bagus juga makan awal.
They come in with a really good mindset. So credit to the coach, whoever's pulling the strings on that, or if it's in game, quick identifying of problems, they adjust really well on the fly.
Like I said, and actually the DRX series, I mean, Zeta looks so good at just playing like.
Timing kamu sama ke macam saya tengah tengok live ni? I mean, dia punya live tu punya stream tu sama.
Almost baiting PRX in to do the same, but I mean the difference here being I think PRX.
Guys, jangan lupa komen, like and share as well kalau pada yang tengah tengok kat Facebook tu. Like and share. Mari kita ramai-ramaikan kita punya apa Southeast Asian Brethren untuk tengok benda-benda ni. Mari. Jangan lupa Bexia Gaming juga tengah live kat TikTok. Korang boleh cari nama dia Lady Bexia. Kepala sekejap. The fuck swing dia.
And Paper X are getting fought on every single front here.
Kalau Asia main bapak lain macam tu. Dia macam kita lah, main agresif gila. Oh, satu. Ya, Mindfreak bagus. Power duk Mindfreak.
Overextends towards kitchen and tries to close the gap. The res comes in and we're back to a 4v4.
Oh, nampak.
Mindfreak, we'll get tagged by the recon there, but No spam coming through just yet.
He can cut rotation.
He can indeed. And Spike's already making his way through.
Itu dia.
In position to punish that, and 10
Gila Devai.
just gonna miss Mindfreak on the way out.
Devai hit macam tu je.
No, he's not. He caught him on the way back through, and it is 10. Finds Mindfreak, so now they can freely hit that rotation, not worry about the dagger in the back, as the 3v3 should begin. But again, early play. Crow got over every time. Caught. And now it's 2, Benkai and Divai. Op still in play, but only 13 seconds. It begs the question.
Kenapa kita tak main macam gini?
Do enough to take Benkai out of the round, but Dep's going to instantly close that gap. The wall's still in play, and Benkai waiting on the other side.
Oh, kena wall bang! Kena wall bang!
This retake is on the money so far. Divide, you've been denied vision, line of sight, any capability to deny this defuse. You need to back away and keep that operator. Zeta are bringing out an incredible team right now.
Ni juga Devai kena save off.
Excruciating in mid. Mindfreak just half a second away. Wants to put up that wall just to cut off the rotation. We talked about he was in a position to punish.
Cuba makan guys. Pada sampai tengah makan. Oh, jangan lupa. I'll leave Backsia gaming Lady Backsia punya TikTok dekat komen. Jangan
Just see them want to re-aggress onto B main here, especially noting the setup. First is spotted on the drone, the second and the third, both being the recon bolt. And Forsaken still hanging around.
Oh, Japan punya team.
Is there an option for this?
Punya watch party.
Please. I've got to say as well, what a time to come alive for 10. He is on a mad tear right now. Just instantly quelling any nerves, because you step on the stage, it's a different atmosphere. They hear the steps on the other side. Laz knows someone's at least going for a little jump peek. You do see someone's clearing close here. They do only have frenzies, and they have a little bit behind it, as well as that operator. Not too much, though. Oh, dear. This could...
What is this?
They have no idea. They have...
That split. Oh, diorang tak tahu diorang push tu. Gila lah.
He can filter the weapon back, but I'm sure he wants to. Sticking around a little long as Device still alive. And he's meant to be the danger man. Laz, though, still on it, and 10 by his side. They are standing tall here, and that could have been a disaster waiting, and it just wasn't. Cleaned up in the end for Stand, 4 found.
Bye Haki. Welcome, selamat datang. Zeta adalah underdog ikut Asia kot.
I mean, if it's one of the players with a weapon, that could be a completely different story.
Guys, aku dah leavekan link Lady Backsia untuk TikTok dia. So jangan lupa follow dia kat situ juga
Whether or not he was actively jumping over the top of the pipes there, I'm not entirely sure, but
14 to 3. If he carries on, he's just making the stages up.
Baru ruang.
That scares me. That does a player who feels comfortable on these stages. Dep going walkabouts, just seeing Zeta starting to feel out the game a little here. Considered by Mindfreak. Aware of the chance, but
itu kalau connect tu dia punya tembak dekat tube tu. Oh, memang masak.
Think of the timing of this one. And again, they're so close to each other on these timings.
That's actually going to feel a lot of the heat here. I think that initial shock dart actually just to address his TP on site potentially. So the end goal being B site. Has got himself tucked in and still safe behind yellow just now, but he has to deal with the recon bolt. He's going to be pinged and Divide punishes it.
Zero, I think you got noticed.
Oh, mati. Forsaken mati.
Trades from PaperX, nice spacing.
Oh, macam mana dia win? What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck, the win?
What feels like free, even though it's certainly not. And now the 3v3 res invested. Sugar Zero's here.
Oh, Crow.
Insta.
Aman. Oh, lawan. Betul-betul Asian battle ni.
Still going to be holding the line, but Vision has been slightly taken aback. But look at the absolute array of utility that litters the ground. That spike can't be touched just yet.
Oh, dapat. Oh, dah. Laju lah sial.
Double! Benkai! He's found 2! Deb can only do so much as Divide is the one to close down the round, and we're seeing PaperX fight right back.
Beautiful hit there. Again, like I said, if that shock dart is to just address one of the TP positions.
The power of Asia. Mengingat semua line up guys.
Just to try and pressure Laz a little bit, knowing full well he's going to be the one playing potentially very close.
Power betul Dev. Laju not the fleet. What the fuck Dev?
It's just so squishy. It's just like a Sova's dream.
Oh, memang.
So yeah, actually coming
back
to Blade Storm, yes, but
See guys, I already told you guys. Asian people has the most. How do you say? Macam mana nak kata biasa? The most what do you think? No. Their math problems are way above our level. They are good at fighting theorems.
Both on attack and defense. Like I said, and actually, if the second layer of geeky little anti-plant setups, it's absolutely fine, right? We know that these late round hits, if it's a spike down or one kill, really in either direction can swing the round. So no surprise really to see Zeta playing. I mean, really invested in some of these setups, to be honest with you. Again, traditionally, actually, it was Sugar Zero and Crow over towards A site that were allowing the other three players on Zeta just really dig their heels in on B site.
With all that kept in mind, the scoreline's still sitting at 4-4. FavorX did just get the last.
Watch this.
Bear in mind they did win the pistol and the follow-up off the back. So, see how the scoreline's been molded. Already FavorX showing full intent towards this A side. Not really much of a default.
Tak ada dev memang power. Aku cakap dev memang power.
So quick from Forsaken, and just so, it's
in the spawn.
Yeah, I'm calling this round off already. I'm starting to think about a save because you're getting nothing.
Forsaken ambil off terus laju besar ambil je.
Really
Duduk. Kena naik.
Really wants to bring it into use. One knife goes astray, but he's still got a couple more to play with.
Tak mati. What the fudging?
That was a beautiful round.
Absolutely.
Dia tak mati, yeah.
The prime gaming flawless here. Bump up that economy just a little bit more.
What the fuck is that?
As the only one struggling, no tour de force available, but again, the first pick, and look how deep Forsaken is willing to go. Comes here. And within like half a second he's in the spawn. Yes, it's 2 misses on 10. It's pressure. Exactly.
Holy shit, I miss everything.
Okay, Singaporean language dah keluar guys.
Alright, don't worry, we got you covered.
Suppressing fire.
Singaporean punya language dah keluar guys.
Battlefield, Mike. As we are.
Turunkan kamera sikit bagi kau nampak muka.
You're showing your age, not me.
I think my face shows my age at this point, mate, let's be honest. But the young guns in the server, so prepared for this already, and it looks like a similar scene here, right? Rinse and repeat. The difference is last stands. A quick trade out, Jing with a swing. Now Device still prowling. He knows that Depp wants to be here, right? It's like mark your man.
Last match.
What can Depp do about this? Yes, Sugar Zero's on his side, but again, Depp's been found. PaperX bringing just again perfect execution, could not compound the kill to make it a double. And this is just clinical work from PaperX. Just finding that lovely composure to the hit. Ball goes up. Now they know where 10 is. They just pick up the frag towards Mindfreak, and this would be a 1v3 beckoning. Spots the close. That could be a free kill. It is. But look at Jing moving around so swift. That could have been.
He still found the tag again.
Gila.
Nerving Device calmed it, quelled down the round.
Pick dia lain macam
on the scoreboard.
I gotta say, this is the second time now we're seeing Laz kind of overstay his welcome, right? It finds the first blood, but he's allowing PaperX to respond. And it's really bizarre because something else that we credited versus DRX is their ability to get in and out, find one kill, and allow this 20-second stalemate almost, allowing that pressure to build on the back of it. And that's the second set. I don't know if this is nerves or what, but it's a little overzealous to stay in that position with no support whatsoever. I mean, there's no counter swing set up.
Korang nak kena memang kena berbaik-baik lah dengan organisasi mana yang akan ada buat simki.
He's absolutely on this. Now the timing could.
Mindfreak's all the way through.
Yeah, Mindfreak's already. What? He slipped the net so perfectly. Okay, you're gonna check that, are you?
Zeta dapat.
It's a 1-2 punch and they go down, but PaperX still exploring towards middle. Jing, it looked like he was so ready for this. He hears this noting of Crow, but it's not just Crow, it's Sugar Zero. And they go for the Crow together. Crowline and Sugar Zero down, wall goes up, he keeps his life. Jing still fighting a good fight for PaperX.
Power
in mid. And now where's Laz in this sweating bullets? And she's already on the case. This
kalau timing betul. Bodoh timing. Yes, nice.
Back at him. PaperX look.
Timing
we have seen Jing come to life here. We're starting to see them finding room and they're finding space.
Timing gila dia toleh tadi.
Jing is just literally unhinged. Like he doesn't care about anything. but this is insane. The first one here, but then this adjustment here to still find the kill onto 10 is just beautiful.
He's an absolute monster in the game.
Paperex are so slippery to deal with because they're willing to make plays like this. It's just one play, Mindfreak just walking up.
Dari habis tu 16-7.
Rifles.
You want to play? Let's play.
Pop the ult. And away we go. This time you're going to see the adjustment. Zeta with a quick lean towards his A side. Going to leave only one towards B. It's a 4-play stack essentially here. And Paperex have shown they've got the money before. They've got the goods. But 10 this time at least can deliver the first. Takes down the individual.
Oh, it's a little bit tak kena follow pula.
Finest margins between these two. And this is the most pressure that I think Paperex have felt on this hit so far. And look who's going exploring. Mindfreak's looking for options. Now, there is a player given this role to deny this. Laz, his duty right now is to try and find this, and they might miss each other like ships in the night.
Dia tak tahu lah ke bawah. Dia dengar.
Oh, it's Forsaken there. Again, the pressure is on there.
Nice.
And Zeta are cracking under it. Laz and Sugar Zero, there's a man behind the lines. They had no idea that Mindfreak was there. And now it's Sugar Zero and a Spectre. This would be heroics of the highest kind. It's not going to happen. Paperex look good.
And they look unorthodox.
Habit.
Like, what do you do? The recovery factor just isn't there for Zeta. Because Paperex are just willing to do the unthinkable in some of these rounds.
All right, well, with that in mind, then, Analyst Desk, can you just break down the unthinkable,
What's up,
please?
What's up, Bala? What about us?
Yeah, what up, Bala?
Thanks,
I know. What the heck is that?
Okay.
That toxic, but it's all
Yeah, a little toxic. That's okay. Well, you know what, Bala? Then we'll put you in the
Siapa kalau nak follow kat Facebook pun ada ni.
Paperex playing very well now. I mean, I know it's the first half, but you thought they were doing particularly well, especially in the front line.
Yeah, I think there are openings that they're finding once they kind of stopped a little bit with the very fast mid-split type of play that they did multiple times in the beginning of that half. They really started to find openings on A, and they were really pushing, I think, with Divide and Forsaken towards the players that did so well, I think, against DRX, which was Sugar Zero and Crow. They're stopping any sort of counterplay towards the plants.
Having someone as accurate as Divide, I think, is really important because we saw a lot in the first series, missed op shots from Sardak, for example. That was so evident on Icebox. He wasn't taking power positions, whereas Divide, the man on your screen right now, everywhere he looks, he gets that first shot off and it hits, and it is rippled across the map from the defenders. Also, interestingly enough, Paperex taking that mid-aggression, taking a lot of mid-control as well. It's not necessarily Divide and whatnot who's taking it, but it allows you to be up in a aggressive position because mid is held so strongly by players like Jing, etc.
Yeah, I think they're doing a great job slowly controlling that space now. At the beginning of the round, or at the half, it was bad because they were going fast and just the was very, very happy to fight into. Now, because they're finding so much space on the extremities, then the mid starts to become a lot weaker. I think it's going to be interesting as we go to the second half to see how Zeta's, I mean, we've talked about how and set expectations about how their slow approach to their defaults are going to be good against Paperex. I think this is still doable half, even though it's 4-8 for them because of that exactly.
All right, well, it's time for the second half. What's up, Pansy?
Get him.
I can't believe they've done that. I can't believe you've done this. Moving on, however, we do have 4-8, right? So we kind of have to roll this back because, again, Paperex did pick up the pistol, so it gives it a little bit of buffer on the round scoreline. If Zeta can convert that, they're back in the game. It is still closable, Mike, but I feel like Paperex, that last bit of the first half, I'm scared. Genuinely, I'm scared.
Let's go.
Absolutely. I think Zeta actually stepped up here.
Dia nampak. Sebelah.
Challenge for it? No, it kind of plays in Forsaken. He'll be in a position here, and actually Device still going to deal with the drone, so Forsaken unnoted.
Kalau push ni kita tak weh. Oh, timing! Oh, fuck me, timing! Timing lah saya ada pandang tempat lain. Kalau tadi split tadi kat kuning, dekat yellow tadi okey je sah.
Takes one away, that's Crow removed.
Timing gila lah saya.
They are in the post, so at least they have the time on their side, and the limit Sugar Zero just getting taken down to half here. And what's going to be the component of this retake? Already the start. Mindfreak trying to hit the swing, but it's Jing the one who delivers. It's going to be Sugar Zero who goes down, and they fall away from Yellow. Have to give up some space, and how are they going to contest this now? What are you going to do to stop this? Nothing. You got to just
What the fuck? Oh, menang macam tu je, sial.
Again, playing just a little too deep in, no pressure coming on towards the wall, and no real safety net in that setup for Zeta. HyperX making absolute use of the most important PC utility. Zeta just have to sit back and watch.
Diffuse je lah. Tenang. Tenang gila kerja dia.
As that wall went up, you just feel like you're watching a calamity.
Oh,
There's
click.
not much you can really do about it. You get kind of taken away from being an instigator of any variety, and that's going to be rough. And a great start though for PaperX. Again, they just get to keep building. It's just like that first half.
Dapat tinggal lah kalau buat seorang je.
Straight back into it, boys. Don't worry. Right back to business. And Laz looking to explore middle this time.
Discord aku tak berbunyi ke?
More restrained actually initially here on the
Okay, bunyi. Tak, dekat stream. Dekat aku punya volume level.
Hold on to the upside of the tube here. Lad's going to be forced away, and Forsaken actually might be in a position to greet him on the other side here on the cross. Just in range here, he's going to attack the 1 HP.
Oh, dia kejar.
I don't know how. I have no idea how. On that HP that you still found a frag.
Tinggal satu
Baffling, if anything. Now the spike's still heading towards that A side. 2 players are over and
Fight
left. Any time that he can buy, any presence that he can draw out, anything, any small margins, that's his job. Now Forsaken's gone down.
Mati.
Done well. Sugar Zero's combined it too. They are still fighting this out. Zeta. They're not
timing.
Yet. Saw it.
Dia dah nampak GG weh.
Becomes the hunted, and there's still hope for PaperX in this round. 3 alive, and Crow's HP is super low. That golden gun in Devi's hand. Game changer, but the damage on Mindfreak, they've got to know he's there now. How do they dig these players out of these positions? I don't know, but they've got to get a move on. Time is starting to tick away from them, and none of these.
Let's go. Tas empat.
And Zeta find their way back on the score, but in a round that should never have been
guys.
Absolutely, they had no right finding this much freedom towards a side. It's on the back of Depp initially, creating this space, and with pistols, they're able to just literally walk on. I mean, barely any damage done. Crow's the only one that's really tagged up in that scenario. Wow, and that's after Laz as well. Should have been dead to rights at the bottom of tube. But the timing of that hit onto A site, perfect from Zeta.
As one here.
HyperX actually now fully reset 2 shorties to bring in here.
Hey look, as long as you don't go into a stack.
Laju betul dah ambil pop. Blah. Alamak kena tag.
Should. But we'll see. I mean, Zeta did well with very little, but again, you got to look at their bolster now with rifles.
Bila dengar orang ambil mobil boleh ais macam dia buat ujung-ujung je.
Nice dia buat ujung-ujung. Tak boleh lah. Tak boleh lawan. Kau tengah ikut. Ikut teruk.
They're at least going to get the step on the side. Quickly now from Depp, going to find one.
Ooh.
Trade for Divine.
Damn.
So far,
pun sheriff gila pakai turret.
More spirals off the back of Divine.
Satu kali.
The one that can change this in my mind.
Dia Spectre.
The tag's not bad.
Kena damage. Oh.
Lama.
This would need a
Sikit lagi.
Anfak dia
Sikit. Dia kena shot that.
Safe pair of hands in the end, and the gap on the scoreline does begin to close in.
Big response here from the first 2 rounds. So first 3 rounds now. Let's see if Zeta can build on this. Sugar Zero already up to 7,300. I mean, Depp on 55.
Aku rasa dia nak beli op kot lepas next round ni.
Tak payah, dia dah ada op lah. Dev dah ada op dulu. Tinggal jalan je tu. Dia buka op dia settle. Aku cakap confirm mati semua ni. Yes, so dead. Tutup. Typical Asian akan tutup.
Aku pun macam tu dah.
No one's going to be that mad at you for wasting a
Gila ramai push.
You're good for the sake of the round potential.
Oh yes.
Laz shut out instantaneously.
One more. Atas. Shit. What the fuck?
The account built through from Zeta, and I don't think that rifle would have made it.
Gila my freak rasa. What the fuck?
Now Zeta have the benefit. Rez coming online. Viper's pit. Laz one off the tour de force. So it's a big round here for Zeta. close the gap once
Oh,
more.
dapat satu.
Nice tu.
Dua. Tiga. Oh, tajam betul dia. Dia main legend. Dia main Rezo apa tu? Bapak kembang gila.
Oh, tapi dia dapat game mate.
Kembang gila dia punya Rezo. Bapak macam
Sebab
besar.
dia dah biasa. Dia dah biasa dengan Rezo tu kot.
Masses, 3 players leaning down B long.
Deep they are, yeah.
We'll see what the plan
Chicken
is.
belah.
Well, they feel no pressure here, and see, Ting will pick up the slack towards mid. This is more in terms of what we're expecting here from Zeta. Much slower approach.
Duduk dalam.
Aldro's going to clear through, but
Nice.
dealt with by Divide. So
balik.
unnoted as of yet.
Kepala tu.
Much slower approach in this round.
So
kalau nampak corner sikit tu, masak tu.
Itu itu.
Okay, because I thought
tapi dia dah keluar tu.
Oh, nampak. Oh shit.
Instantly found and they doubled up almost to deal with it. But there's still this presence. Forsaken's gone.
Oh, that is the nice. Oh, baik. Oh, sikit lagi.
This is a problem for Zeta. Looking flat on the default is not how we want to go about this one.
Oh, nice one. Last one. Off, yeah. Dia dapat off.
As it's a flawless round.
Gila.
Hey guys, welcome to the stream.
Couple of ultimates going online as well. Mind Freak's being the biggest
Lagi
here
ko
for me.
5 suku Lady of Webcam. Sebab dia nak sahur kan.
Zeta slowed
Saya
down.
tengah makan.
Nobody from Paper X
Dah habis makan dah.
to be caught, but is it Benkai in position just to make sure that it's considered, and Zeta will actually call time out here, right? So in my eyes.
Jap guys. I'll leave you guys for a while. Nak pergi basuh pinggan jap.
All the force available, Viper's Pit, and the revive available for Zeta here.
Hi guys, welcome to the live.
The money's starting to dwindle, Lauren.
So, yang mana yang tengok ni, kita sedang tengok PRX dengan Zeta.
You've got 11 against you now, so you
City Master.
are starting to hit that dangerous marker that if you just have a bad buy
Orang
at
tengah
1
grand
point,
final. So
poor,
kita
and
nak
mind you, be able to
tentukan
convert. So
final.
I'm a little worried at this. Sugar Zero's going to have to go massive against Laz as well. He's got a way to ride through this round if he wants to pop the ult through.
Yeah, for me, it's the tour de force here. They've got to make something work off that.
But again, I would say,
Lady pun
so
jadi
far,
makan
Paper X
sebab
have
Lady tu
just
pun nasi
meets them
masak.
step by step. It looks very solid in the last couple that we've seen come out. Considering how flawless that one was, it's certainly resonating with me. But it seems as though the attack timeout has come to a conclusion. At 6-11, Paper X are looking quite in charge in this game, I think is the best way to describe it, at least in this half now. I need Zeta to wake up a little here. Find that next layer of form, otherwise this will all be for nothing, right? This map will fall by the wayside. Divide, though, this man is daring. He wants to try and get involved, but he's going to get the Aldro and has to respect this to an extent.
Trap destroyed. Trap dealt with here, but the Hunter's Fury going to get popped. On the back of it.
Okay guys, I'm back. I'm back.
Benkai from the back line.
Wih.
Is incredible.
Alamak.
Stick around a little longer.
Oh, sikit lagi.
Traded by Laz, but look at what's remaining.
Come on.
And we said the gun in Laz's hand has to be the one. And Depth frozen. Solid, and they've already
Cari
seen the
dulu,
net
cari
over it. Yellow, look who's moving.
Masalah pakai
Behind
ulti
enemy lines, they have
kena
no
dulu
idea
siap.
that he's here. They clear this properly.
Oh, nice one.
Benkai's got him dead to rights, and Dep is in danger.
Oh, nice one, Jing.
Jing's the one to do it, but it's 12 on the board, and Paper X trying to book in that ticket to the finals.
PRX.
It's a minimal contact.
Korang memang the best lah.
And the Aldrone, the Hunter's Fury
Korang memang
fans
the
too.
best
They're just literally stuck in here. There's so much damage done.
Weh,
That's even
tengok
another tag
kena
coming
tu.
on.
Gila-gila.
Stuff from Benkai.
Aduh, dia punya game plan ni, and then dia punya ulti pakai tu.
But there is method to the madness when you get to see rounds like this.
Mantap,
How do you handle it? How do you deal with it? Well, that's what Zeta has to
SFIP.
answer
Thank you,
right now.
Bali.
It's 6-12. You do not want the scoreline
Guys,
looking
jangan
like
lupa kita ramai-ramaikan lagi. Panggil kawan-kawan korang masuk Lady Baxter punya TikTok punya stream. Tengok aku bercakap dekat dalam stream kau.
Ya, Amir ada dengar pun.
Oh. Oh. Damn.
The dangerous duo of two just deny any entry to
Oh.
the middle, and they
Nice
are
one.
in this aggression on aggression. They're turning the screws in depth.
Oi, seorang dah dekat B-side.
Spike left a mile away.
1 lawan 5 memang kena gitai lah, Mat.
Potentially face the music here. The crest on the corner could be the seal of it. It looks like Jing's already on the prowl. Forsaken may want it. Depends who gets it.
Stand by. Bam! Ya, GG!
GG to 6.
Wow.
GG, PRX 13, guys. Damn.
Boys, yeah. So kita tunggu next round. Next round kan? Heaven Heaven lah.
Map Heaven.
Dah menang lah first round. 22 kill, Mat. Better stage.
What a performance from him here on Icebox.
Well, it started with me like, 10 was absolutely just tearing up in the first couple of rounds, looking super solid. But you're right, Jing this went, oh, Sage?
You want a Sage diff? Let's go, yeah.
Let's go.
Sage diff. Sage diff. Sage diff detected.
I'm a little in love with Paper X, gotta say it. I like what they did. I like how they play. It's
aggressive running gun.
Running gun. Masalah running gun cek gila.
You can't stop watching how they keep
nice
finding time.
Kenapa kita tak boleh macam tu?
You do?
Kenapa kita tak boleh macam tu?
Tengok placement diorang tu. Gila kau. Jangan lupa guys support kita orang. Ya betul guys. Jangan lupa tu follow gaming aceshafiq gaming guys. Aku dah laluk ni.
Come on lah, aku dah kira dua match lah ni tengok ni. Optik daripada awal sampai ke akhir habis aku tengok tadi.
Bali carry Bali aku nak team kita macam ni tu. One day Belgia punya team kat sini. Oi, gila kau weh.
So I'm really concerned now. I mean, what can we do? We're here for the ride, right?
I do feel like we are just passengers in both of these teams' stories right now, but it is incredibly exciting to be part of. So we're going to go to a short break. When we're back, we'll be looking at like some
Korang tengok dia punya mic, punya headset tu kan. Kenapa tebal? Sebab dia nak bagi, tak nak bounce back punya orang luar cakap tau.
Benar. So pentingnya kalau korang pakai mic, tolonglah beli pop filter ke apa-apa filter ke apa sponge ke. Macam mana kita orang pakai.
Sponsor
Yes.
Gila tu.
Ini yang campus ni yang campus punya fight ni maksudnya. Kau tak? Ada yang campus punya league. Red Bull Clutch Campus ke Red Bull Campus Clutch.com.
Itu production punya headphone, audio technical. Satu headphone tu RM 2000. 2000? Gila.
Dia punya bentuk dah lebih kurang macam Black Shark, dah macam Black Shark version 2 lah.
Oh, you do? Dah macam Black Shark lah.
Sponsor by Ainlab.
Dapat Bali nanti aku try beli Black Shark tu. Nak tengok padu tak padu.
Itu kalau misal kata control lagi tu aku tak tahu je ke apa.
Satu iPhone 2000 macam boleh beli GPU lah. GPU second hand.
Achievement complete.
CPU.
The Empire complete business. Oh, okay. Oh, dah capai my achievement. What achievement?
Demi.
Guys, jangan lupa masuk saya punya stream Twitch guys. Nak lepaskan path to affiliate.
Guys, jangan dengar tu guys. Jangan lupa masuk Twitch dekat aceshafiq.
Nak lepaskan path to affiliate je, tu je. Dapat tu okay, settle.
Biar I so clean time for some.
Oh, average Jonas. Typical average Jonas.
Anjay.
Not sure which
to sumpah PRS tadi dia main so smooth, clear gila. Macam like kau tak macam tak tahu lah, memang smooth gila tu diorang main. Di entry dia jaga, it's like everything smooth lah.
Baik tu.
You do imagine like we all play like that, Wah.
Tak sampai seminggu semua dah radiant.
Betul.
Sponsored by HyperX.
Jangan lupa dapatkan dalam pasaran. Aduh. Orang best of 3.
Dah 5 suku kau tak nak makan ke?
Kejap. Aku nak ambil makanan.
Tak apa guys, sementara korang tengah tengok live stream, tak apa, aku akan jadi moderator korang. Aku pun tengah stream juga. Hai, selamat datang korang yang datang kepada Lady Bexia punya streaming. Hello. Selamat datang. Bexia pergi ambil makanan kejap. So korang duduklah lepak-lepak dulu.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty much it. Those 3 words right there. That summarizes pretty good, I think. I mean, you saw how well, I mean, a lot
Welcome to the stream, people. Kita orang sekarang tengah watch party VCT Asia. VCT Asia. VCT Reykjavik lower bracket semi-final against Paper Rex dengan Zeta. So map 1 PRX menang 13-6 on Icebox. Oh, dan kita dah nampak ni stage diff. Stage diff tu. Jangan lupa korang like share live stream ni. Kalau korang rasa nak support Lady Bexia, jangan lupa share stream ni kepada kawan-kawan korang, and jangan lupa sekali komen sekali dekat bawah tu. Ada halang kan korang dah dekat dalam ni. Jangan lupa tolonglah korang komen. Lagi bagus lagi banyak komen ni.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some points where you're like, how the heck and why the heck is this guy here? And that catches teams off guard, but I think on that map as well, he found a gap and he really exposed it. He put that to the limit. I mean, you were
dan kepada siapa yang baru nak sahur tu, selamat bersahur semua.
It's so good, and he was consistently just locking it down on the second half. I mean, really good play from Jing. He went what, 22?
Share guys. Jangan lupa share guys. Share streaming. Komen sekali kalau apa korang punya favorite team dekat VCT Reykjavik Master sekarang ni.
There's no redundancy because you can't TP out, you can't dash away, you can't updraft over the wall. He just goes, I'm going to wall behind me, I'm going to hold mid, and if anyone peeks me, well, I guess I just have to win. I guess that's just the winning formula. Win conditions like that are so unusual. I feel bad for Zeta because whilst this is an overwhelming Paper X win on their map pick, it was also, you can't prepare for that. How do you know that there's going to be a Sage deep up in mid, walled off? This is so unorthodox, and this is what gives Paper X the surprise factor.
Yeah. We play together all the time, and you know I'm a pretty nasty battle sage if I say so myself. Just joking, definitely a pocket sage. Moving on though, we're taking a look at Forsaken in the AIM Lab shoot around. We are getting ready for map 2 here, so they are warming up.
Laju siap dia punya what the fuck.
He's a jokester.
Damn, 94%, 93% accuracy. Oh damn, that is so good. Agak-agak dia DPI berapa saat dia bayar dekat mouse dia? 1600, 800. Laju sekejap dia main. What the fuck? Oh, laju tu. Like almost above 90% kot. Damn. Aku pun tak sampai 90%. It's like almost 80%, 70%, 70% tu total shots. Tak ada laju macam gini, tapi still laju siap. Makan sila. Aku punya aim lab pun tak selaju diorang lah. Aku paling-paling pun boleh dapat 80% sampai max. 80% max dekat aim lab, kau rasa?
That was their map pick, Bala. I mean, a little.
Memang makan.
I want to say this is cringy, but at times we love them so much.
Guys, kalau korang tak nak tengok VCT, korang boleh tengok Bexia tengah makan.
But also when you go up against Paper X, like your nerves get tested. It's not exactly. Even though you prepare for them, they can consistently throw you off. So
Biasa tengah seronok makan tu guys, jangan lupa guys.
I mean, obviously it is. That's really the case, but they're kind of in a rough spot because they are.
Oh, aku tak boleh nak pin komen dekat Twitch aku baru tahu.
It's ridiculous. The games that they played on it as well, they've had to rely on Jing kind of popping off towards the end.
This is the worst case scenario for Zeta, and I'm a big Zeta fan myself. I can say that with, you know, my entire chest going, yes, I'm a Zeta fan. Zeta has won 7 rounds on 2 times they've attempted Haven. That's not even a half win. That's like that's a quarter of a map win, and you've played it twice, and that's at this event alone. So this is not a good map for Zeta. They're going to have to pull something out unprecedented, at least at this event, on this map, on an international stage, against the team.
Halo, selamat datang Alif Marzian. Selamat datang ke live. Hai, selamat datang.
Now momentum is on the other side of the stage.
What was your awful pun earlier?
I can't remember. I don't do awful puns.
Halo. Sementara korang tengah tunggu kita nak start ni, tengoklah Bisha makan tu.
We've talked a lot about Sugar Zero and Astra, but obviously that
seronok member makan.
This is where he gets tested the most, right? 3 bomb sites. It's very difficult for this meta or this agent to fit within this meta on this map, I think, because he has so much to cover, and that has been a problem for them. They can get picked all around the different portions of the map. They can't be as reactive on defense, even on attack as well. There's the same sort of thing.
Hai, selamat kembali kepada korang yang masuk stream saya. Selamat datang. Jangan lupa follow saya di Twitch twitch.tv/aceshafiq. That is ACESHAFIQ. Selamat datang. Dan kita sekarang tengah stream VCT Reykjavik Lower Bracket Semifinals antara PaperX and Zeta. Match pertama tadi PaperX dah ambil 13-6 over Zeta, dan second map ni adalah Haven. Rasanya PaperX punya pick kan? Rasanya PaperX punya pick rasanya. So kita will go to round map 2 on Haven, and kita tengok macam mana lah akan dia punya results. Jangan lupa guys, comment, like and share. Kalau korang kat Twitch tu, jangan lupa comment and follow. Kalau you are guys new to me, to my channel, jangan lupa follow, and don't forget to leave a comment. I would really appreciate. And siapa yang follow kat Facebook tu, jangan lupa leave a like, share and comment. Kalau korang nak hantar star pun aku tak kisah. Tak nak hantar star pun tak kisah, asalkan like dan share.
Yes, you just took a very deep breath.
I did. Okay, Jing walks in the Reina.
PaperX menang pakai baju PaperX lepas Hutbah Raya. Bodoh. Boleh lah tu, nanti cari baju raya jenis pattern macam tu lah lepas ni. Nanti cari baju apa warna blue, lepas tu ada topok-topok merah, pakai waktu raya nanti kalau PaperX menang.
Matches up great against PRX, but not on this map. Those styles clash here.
All right, well, without further ado, let's get to map 2. Pansy and Hypoc, take it
away. Dia lebih kurang macam aku. Cuma rambut dia pastel pink. Aku belum pastel pink lagi.
Now, right? It's about putting that pen to the paper. It's about leaving a mark now. PaperX are on the verge of booking their tickets to the grand finals. They've given the perfect opportunity in this veto. This map looks good for them.
It absolutely does. And the thing is, another Desperate touched on this, just to come back to that, Zeta's inability to slow the game down. Sure. I mean, they folded like a launcher.
Aku dah agak dah dia cakap macam tu. Obviously lah. Dia kalau dah jumpa member yang jenis tak ada rambut sama, dia akan compare lah. Okay, member tu lagi pink daripada aku.
I'm kind of down for the ride at this point. I'm absolutely down for it.
This is I mean, I'm so concerned for Zeta here that they have to start strong here. Like, they have to start strong on the defense.
We've got to see something. You've got to show us that there is something in the tank for you here, Zeta, because I'm telling you now, PaperX look sharp.
Don't push hard ni. Oh shit.
Holds on for now. Keeps his life and gets to maybe move away.
Alamak, mati macam tu je. Oh, shorty je.
This ain't bad as a start. You have to temper the pace that PaperX are going to bring in. Surrounded side. Zeta.
Damn, tinggal bengkai je. Ni kalau bengkai boleh clutch ni, bau ni.
PaperX leaving just bengkai here. I'm a little taken aback by this because it was quick and Zeta looked prepared, but again, this is only round 1.
Oh lama kena headshot lah siap. Damn.
And it's flawless.
Absolutely, I mean, best possible start for them here. See, actually, if this trend of Zeta getting aggressive towards A lobby, that's got to be, it's always the crunch point here of Haven, especially in the early round. It's just Mindfreak here. I mean, unfortunately losing out on it. I think catches the headshot there. Sugar Zero closes it out. Again, spread a little thinner than maybe you'd expect here in the pistol round from Paper X, but no real immediate point of contact found.
Yosh! Yosh!
I'm saying, just put that in the venue and I'll be happy.
Yes.
Happiness aside, been looking for that for years. We are looking for those open picks. If anyone's going to be punished, right? It's
tadi
they're
panas
going
sekali.
to get a little ahead of themselves and a massive rotation. I do hope that Zeta don't hit over rotations on this. You know, that anxiousness to deliver, to find the right place to be, and you can get really punished on that. But for now, it looks poised. It looks like the right place. The A side, Zeta are going to have 4 players here. 3 for real contact and 1 sitting on those back lines. We see the Paper X are trying to close the gap. Now, this isn't a complete buy back in. It's certainly no force from Paper X, but it's got a little bit of something to it. And they are sitting in dirty.
Oh, I mean.
It's going to be cautious of long, which is going to be kept in
Oh,
check.
damn.
But for now, it's mostly effective.
Oh.
Right, the only one to find much back. And it's a shutdown. Dep doing really well. There it is. Comfy stuff for Zeta and very well positioned.
Valo. Hello, Mama Haika. Selamat datang ke live Lady Bexia.
I mean, this, statistically, you look at it, they have a 17% success ratio in retakes here on Haven. So it's like
Kita orang sekarang tengah buat watch party ni sekarang ni, tengah tengok apa Paper X versus Zeta.
Actually, on the flip side of that, Paper X have a 90% post-plant conversion rate. So
Jangan lupa guys, kalau korang rasa nak singgah dekat Twitch, aku tinggal lah twitch.tv/aceshafiq ACESHAFIQ.
Look at this pressure. It's a 3-play stack along. I think they've heard you. I
think
they know exactly what the script says.
Damn.
Forsaken. They can't quite recover the weapon for now. That would have been a lovely little boon to add to the
dia tak tahu.
treasure trove. But Jing's going to re-establish control. Try and take
Oi, tak kena. Dia pakai Spectre je siap.
How dare he do this? Zeta.
What the hell?
Right now, Benkai on a swivel tries to do what he can, but outgunned and overwhelmed. It's Mindfreak. Cam's not looking good for this round, if I'm honest, but hopefully he's going to be all right in a 1v3, but the spike is deep in enemy territory. Mindfreak going for a walk. Lo and behold, it's a judge to the side, so that could be a couple of bot shots to the brain. It is. Laz, good for it. That's 3 for Zeta. And this is what, look, the doctor's been ordering a lot. Those prescriptions have been coming out real quick, but it's essential because we look at map 1, and I think a lot of us would say, right, best chance for Zeta. Map 2's not good, so they need a good start.
No, they almost have to do the unthinkable here. Like everything, logic leads you towards Paper X here on Haven. This is a massive start for them to convert this round 3 as well and build a little bit of momentum.
Messi macam mana ni PRF kena tolak habis ni.
They know it. The fans know it, we know it, that this is exactly what was necessary. And it can't stop though. I'm not going to sit here and say you can let off the gas. You have to keep greeting them with this same style of force. Because Paper X are always deadly. It's a powder keg just waiting for that match, that spark to be put to it. For now, they're fine. It's going to be a Shiko. Haven't said that much this time.
No, we haven't actually, yeah. Haven't been many.
No, they haven't. There's been like 2.
Well, G2 are out, so.
Dia tunggu pick. Come on.
Very sheer fall off of it. And it looks like a bit of a pinch. But again, right place, 3 players could be posted on the side.
Ooh!
A little bit of danger on the trade out here. Forsaken has done well, but again, right place, right numbers. And Zeta again, hold another round. It was costly, but at this point, you take them.
Absolutely. I mean, Lad's actually one of the points we were talking about how quick the...
I think boleh PRS boleh come back kot.
Laz was literally hunted
on the defense
down.
Yes, he was. He was completely kept out.
I mean, the number of times he actually died first, it was something ridiculous, like 4 first deaths or something on the defensive part. I mean, again, the game didn't last that long on Haven anyway, but immediately the pressure came through. So to have him have him off to a good start already, 6-0 on the verge of a lockdown as well is a big.
Alah, macam kita tak pernah comeback pula 4-0.
Can you do it? They need to be proactive on the defensive side constantly, and they're doing it. This is such a you live and die by this sword, right? It is such a hard game to keep doing, but they're trying it. They've walked mid. They've dry walked mid with one kind of waiting to support through by Garage. First contact found. Depp with a beheading, going to take down Benkai. Needs to keep his life and get out of there. He has done. And 10's going to opt to back away as well. So they fall away with the early player advantage and they slip into a deeper hold.
Kena beli baju Zeta lah ni. Kau sokong mana satu gila? Kau sokong Zeta ke kau sokong PRS?
Come on lah, we gonna support our Singapore brethren, guys.
Yes. I'm curious, man. Oh, don't do it. You're fine. It's fine. You're alright. And it looks maybe like the plan for now is to then lean back towards the safe side. And I'm looking if they're going to match this, right? If that rotation comes in correct from like depth, for example, if they're able to hit this, he needs to get there fast. That wasn't clean enough for Laz. He still stands the king of hearts himself. Has to deal with so much pressure on his side, but he's kept his life, which is imperative. He's held so much of this. A 1-for-1 trade's good, but Mind Freak going to break back in.
Oh.
The criminal in the night just going to steal away a frag, but it is still a player advantage.
Padu set dia pakai Sky.
This fight gonna go down. Can't be denied just yet. No pressure.
Ay, kena drop.
Oi, Najoy.
Oh, mati jam 3.
Divide is down, and Patience turns to Paper, wearing awfully thin here for Paper X. It's gonna be 5 for Zeta.
Beautifully done. And again, it all starts on being proactive, finding that first
tu?
blood,
Apa
weakening
tu?
the side of Paper X.
How are they doing this? This might. My heart's in my
they've already
mouth,
outperformed the previous performances here on
Eddie tengah makan tom yum ayam dengan kailan ikan masin.
For the sake of it, I want to see Paper X hit a timeout, which I think they've just done, and re-establish control here because they've come in with the most hyper-proactive lineup, agent selector I think they could have imagined seeing. You know, as soon as Reina comes out, I'm like, okay, they want snowbally, they want fast, they want, you know, everything that suits Paper X. They need to be halted now. They need to be stopped now because
dia punya apa?
Dia punya watch party.
Behind Zeta. A nation is behind this team, just begging for results. And 5-0.
And Singaporean punya supporter adalah kita.
Yeah.
Adjustment from Paper X is.
Yeah.
Sebab waktu berbeza.
Storm haven't really seen Jing come online in his mouth, but they haven't really seen an opportunity for it.
Come on, PRS, you can do this.
Necessary. To kind of mitigate a lot of that risk in the early round here.
I think I want to kind of echo that with what you said, especially with that mid push. They ran down with 2, got that first blood, and instantly fell back. You're on the money, absolutely on the money.
Again, that's something that actually we saw last month. I was criticizing Laz actually a couple of times, overstaying his welcome. When the TP is available, you just can't bank on stacking up and playing trades versus Paper X.
Yeah.
It's like there's another 3 or 4 people behind that first engagement.
We've got a weird buy coming out as well. Jing and Divide, I think. See if anyone else goes for. I mean, Forsaken can get the ult going. I guess just really.
Yeah, Divide is the one that stands out here. I mean, the Rainy, you can pretty much just. It's alright.
Why not, right? There's always a chance. And early intention shown towards A-Long. Now, commitment seems actually like it's coming through. So again, you've got a bit of a switch up of the setup though. And Laz playing a little deeper this time. And as to why, you've now seen.
Very preemptive here again, just wanting to prevent them getting onto site and finding it. But actually, Forsaken going so deep here, he's going to find Sugar Zero.
He's not stopping either. He's going to power on forward. Benkai has to respect it.
Oh,
no respect from Forsaken. Detaining Benkai for now, but it's going to be Jing to re-engage. They have to buy a little bit of time here. Try and re-aggress towards the site, and they can't be caught in between. They have to commit, and Depp's going to do just that.
Ooh.
Dives down, notes 2. The flash comes in, but the shot from the side.
Damn.
Uncaged, unchained, and Crow.
Oh, that's
so
it,
much to be
buddy.
done, and it is a bloodbath.
Crow goes down swinging. But again, Forsaken, just how willing he is to go deep. It's just insane. I mean, at that point, it's like, yeah, even if he just gets traded out, he's done the damage there. Because the plan from the get-go for Zeta, the preemptive lockdown comes in. They want to just make sure that they can't find any sort of position.
Yo, Abdul Hamid, thank you for the like. Welcome to the stream. Selamat datang. Kita tengah sokong kita punya Singapore brethren ni. Paper X tengah lawan dengan Zeta on lower bracket semifinals on VCT Reykjavik Masters.
Now the purchase is still just fine for Zeta in my mind. I think they're okay going forward. And a quick bit of presence noted now towards Garage, and that's not just one rifle.
Jangan lupa like, share and comment on the stream.
Trailblazer in response here. Zeta are playing now back towards spawn. Anticipating that going to follow through on this, but nothing as of yet from PaperX, and Zeta actually feel as if they got a read on this. I'm going to send 4 towards A site here.
It's a little preemptive. Maybe a stab in the dark and hope at best.
So yeah, actually pinging out, so noting the alarm bot on B here. Actually 10 on the other side of it. Possibly to, yeah, I was going to say, just waiting to flash on contact. But Ops not to.
I've got
but we'll note that there's no push through onto B site itself.
Well, this looks like it's wrong place.
They paint a big picture here.
And I don't think Lads can do much about this. Just playing his life is the best he can achieve, because PaperX have found the perfect tempo to come back in with this now. Found a completely free C site. They pulled that rotation. I was worried about the over-rotation. I don't think that was the problem. It was kind of a gamble stack, really. That read towards A, which didn't quite find what they wanted. Quick pop flash. Devi is waiting for this. It's all a matter of timing, but he's not alone. Jing's by his side. And that's a whole lot of victims waiting on the other side. Laz! Huge denial! Keeps control of at least the numbers for now, and the retake begins. Back in through CT, they go Forsaken still on side of Lads again, doubles down on delivery. Catch it off Divide. Divide goes up and Forsaken still stands. The man is quelled this time. And his Benkai Mind Freak, anything left in the tank.
No time.
He's still doing Dep is there, and Zeta hold again.
Damn!
The denial on Jing there. Hop up into window to pressure any further. With the ultimate popped as well. I think you noticed as well, Devi sat outside Garage here. A perfect opportunity to completely close off.
Ooh, that's nice.
Things fall apart for PaperX here, and I gotta say, that's after getting a free site. The Seekers, like I said, they paint a huge picture. Everything headed towards 8. So they know that it's maximum 1 on that side of the map.
Yeah, this is literally against the odds sort of stuff we're seeing here. Clearly. Now 10's going to get a potential lot of information. Yeah, huge. And there is still that swing coming in from Sewer, but it has been now dealt with. Dep's going to fall back a little, tries to find maybe that next position with that operator. Seek's going to come in. Counter. Perfect from Dep. Once more, but Vision gets removed. Jing looking to maybe close that gap, but Dep still stands. He's trying to do anything he can, but Jing is there. 10's gone. Crow, quick adjustment. He notes it. Dep, how is he alive right now? He's surrounded. There's enemies everywhere. A desperate shot goes straight as PaperX hold the numbers. This time 3 in this. Spike going down, and this is where problems can really begin for Zeta.
Sugar Zero and Laz on the retake here. Only really Devi tagged up being under 64 HP, and I think Zeta are considering holding on to what they've got, but just checking actually for the lurk here. They're still going to go for this.
He crushed underway of his
He's
not there. Sugar Zero, he sprays!
What the fuck?
Actually gets the job done. Zeta are pulling off retakes now against PaperX.
Again, the unthinkable. Sugar Zero, the smoke criminal, just creates a little pocket of safety to get back onto site.
Tadi ditembak.
Absolutely.
I can't believe what we're seeing. This is, you know, normally statistics to me I think are absolutely useless. Throw them out the window. It doesn't tell you what the game's like. We came into this with such concise, clear vision on their performance thus far. And Zeta, again, where are they getting this depth from? Where are they finding this?
I was questioning last map, have they finally run out of steam, but a 7-1 lead here.
Saya pun nak join mereka dekat sana.
Nak join macam mana?
Aku kena bawa pom-pom aku ke.
There's nothing to it. This could be 8-1. When I said split was coming up, maybe, I really, you know, call me a doubter, I think most of us were. But how many times have we had our minds changed? It's early enough that it could be changed, though. Keep that in mind. The PaperX can still maybe get a grip on this. But just the way they play, the way they are characterized, it feels like they have been found out. It feels like they've left their diary on the bedside table, and Zeta's had a good old read of it. Now they're sitting deep this round. They're allowing a little bit of exploration to happen. Now, B has been taken over, and as is Garage, and that's a bit of a problem for me, because now that's harder to work back in on.
What happened to our PRX, guys?
Ooh, that shot.
10 actually going to find one. Forsaken will respond.
Nice.
Now got to post up at 10. He finds another one.
Ooh!
Doing the steps there as well. They're trying to just see. Masuk. Sugar Zero going to relinquish a little bit of that control. Temper that aggression. They want none of it. The unrelenting aggression has been dampened.
Dia kalau dapat piku sedap.
At least for one that knows the player.
guys. Aceshafiq, thank you for the like. Welcome to the stream. Hello, selamat datang.
Dia biji dengan hyper front copy buat kat mobile. Tapi best PC. Apa Valorant ke?
He's going to opt for 10.
Hyper front.
Maybe not Sugar Zero going to keep the attention drawn towards CT, but he hasn't been able to play out of this just yet.
Valo dulu keluar kan, baru hyper front kan?
Sugar Zero, the timing's perfect. Zeta playing as a pack animal here.
Tak silap lady, Valo keluar dulu, baru hyper front keluar.
And I think everyone has just
hyper
become a
front
bit
tu
of a
memang
believer that this is going to be a map 3 game.
I'm back on board. That's for sure.
You told me.
Yep.
It doesn't take much.
Ya, baik guys. Nak pergi toilet lah. Nak kemaskan diri.
But this is the thing, like, the biggest criticism, right, is what's the depth of PaperX, right? And right here, we're not seeing them find any value.
No.
From the
Tapi
game. I mean,
memang
they're able to create any
best lagi
chaos here.
PC.
Zeta look
Tapi
completely
bagi
unfazed
yang
here
macam tak
on
ada
the
PC
defense.
main dekat
And
hyper
look at
front
that, 3
tu
rounds back to back where actually the biggest gap in
biji
Zeta's
lah macam
performance
Valorant.
completely righted.
Similar scenes, double stack on long. This time double face on. Just breaks his wrist to snap to Mind Freak. Dep still posted. And Dep still doing damage. Divine now, last one alive. And it's in the early rounds. It's in the first 30 seconds of the round. These guys just don't care. They're playing out of their minds. Dep. Where have they found this? Where has this come from?
I mean,
Weh, 9-1 weh. Zeta bantai PRX 9-1
That's
tu.
the exact way you have to describe this attack here from PaperX.
There's not much to it, is there?
How does 10 get 2?
That's a great question.
Okay, shit, man.
They're feeling themselves, you can see it. They're brimming in confidence. They've come back out of this after a map one loss that was pretty dismal. I think that's fair to say. If we've all watched Zeta, we're not, you know, completely off our minds on the podium. It wasn't a good map one. But to pick yourself up off the floor and come back like this is something to be revered, and maybe a mistake here from Dep. He's going to be he's still standing. He's still alive. But how is he still alive? There we go. Dealt with Divine. Puts him in his grave. And now down to 4. It looks like they could just try and bully their way to the side. PaperX unafraid. You can see Forsaken happy to lead the charge. But again, a second of time purchased. And now the lockdown comes in. They've been sent back again. Benkai now noted as well. Parting gift.
Actually,
Nice.
first round, first map just now, I spoke PRX dah menang dah. So this is the second round, second map ah. Heaven. Zeta leading sekarang.
Try and tuck himself into hell. Lads as well.
Laz is on an island here, man. Surely not. Yeah, done. Dealt with. Lacerated. Jin's gonna find him. Sugar Zero, the smoke criminal himself.
Come on, PRX. Come on, PRX.
Holds his ground.
One more.
Last. To fall. PaperX. Quick rotation. A lot of dedication on that C site. And a little bit of a slip, I'd say, from Dep, but it really wasn't the be-all and end-all. It just kind of got caught in no man's land in my mind.
No, I mean, you'd almost expect with the way this is going, if PaperX can squeeze out a couple of rounds, it's fine. I mean, it's almost...
Am I?
I think
Seeing
you're
a double
seeing what I'm
operator.
seeing. Yeah.
Look. Liquid.
Come on, PRX. Come back, please, come back.
How dare you? How dare you even say it? How dare you speak its name? We have a double operator now going out for Zeta. Where does this look come from? Another great question. Which we're probably not going to get an answer to because it's been missing this entire tournament.
Well, it's fantastic though, because where this is now slowed down a little bit here, and PaperX are forced to consider all avenues. I think actually Sugar Zero is spotted, seemingly aware of his position here. Forsaken happy to just go on through.
Left side.
In my mind, they've got the site unless Laz does
Oh!
He snaps them back to reality.
Oh!
Puts them out of it. Device gone.
Oh!
Still on the back lines. They've held the site again, but the breakthrough on B is the critical part of this. Benkai has found a bit of room. He can maybe cause them to dismantle this C hold that they had, and now they've got options. Spike still to hand, which is so critical for Mind Freak right now.
They have an eternity to wait for both smokes
Nah,
to come
tadi
back
pun
as
dia
well.
masuk first map tu
Paranoia
orang main
available.
laju gila. Ice bot pula tu. Ice bot kan
Look at where
kalau
they're playing
pakai
right now. They're
tembak
just
long
waiting,
range cam diorang pas.
forcing the hand of PaperX.
They're letting them sweat. But again, it's a post plant and it's PaperX. I can't underestimate them. They're still good at it. Now they've heard the utility. They'll know what's coming. And they're sitting so deep. They want
30 seconds left.
Paranoia burnt on the way in as well. Sugar Zero with the Cosmic Divide. for this retake could make it very, very interesting.
Spike planted.
And what can Zeta achieve on the way back in as well? We get a no aggression coming through to spawn. Paybreaks, they need this opening kill here. Depth still with the Blade Storm as well.
And away we go, it's quick. Mindfreak can be drawn towards, looking towards Jet, and there's going to be Depth still standing. Benkai overwhelmed and outdone. Zeta, I cannot believe the scenes we have just witnessed.
I'm blown away. I'm absolutely blown away. And again, just another example of Zeta being able to step up to the plate and adjust from a previous performance.
Ui, kena snipe macam tu je eh.
Even finding two there in that scenario.
Damn that.
10-2 weh, kena bantai weh. Nice.
Game is back alive now, 10-2. HyperX. I don't think they've been given this problem before. This equation has never really been presented to them in this manner, because this is almost unquantifiable, but the desk is going to give it their best shot.
What happened to our Dave?
Pansy and aceshafiq, thank you so much. Man, Zeta! You know what? They're feeling that energy from that watch party, so they're clapping back because they hear those clappers. Jess, I want to talk to you about round 8 really quickly, though, because you looked me
guys. Oi, Justin Roy Cabildo, thank you for the like. Welcome to the stream, brother. Hello, welcome to the stream.
Lucky number 7. Guess what 7 means? 7 rounds is the total amount of rounds Zeta has put on the board this entire
Thank you for the like. Welcome to the
they've played this
stream.
map. Overall, they put 7. Now, not only in one singular half have they well outdone that, but they've put themselves on the road for success for a 3rd map.
Yeah, and I think Depp was really feeling himself throughout the beat.
Ikuzo!
He's jumping every
Tak ada assist, 13 kill 6 mati je.
Smoke dash into it and updraft.
Sama guys, sama.
Geram pula aku dengar.
Zeta was up 5-0. I mean, they absolutely squashed there. But I do want to talk about HyperX calling that timeout. Break that down.
Guys, jangan lupa kalau nak tu, I need to reach my affiliate punya Twitch punya affiliate. So kalau korang boleh masuk, my Twitch is better lah. Firdaus Ahmed, thank you for the like. Welcome to the stream. Hello.
And a reason why they didn't do so hot is because there's a lot of team play available when you're not taking space early and executing from so far.
Spoken about win conditions here for PaperX, setting the pace, setting the tempo. How fast can you go? Fast and furious. And Zeta says, we suck at this map usually. How about we look at what you're doing and just counter that, and they've done it beautifully.
And I think also one thing is their improvement from map to map. Throughout the tournament, it's showing up again.
Yes, all right, well, we're going to hand it back to Pansy and aceshafiq. Cannot wait to see the second half of this map. Take it away.
You and me both, Jackie. You and me both. But this might be one where you blink and you miss it. We're sat at 10-2. We have to really bring it back in the room here.
We really do. And the question being is, I mean, they got smacked so hard in the first half, is what's PaperX's approach here? See, initially, no aggression shown on their side. They're going to sit, just wait to greet hit of Zeta, and actually stacked up as 4 through Garage. Find himself safe passage, actually. Nothing noted with the Trailblazer, I don't think.
Mindfreak committing on this? Oh, he is. That's quite bold, actually, to try and slip across towards the back of site, sit towards platform, and he's at least allowed Forsaken in now. They're going to try and find a little bit of a mid-fight almost on the
Oh, jangan mati, Forsaken. Oh, belakang dah nampak. Jing. Oh, lama kena pula. Aduh, rotate, Abia.
Look at the HP that remains. Yes, Laz took a fair beating, as did Depp, but Divide, Forsaken, similar scenes.
That's so key, though.
Are they double pumping?
Benkai actually got spotted on the cross there, so they're going to go back towards C.
Oh, this is huge. It wasn't even intended double pump. It's just off the cuff. Mindfreak, you're in danger, buddy. Yeah, there's no escape. Depp's got you number. A quick dip from Forsaken, though, finds 10. And now Divide tries to work back through.
Nice one, Dave.
On the list, and now 2. Spike is down.
That is Spike. That is flash.
10 seconds and look
at malah flash. Aduh, dapat flash ni dapat kamu.
He's got 3 this round. And what a way to begin of the second half here.
11, 12, 11, Mike. 11, weh.
I mean, PaperX, yeah, forced to obviously invest
GG
back in
GG.
What they can muster together or scrape together.
Dia best of 3 kan?
Best of 3 lepas ni split.
He's got to that position in a perfect spot to backstab, but Crow with all that freedom in mid, I think that's as well. That's just a little further
Damn. Kepala Crow bagi you.
Not able to find anything initially on that first hit. There's no real conversion to that success early on.
But they can't stop. It has to be consistent. It has to be the whole way through. I think if you show even just a little bit of vulnerability, Paper X will.
Oh, they have the marshal.
So again, you've got to stay on this level, which is so hard.
Here.
Just centimeters away. The whole way through this game is just...
The smoke comes through for him though.
Okay. Gonna fall away from this.
Oh, dia masih tunggu lagi.
Keep your mind towards that spike. Still
Diorang tak ada ni ya, diorang ada stinger. Satu je seorang pakai Spectre. Tak ada duit tu.
Play off this trap either.
Ni kalau dia menang ni.
Look at the late lurk. Laz.
Oh, sikit lagi.
But it's going to be Forsaken to reach
sikit lagi. Nyawa tinggal 2 nah.
This is such a nuisance. Benkai though wants in to try and maybe alleviate some of that pressure.
Oh, nice one.
He'll be happy with that. Again, you're going to be taking that every day of the week. Spots him out. Sugar Zero going to dip back to a deeper hold. I don't know if they know two of the players are here yet, but they might have a good idea of it.
Jangan lupa tapping guys. 25 mata memandang, jangan lupa tapping guys.
The undesirable
Kita
job
tengok
of
dorang
finding
main.
players that are giving you nothing. Flash, smoke, it's all committed.
Ramai sat 25 orang tengok. Wow.
Gets it. It's 12-2 now.
12-2. Hopefully split. Biar X come back.
And I mean, almost completely improbable.
Asian better, guys. Asian better.
Gonna come back in with a very similar purchase here.
It's a bit of a scramble for both sides, isn't it?
Oh, timing siap. Smoke tu habis.
Zeta, just, I mean, Baller kind of echoed my sentiments from the first half. The adjustment has looked fantastic here. And no risks taken whatsoever. They're not even entertaining what we know Paper X are going to try and achieve, which is this deep A lobby control. They go for it here. There's nobody even posted up. Laz in the previous round has just gifted kills for it.
I do want to see if they get any success off this long presence. Again, we did see Forsaken dabble in that before, so surely it's at least somewhere in their mind, but defensive side rotations come in as well to try and mirror the space they've taken, but putting a lot of faith in the likes of Mindfreak here to be able to keep control and do something with this, but they've drawn a great deal of attention. There's a lot of players around this corner.
So actually looking to reaggress towards this. Fault line set up for it as well.
Engaging. Stunned, unable to do much, gonna just try and play it.
Oh, nice one. Ooh, dia tolak.
And the A side is looking vulnerable, but it has been a bloody battle. They've lost Laz on the way, but they still have four standing, and the flank's coming in as well. Benkai is going to be behind them, but it's only a stinger. Again, and they hit the brakes. They hit the brakes. They're actually expecting that next layer of aggression, which is not necessarily wrong.
And actually, I mean, with Benkai posted up here,
I'm surprised
I was going to say,
they fell off this.
Why Forsaken was pulling away from A site?
Are they paranoid of mid? Maybe the timing window would have been so slight. Curious read, and now they have to walk back into the unknown. Caught in no man's land. There's so much threat now. Sight is going to be Zeta's, and there's still a man watching the flank. Forsaken has been found. 14 seconds now. Sugar Zero still posted here, waiting for Benkai.
GG, second map.
Zeta's heart is the deadliest weapon. It's 13-2.
Zeta window.
GG, second map, guys.
GG.
So once again, Zeta doing the unthinkable here. What a performance, what a response after that map. It's so lifeless, so flat towards the end.
Ada lagi satu. Last round.
Last map, guys, last map.
Last map, but best of 3.
I think that's the key word about it. Silence. There was nothing coming back.
So this is the next, the last map. Kita akan tentukan siapa yang masuk fighter.
Ever had to feel that? Because how are you meant to get ready for this? They come out with a blistering level of aggression.
32 orang tengah tengok siap. Wow.
Pressuring every single point, and it was sharp as
41 mata memandang guys. Tapping guys. Mantap korang. 44, 45 mata memandang. Jangan lupa tapping. Kita support. Kita support VCT Master. Singapore, come on Singapore.
Fantastic performance. 19-6 for him. Pivotal in so many of these rounds.
62 mata memandang.
taken aback.
Let's go, guys.
I've been in
Let's go. Let's
esports a
go.
while, and
Tapping,
this is
tapping,
not
guys.
something you see every day. I think this is the same for both of us because, look, you get to this point, you see map 1, you start to lose a little bit of hope.
Gila. Nice.
Has not lost hope for a second, and it has been rekindled, reignited by Haven. Now, this begs the question, though. Split.
75 mata memang 74 mata memang 76. Weh, korang. Tepi-tepi.
Ramai saya tengok. Okay guys, we'll be back.
Yeah, we'll be back. Let's go. Tak apalah. Come on, PRX. The next round you need to win, PRX. Satu. I only hope.
The dream life of Zeta win Valorant Masters. The dream lives on.
Hashtag Zeta win Valorant Master. Diorang comeback kau weh. Kena tibai. Berapa 13-2 kan? That recall on Asta Star by Lucas Hero. What a god. Gila lah guys.
We'll be right back after these messages.
Sponsored by Secret Lab. Siapa akan masuk final? Secret 13 good mood right now for Zeta Division.
It's going God game mode.
Itu sebab tadi kan masa dia orang main kat Icebox, it's like macam tak tahu mungkin macam dia orang warm up ke apa kan.
Warm up.
Second map ni dia orang comeback gila aku cakap. Dia orang punya aiming.
Kenapa sangkut ni? Kenapa sangkut semi string?
Dah sahur ke? Dah sahur dah ngah. Angah Mel lah duduk dekat Discord. Kita kat Discord.
Lah.
Elimination is on the line. These two teams fighting tooth and nail. And of course it's gotta be a roller coaster, right?
Yeah, I got whiplash. It's like stopping and starting. I'm like, oh shit.
Well, I mean, for good reason, because that map was not supposed to go that way. That's not what we expected at all. I mean, Haven
Where's
was
the script? The script they gave me today was so different. This is. Oh no, wait! It says here, did you doubt Zeta? Sucks to be you. Oh, my bad.
Yeah. Okay. But Bala, you know, we were talking during the break, and you were like, certainly a one-sided affair on these maps, stomping and stomping.
Yeah,
so,
that's exactly the case that we have, and this one was Zeta really going back to what they were good at and on an unexpected map. But again, they're so good at going through these periods of breaks or just watching overnight and learning about the map. Every time they come out, I was talking about the cast. Every time they come out looking better. I don't know what it is, but these guys have got the chemistry and willpower to find so many new little things to introduce to their play. It is ridiculous.
Lawan ni apa Optik.
Optik pula Keluar?
Tak menang 2-1.
I mean, he is doing his job. He is taking it to the next level.
Some of these options
morning baby, morning Ika. Good ni.
previous series, you know, this being perfect. We said on map number 1
Dengan tengok tournament
it's almost
Valorant
like
ni.
Deb saw that and he's like,
Apa kita tak main macam tu?
I kind of liked what you did with that, so I'm going to do that myself.
Oh,
Actually, on the first map, that was a big reason why Paper Rex was so good. Was actually they went 11-2 on op kills. In this map, obviously Depp was feeling himself. There was only one kill actually on the side of Paper Rex, so completely dominant on that weapon. And Paper Rex didn't get it going on the attack side. It wasn't part of their game plan at all, and that really gave an opening towards Zeta.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's start looking ahead here.
Sure.
We're moving on to map 3.
Aduh, 34 mata mandang, korang jangan lupa follow aceshafiq gaming dekat Twitch, guys. Dekat Twitch, dekat TikTok.
Saya bukan viewer, saya bukan viewer.
Dia bukan viewer, guys. Korang kena tolong dia. Kita tolong. Sahabat Alif.
Saya bukan viewers kat Twitch, please.
On this map, I think that was really where my eyes opened to them.
There was one play down mid from Forsaken where I said he was doing a GTA cheat code where it was up, down, left, right, up, down, he dashed, up, draft, turned into 360. I mean, those are all very flashy and they look really good when they work. I do think Zeta has the answer now, and one of those answers will be 10 because this is his best map in the entire map pool. Him moving on to the Rays, my God, is it a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, it really is. And I think also just the fact that Zeta has to receive this type of tested aggression from Paper Rex. No team has really done a good job at receiving it, right? They try, but they fail. I still think there's room to improve on those types of holds, and I think Zeta might be the team to do it because, like we saw in Haven there, they slow down in a lot of cases. They're really patient in moments that they have to. When flanks could be coming, they're aware of that possibility, and they give themselves enough time to deal with it. So it's going to be a matter of keeping the distance between themselves close so that they can trade and do really well when those traps come.
Jess, you know, we were talking about Zeta needing to basically reset, right? But, I mean, this was more than a reset. Am I wrong? I mean, what happened?
I mean, you know, the front of the computer, you press down the off button and the computer turns off, but at the back of the PC, there's like a little pinhole, and they've just gone and done the hard reset. They've taken, you know, little battery out and said, we need to hard reset this, come back in. Unfortunately, that key sort of cringy word we've been throwing around a little bit is momentum, and something that is now back in theirs. They gave the present to, you know, Paper X in map number 1. They now want it back, and they've gotten it. Where does this sort of struggle, this tug-of-war go with this momentum now? I think it's very clear.
I think it's very clearly Zeta has it in their control, but one thing we haven't really seen, I know we've seen within maps comebacks from Paper X, but we have not seen them get stomped like that so far in this tournament.
51 mata mandang, guys.
Paper
guys.
Rex's mindset now. I mean,
The support PRS,
they
guys.
squashed. They were killing. But now they just got killed, Paula.
Come on,
You have to rely and try to find a way to get both Forsaken and Jing back in the game. Obviously, those are the stars. Those are the types of people that Paper X is relying on constantly. But you know that Zeta is going to come in to this map exactly knowing how they like to play and trying to keep them down, trying to keep the momentum off of their shoulders, trying to stop what we saw from Forsaken in a couple of these rounds. I'm
turning around, I'm looking at the Paper X boys now. I was hoping to see a little jovial Bankai, maybe
Hai korang, jangan lupa follow saya di Twitch. Hai.
They look a little serious, a little more serious than we used to from Paper X. This is the last opportunity for either of these teams to just move up to the lower final. This is not
tak lepas primary master pun.
So those serious faces are fitting, but I hope that
memang ada player Valorant
is okay. They can move into.
Tapi diorang dah kalah masa dekat master punya qualifier.
Such a good point because I'm not gonna lie, Bankai always
kita punya Malaysia player tak cukup fit lagi, so hopefully Malaysia dapat masuk main dekat luar negara macam ni.
Yeah, definitely. I think
maybe next season, next year.
Habislah nanti diorang jet lag.
Because they do just kind of aggression all the way. That's the theme of it, but it really is more than just that. An important player on this map. He is so good at actually setting up his players and also putting themselves in ways that like you're not really knowing what's about to happen, right? He'll put a smoke on outside of
kalau awak lah, KK faham. Betul. Todak punya player, diorang batu je. Diorang batu pun. Tapi tak cukup fit lagi lah.
This is Benkai's sort of playground as well.
Melang lah, lepak Discord kita, dekat Discord. Kita ada dekat Discord ni. Tengok sambil borak-borak watch party. Kita support orang jiran kita, support Asia main Valorant.
Can Zeta read into it? Has Zeta already done their homework? Yep. And could that be the kryptonite here for PaperX moving into this last map?
Yeah, I think that's actually a very key point because Benkai has used those field trips so often in this tournament. So often and Zeta will know how they're placed. There's possibilities of them breaking them early, just finding out exactly where the location is and just being a little patient as they take the sites, knowing that that's a possibility, knowing that he's going to be lurking up in heaven.
And Jess, I feel like we've repeatedly talked about how the play styles for these two teams are so different. So on Split, who do you think is going to pull through?
It's funny, out of all of the stylistic differences
this
between
is
these
the
two
last
teams, this is
map.
one of the maps where it
Dorang
almost
akan
meets.
split.
It almost overlaps. And that's an opportunity
split
for
ni
Ten
lah
now
akan
to take that
tentukan
and go,
siapa
we're changing
masuk
up the
final.
pace. And that is where he comes in.
Nervous.
This is where we locked down him on the race.
That's right. We are moving into our prime.
Daisy nama apa? PRX?
Select. Well,
PRX.
what do you think we're going to see?
I think we're going to see, I mean, neither of these teams have really changed much so far in what we expect from
Hopefully
them. So I think we'll see the same old, same old. And I really like that actually Zeta stuck with what they played on
Icebox dorang menang kan. Hopefully split ni dorang menang.
That was a good comp, I just didn't think it worked for them.
Tapi saya kira tadi Zeta tu comeback gila-gila. Kena bantai dorang bantai PRX 2 tau.
The last time
Dorang bagi 2 je, 13-2. Gila gila Mat.
Map Haven kau nak buat apa? Map Haven kau macam mana?
Hopefully split ni PRS menang.
When this goes strong, look out for those two players.
Yeah, but just that was the past. What does the future hold? Well, Panzine High
Can't wait
take it
to
away.
see this Jinx. Yeah. Tadi first round Jinx tu pakai stick, bapak bantu gila. Kita ni power gila weh.
Sage diff.
Bantu gila. Kira macam Zeta pun ada set. Diorang macam better stage tau.
You have no idea who's coming out to fight you.
Yeah, absolutely. And this, I mean, it's a tale as old as time. The split decider here. And for me, this is going to start pretty hot for PaperX here on the attack, considering what we've seen previously as well.
Again.
Yay, CEO Miko.
No subtlety either.
What's up?
Look a bit off the back of it, and
tak kena. Oh, nice one.
Almost.
Diorang dah masuk van. Damn.
1-for-1 trade out. Crow gone and as is Jing.
Oh, nice.
That is nastiness. Pillar is his, sight is theirs. 3 of Zeta. Trying to play this back in, but already you can see Forsaken. He's got that timing down. That rap's looking good. I think he saw the jump peek as well.
Oh.
Didn't quite get as much as he wanted of that, but his contact, and it's good enough. The cross could come in now if they want to. Tries to avoid the spam. They make their way through at least towards the rafters.
Forsaken actually looking to wrap back behind this,
This puts a little bit of pressure on Divide, for example, because he has to stay present. And they take him off the spike. Go. Did find Forsaken, but there's still bodies to deal with, and time is of the essence, and a huge factor. And Divide is playing. He just leaps into his death. What's going on? No.
Oh,
This spam is so good. They still don't get it halfway.
Oh, Benkai. Let's go.
So let's go. They have the safety of the plant. I'm curious here whether or not to see how much PaperX want to abuse this. We noted previously.
Azri Najmi, Aiman Haikal, thank you for the like. Sorry baru pasal.
Holding on to A side.
Aku tengok gameplay diorang macam why not we play like this mungkin sebab kita tak tahu apa lagi tu.
So good previously. I mean, we credit them how
semua ego ah.
can control mid with this utility. They're cycling a utility between him and Depth.
Ngah, masuklah Twitch aku ngah. Bapak dia sedih saya.
Go. Hello.
Oh, depan muka.
Forsaken quick to it. They've got a plan.
Allah tak naik. Tak naik.
list of how to achieve this A-site control, which will force a reaction. Now again, this round, it's not too much to write home about. It's pistols. It should be 5 standing, ideally, for Paper X here, so they should be able to get that plant down.
Oh, he's
on patrol, doing so well towards Sugar Zero.
Nice.
And he's farming now. He's feeding.
Oh!
He wants a little bit more. He's going to get a little bit more.
Oh!
And there was nothing
That's
to
one.
play with. But Jing doing very nicely there.
That's
Getting
what Jing.
bolstered up towards that ult. Nice area too. But 2 on the board for
Let's
Paper
go.
X. And just...
Biasa tak nak masuk VCT gak ke? Nick.
Starting off here.
Dalam mimpi lah.
On the previous map, Paper X. Like I said, I've got my eyes glued to the minimap here to
Tapi
see
kan ada
if
satu
Zeta now
tim
actually
ni
have
tau.
to adjust.
Perempuan dia orang pun macam ni juga. Luar negara lah.
Version 1.
Paper X have found
Team version 1 guys.
to exploit.
Benda? Apa
Version 1 punya team perempuan Valorant dia power.
Version ya, version 1. Tapi padu gila.
Oh, lama.
Oh!
I was going to say, for them to address Laz.
Yeah, you can't lazy clear Laz, I think we've noted now.
Oh, ski. Oh, nice one.
Nice one
You
too.
can see the amount of utility just tailor-made for him.
Dora rush
Force him into
me
an undesirable scenario, and did Depp get away with that? He's kind of recontrolled this. It's really on a knife's edge though, but Paper X are now exploring other areas. They're going to pull players away from Heaven potentially, which is exactly the right read here if they do try and address this B site. There is still one player waiting though, and they should be aware of the possibility of that.
Dia tak nampak.
Huge for him, give him
Tak
lots of
mampu
time.
lah nak immortal.
Is that one to pass?
Dia tak tahu.
Huge from Benkai.
Oh.
Cold play by Benkai. He could be the knife in the back. The brick in the small of the back right now because Zeta are doing well. But it's all on Benkai to temper this. It's 1. It's 2. It's gorgeous work from Benkai. And it's not round. No, it's not. Tell a lie.
Alamak, tak miss pula.
With by 10, but the threat of one man almost dismantled Zeta.
I mean, the only saving grace is that Zeta find 2 kills. In that time, that Benkai is unable to find any opening there through Heaven. A heads-up play from him.
Beautiful.
Again, if he can keep doing damage in positions like this.
Tak kenapa? Oh, dia nak ambil pistol, tak dapat benda ni.
Can't even react to it.
Dia nak ambil Phantom tadi.
That could have been a whole different case.
Nicer.
This game is so tense. But I like what I just saw from Paper X there. The fact that they looked like they were so ready to find Laz, and that's something that's been a huge problem. So just going to pop the ult, show presence, flash comes in. Didn't get any note of it, I'm sure, because I'm almost certain that Benkai dipped into sewer by that point. But this is really good to watch if you're a Paper X fan, because they have to deal with this man who's on the other side. Here, he's kept you. You're a lucky boy. You're a lucky boy. And Laz gets to live for another day.
Well, another big question, right, in terms of the adjustment. If Zeta fold in mid, what's the next step? What's the difference in setup?
Where's the protocols? We haven't really seen that tested enough to warrant the change.
They've had it for free. They've had it for free in previous series.
And here, it boils down to what you're saying.
Just
10 having the weight of the world on his shoulders.
So
5 players about to be on the other side and 1 judge in his hands.
Come on.
He delivers on 1. He doesn't quite get caught on the second attack. It's not going to be a dream. Time being bought though. The investment of the ult should reveal everything. Pro's going to commit though. Flash is there. Does he get to get the Pro's still standing. The explosion goes astray. But the story is good. Definitely still do what they needed. It brings it to a 1v1. And smoke. You can never disrespect this man. He plays that smoke like an absolute thief every time.
That's beautiful once again from 10. Just to even tuck up, find the 1, do enough damage on the second there to slow down.
I thought they might have needed the second, but you're right.
Apa ni? Mantap tu bang. Bang, jangan pula saya bang. Angah.
So keen to prevent this spike from being planted.
Ngah, panggil lagi ngah. Ngah, panggil lagi ngah. Aku perlukan at least 4-5 viewer untuk aku punya affiliate program. Sikit lagi.
There's that voice in the back of your mind recalling you to map 2, that kind of weird tempo change, that pace change. Laz committing a great deal to this, but who's look at that. Oh, he still saw him! You can't run and you can't hide from Laz. That's an upgrade and a half. He's gonna be happy in this. Venomous in the hold.
Oh, Def dah kena.
There was danger. They tried to switch up, and 10 now adjusted to middle. And let's see if Paper X identify this quickly enough. What their plan is now with a different look given to them.
Still kicks.
The judge teruk.
Ten has to respect it initially. Depp here
kalau tiba Depp ni dia naik wall tu.
Mind Freak trying to slip through. Onto B site.
But I guess you can't read too much, right? Because the ults come in, so I don't want to overread into this round. And again, it is just on those pistols. So if once again they're still testing that A main, like, okay, are we still going to be seeing the 10s over here on these kind of anti-eco rounds? How can we approach this? Where can we kind of get these reads from? Because I still think it's hard to read Zeta here. As
Awak gila doh dia
they can read them, but
punya
it's finding the answer, right? The formula that works. And with that off-tempo, almost mid-take hit that kind of got brought back in, Paper X, I think, should be mulling over some ideas as to how to approach
30
this
seconds
now.
left.
Blinded.
Hello.
Should be. Yeah, should be noted on the back of that.
They're on B.
Oh! Oh, habis. Oh.
Nice. Supposed to close in towards heaven. Not going to happen. 5 stand. Zeta, stop the rot. There's no quick springboard off the back of the pistol.
Damn.
Worry on the board. I think we all noted that weakness potentially to be exploited. That's already been dealt with now. I want to see now on the buy.
Kena tarik, oh.
It's the buy rounds I look towards in breaking down this mid setup.
Yeah.
Again, we've already seen Forsaken do the expected, which is, yeah, I'm just going to run up mid and dash in and almost hope for the best, right? Whether or not that forces Laz a little deeper this time around, actually, he's the only one towards mid.
Over depths here early on.
See, immediately he's pinged out here. Immediately the pings come through on the minimap. And no real value on the back of that early engagement, though.
Maybe, I guess they invested a little bit more utility quicker.
Zeta mula dah mengarah balik itu.
I mean, the paint shell boombot's gone, so it's, for me, it almost feels like a win for Zeta in that regard.
Tak boleh buat apa lah, guys.
I think you're absolutely right, but it looks quite a simple piece coming towards that B side. This could be enough for these two players, and they don't seem too fast about middle just yet either. They can focus their attentions here, but the plant is coming in. That late lurk is on the way.
Spike planted.
Oh, nice. Nice, my freak. Oh.
Let's get a glimpse, but the pop. Quick enough on the way back.
Come on.
Now, wait, he got 2? No shot does he get 2, and Sugar0 finds the back of the site. Where's Benkai? Where's Mind Freak?
Ooh.
Now, the defuse. He comes off it. He waits.
Oh, nice one, Benkai.
He almost had it. Benkai, the saving grace of Paper X there.
And again, I think Zeta have the right idea here. It's almost ignore Benkai for that first 10 to 15 seconds of the retake. Make sure there's enough pressure on site to force Benkai's hand. Mind Freak going huge here. Crow in response to the adjustment on that second kill.
This round in my mind shouldn't have even been this close, but Crow brought it back to a pretty even affair because Paper X looked fantastic on the way in there. I love the pace change a little bit on the burst towards B, everything looking super solid. And it looks like a bit of a switch up here, so here we go. And away we go. A quick jump up towards the ramps, and Jing wants to try and close in though. That's a bit of an issue because Crow, I mean, how much does he get? Tagged up a little on the way down. No subtle as unfazed, unmoved, and now Forsaken, the next challenger, does succeed towards the one player who's the swing factor in middle, and maybe a new way to address it, attack it through ropes, pull him away from position, but it is a 4v4.
Oh, tak kena.
Crow just gets away from that slow orb as well. Paper X have heaven control here, considering actually.
You will not kill my ally.
He will find the res, yeah. Jing back on his feet now. So 5v4 for Paper X. Flash will confirm presence once again, but again, it's 10 tucked into sight. What can he do to slow this down?
It's a bit of a Sophie's choice, really, unless you can do
what
that.
The fuck is happening?
Forsaken gets a quick trade out. He's ready for the fight on Pillar. 10 is unrelenting. That's 2 already. Underhand nade, and the fight towards CT. And 10's on the swing towards Forsaken. This is madness. Oh, he almost caught him in the heels. Now a 1v2. How much more can one man do for his side?
Di belah. Dari dulu.
He waits. He falls away.
I think it might be the
and he gives them a little paranoia, a little worry that you've now lost me. You don't know where I am, and they are running. They want that spike away from him.
Come on, Jing, you can kill that.
10 seconds left.
Jing so ready for it. 10 has to.
Doi flick gila tu. Ya tu kah.
And just that audio cue alone defines that final moment.
But it's 10. Yeah. For how many times we talk about him?
Pening kepala weh kalau nak tengok dia main flick.
So many problems with his A-side hold.
He's actually ridiculously good at it.
But
again, you look at what's now happened is that Paper X have kind of
Kenapa ya kita tak main macam tu?
Kenapa kita tak macam ni, geng?
And isolating that rope player,
Adakah kita memerlukan coach?
Maybe enough to bring out the force, which is coming from Zeta. Again, their money is also in question, though, so it could be an addressment of both elements now.
It's a shame for Laz as well, because he gets that first kill, removes Jing from the equation initially. Obviously, the res comes through, but again, almost just caught off guard by the fact that Forsaken stacked up with him, and you got to assume with this composition, it's literally going to be those two going ham. If there's a paranoia sent, expect both of them there immediately.
Yeah, it's the 1-2. So.
But the other thing is, this little set piece towards ramps, we rarely see Zeta challenge. They never fight for ramps. This wall that comes across from mid, it basically cuts off that A main chokehold and that little area just at the top of ramps to prevent heaven passage. But again, if they're already past that, it almost
kind of redundant.
Exactly.
Now, I do want to know if not if there's a switch up this round. I don't think this is the round to even try and switch it up, really. But if it's something they've noted, like surely now with the amount of times they've tried to slip up towards ramp and get that cut through, but that's the first time they've really been able to get that kind of drop in towards ropes and actually apply that pressure to draw the rotations over. So I wonder if that's something that Zeta can identify fast enough, because Paper X lent into this quick. So I feel like they've been theory crafting, okay, well, let's say we have some troubles here. We can still look towards this if we can slip past. Now, as it stands, we do have a double stack. Crow is up towards that ramp, so you're not going to be able to get that same springboard effect, but you can get a little bit more pressure.
That's in a position I was talking about, they never play.
Here.
So almost trying to address this freedom that Paper X have had towards heaven.
Betul. 30 blue untuk 5 orang tu. Tenda tu.
Don't like the look of something.
Yep.
Kalau kau boleh dapat kill 5 orang satu magazine tu power tu. Dapat kill satu magazine 5 orang bapak. Itu aku pun tak boleh buat siap.
To really clear out some of these close angles. He's got no cloud burst either, so he has no smoke to dash into.
They've actually met the rotation correctly. Now, it is going to be a 3v4 on site, but those buckets...
Dia tak tahu dah kena, okay, nice.
Tapi sakit tau kalau kena dash ke Bucky tu.
Oh, nice one by Jing.
You got to look at Zeta. There's bodies here, but Benkai on that late lurk coming through middle as well. Going to be finding 10. That's now that danger element gone in the back.
Oh, nice one.
Oh, nice.
This is better from Paper X. Very composed in these moments, but it's still on the knife's edge. And that site is not for free. And the spike's not on this site anymore.
Oh, nice one.
Really nice.
No, not to even risk it.
Benkai memang flanker ni dia.
A big boost.
Huge.
So the finances here. Let's see how the ultimate sits. Forsaken with the Blade Storm. 10 with a showstopper, depth with the res. So
tepi tu je.
Advantage. But this is after actually initially Sugar Zero's in the right spot to prevent this, right? He's playing very close contact. As soon as Paper X are on site here, it's almost so difficult to make something work.
Nice.
Just the shotguns. And they revert back to this A hit.
Yep, they found what works. You can see the pace to it. Jing straight through, hot knife through butter, and he still wants to keep moving. Pressure applied. Spam comes in. Pro has to fall away, has to respect that early investment. They lose vision, but look at Forsaken on the other side of the map, just absolutely unleashing on his own.
Forsaken.
Sugar Zero holds the ground that's so necessary, but still you've got Jing just... Actually, that's a big reveal of presence still noted, but they're going to lose track a little bit of Paper X intentions here.
I feel like Paper X just have this setup completely figured out, at least with what they're trying to achieve in the early round.
Yes.
Unfortunate here for Forsaken to almost try and be a wildcard factor. He's nullified very quickly. Benkai still going to try and creep through this point.
Dia nampak
Problem, Benkai. And it's hard to get a lurk on this team, praising the likes of Laz and Tenyo for always dealing with this sort of thing, but he has been a real thorn in the side. But Sugar Zero readjusted now, 40 seconds. And they're creeping. No utility invested.
Dia tahu si Benkai tu main flank tau. So diorang tunggu je kat situ. Lepas tu ni kat sini, dia orang tak tahu, tak perasan.
Nice. Dia tak tahu. Oh, nice.
Dealt with by Divide. And now a 2v2, and you've got to know where these players are. 10 is a mile away. Crow a mile away, and Mindfreak is so deep towards CT. They have so many problems. Zeta have no control on this, and this.
Dia tak tahu. Alamak.
Alamak, dan pula ulti.
10 now just going to explode towards the side.
Oh shit.
Takes down Devi. Can they deal with Mind Freak though? 1v2. The flash, it's so
bad.
there.
What flash tu power.
That was on a nice edge. Those Seekers saved him.
I mean, you can see Crow was like, wait, what?
Why has one gone behind
I mean, a
me?
half second either way, but immediately 10 it just explodes on with the showstopper. We talked about actually previously how comfortable Zeta have looked in terms of retaking B, because 10's not using any of his utility in the early round.
What?
Dia punya flick ke belakang
Like we talked about this before, the number of times 10 comes back to B-side and he's still got 2 satchels, more often than not still got the boom bot
Tapping is the good one lah. Daripada you main spray. Nice try. Kid. Valorant kalau main tapping is better.
Ui, depan mata. Oh shit.
Operator has been heard, and now the palm's getting a little sweaty here on this corner. Okay, 10 ops back away. Gives up that early control. There's no take towards the ramp. You can always see the deeper hold coming out from Crow though.
Boombot will be thrown out. Again, PRX just waiting for an overpeak here. Looking to punish with this operator. Camera will clear through hell, and actually the Boombot's going to miss him on the first, but should. Yeah.
Oh, gonna. Oh, yes. That is.
From this, Jinx delivered it so well. Takes a side, spins around, no one's there. Forsaken deals with CT. There is still one towards heaven, but they're already on the case. Paper X looking absolutely locked into this round. Dep, Sugar Zero, and Laz. I mean, Dep's not really equipped for this. Trying to play it back in with a judge is never going to be easy. So the 5 players for Paper X are in such prime position now.
Careful. Kalau main Valorant is stepping is better lah.
This one going.
Aim tu tak penting sangat asalkan korang tahu macam mana korang nak main benda tu.
And they got him for free. How was no one watching this?
Aiming tu akan datang sendiri.
They're gonna put a divide up, and if there's a nuisance in the back lines, but no, Forsaken just did
satu cross FPS penting.
Oh, gila Forsaken, nice.
Unleashes fury. How does he do it?
And it's so smart from Sugar Zero. Throws the Cosmic Divide up. They've got to come and check.
They have to.
He punishes, but Forsaken finds both of
them.
Tapi
kalau tengok pro player main, dorang mostly main tapping ah.
Again, the fact
Spray jarang sekali.
Spots the barrel, that's fine. But while this happens, you got Forsaken
flying. Oh, atas kepala. Oh, right click.
Oh, gila. Forsaken, gamal lah.
And actually, Paper X actually now find themselves 2 rounds ahead.
Zeta, Zeta gonna hit.
Can they tie this half up? We've seen how effective they've been in thrifty rounds previously, but this is a tall lot of Benkai taking a ton of damage there actually over on the other side.
Dia macam tak tahu siapa masuk final ni. Last map last round.
Oh lama, kena gantung jantung je.
Sheriff tu. Alamak,
sayang. Benkai down low, can't be as proactive, but still you got this. Just vision
drop. Takkan tak nampak dia ni.
Sentinel for the side, but he has to tuck his head down.
Dia tak perasan tu.
Again, Mind Freak now noted. 10 finds Forsaken.
Nice one, Dave.
Nice. Back towards main, and the TP trying to draw them away, trying to get himself out of danger. Because they've pulled the rotations, but there's 45 seconds. They could still try and explore the rest of the map, but they do not have a player advantage anymore.
That damage is so key because it forces Benkai to play safe. Doesn't want to risk anything in this lurk, as Paper X actually...
They have to play as a pack, right?
Yeah, they commit to this now, but they can only leave Benkai posted up. And look at Zeta. You're absolutely right. It's the death ball towards A site.
You can't just go one-on-one with rifle and armor. You have to stay as this pack, and they've gambled it right. They've got the guess right.
Oh, nice one, Dave.
That should be a signifier. And look at the damage again. Divine out down low. Rez comes in. They know there's a chance. That late lurk in middle has to be essential. The spike is down, and the 2 on the side. How much can you do? Can you bail yourself out?
Alamak, lambat. Come on, Benkai.
They've got to know it. It's
tempat sebelah. Dia tempat sebelah.
Kena
save.
Okay, this is exceptional from Zeta. The unbelievable again, 5-6. Paper X, man, they're trying everything they can, and somehow still these thrifty rounds are coming through.
Like I said, no round is unwinnable for them.
Oh ini. Oh, dia tak tahu pun.
Contact here, playing 10 in further. And then on the retake, the timing on these swings, they just get overwhelmed.
I don't know how they're so good at it. These violent delights are just gorgeous to watch. Zeta just play.
Boleh sendawa pula kat sini.
I've got to say, coming into this, they're actually
Angin.
not traditional, but really nice tailor-made approach towards Zeta. This is no discredit to them. This is an outplay at times by Zeta, but it is 5-6. And again, there's still problems. And look at the pace towards middle. It's a pace change. The gear shift. They want to try and get early damage done.
Again, it should be a big indicator with the Vipers but over towards A that there's going to be a little bit of freedom or at least an opportunity to address mid.
Janganlah dia pick.
10, man. 10. Not again.
No.
Sudah dapat.
Second as well. Pain shell to follow. That's the spike now seen. Jing's been found out as well. He's got away with nothing. And somehow Zeta dig deeper again. This is unbelievable scenes as Benkai is just battling with everything he's got. This is never meant to be the way this goes, as Benkai and Mind Freak presented the conundrum.
Zero's back, sorry.
And they've got to clear it. You have to body check that. There's no other way to do it.
Headshot.
Destroyed.
How much can you do? You'd rather go to the known than the un. So you're going to head over towards the A site. Yep, that Viper pit's still there. He knows that Laz will be around somewhere, but what can I do about it? Nothing. So plant his best opportunity now. And a 1v3. He wants, I feel like you've got to get one. But Laz is not going to give you an easy option. The other two are double stacked up, but a bit of timing. Maybe divine intervention. He gets to throw through. A double face, and we are tied up at 6-6.
Come on, Pierre.
Puts it back, and they actually draw this half. Again, it's such a massive win. The knock-on effect to the finances. I'm just blown away once again. And Paper X coming with it, like I said, they've approached this perfectly. They identify the weakness on A site, but they're still not able to actually gain an advantage here in the first half.
They found the formula, but they've yet to be making it really work for themselves here. Paper X tied up at 6-6. Zeta are not out of it. Desk, how you doing over there? Because I'm in pieces already.
I could not say it better myself. We are in pieces. We are sweating. Jess is fanning herself. I mean, 6-6, tit for tat, back and forth. This is a much different tone than we were seeing on the previous maps. But elimination is on the line. It is looming, Bola. How many times did I say, I don't want either of these teams to go home?
Yeah, you are in pieces. That is exactly what you're saying. Over and over, and it's for good reason. I mean, these two teams have had such great stories leading up to this moment. And we're going to this last half here. I think that I've seen so much from Paper X. Sure, Benkai here has been so good in this first half. There was a lot of really, really good lurking that he was actually doing super well at the beginning, where Zeta was really not able to shut him down.
I think I turned to you, maybe round 8 or whatever it was there, and I was like, finally, they've worked out that someone was coming up. And it took Seekers for them to work that out. But how many times Benkai or another player from Paper X was able to lurk in late behind, in through mid, in through male, or whether it was up towards heaven, that's an opportunity for them to be able to just score a few
Right, tadi internet ke sister?
Luckily for Zeta, there was a couple of rounds they were able to pull together, but my god, was Benkai sort of that linchpin, that middleman, quite literally in the middle almost all the time to cut off those rotations when
Report apa pula?
On the second half, I'm looking and looking at this first one, 6-6. That's a pretty good half, I think, for Paper X on the attack side. So you have to wonder for Zeta, is it enough for them?
Kena report sebab apa sih?
That I've seen enough for Paper X to know, yes, for sure it's enough for them.
Lol.
So good on the defensive tabs. Those are the places where they've gone. But for me, I think I'm really starting to see some magic here from Zeta Division. The stuff that really gets this map 3 for them, it's so good.
You want a little bit of magic? I'll give you a magic formula here, a little magic stat here for your baller.
Okay.
Suddenly, somehow, at this tournament, Zeta became a
Tak boleh nak live ni. Berapa bulan kena ban?
So they move on to their attack. I mean, or rather, they move on to their. Where are we moving? Bola, give me an opportunity. Zeta attack. There we go. They're attacking side. This is an opportunity for them to really cap it.
All right. Well, we cannot wait. We gotta get back into this right now.
24,000 bulan kira esok ah. Esok ah.
live essay suspend at least
One
29
more half. The fairy tale
Apa?
comes to an end. The dream run. The
Esok lah. Sampai esok lah, sehari je lah. One day ban.
taglines, but what this is,
Oh, dia nampak siku.
giving it everything they absolutely have. Anything in the tank that's left is being drawn out now. Zeta on the attack. Paper X.
And really here, Zeta's default is going to be tested because we know how Paper X is going to play this. Initially here, very, very passive hold actually. On the side of Paper X, and Zeta sending out probes.
Aduh, sakit put.
Force out the wall towards B Heaven as well before Forsaken actually will show his hand.
Good work.
Tags onto Sugar Zero. Should be able to get the heal from depth though.
Meh, masuk aku punya live tak. Cewa tiba-tiba
Should be another 15, well maybe 10 seconds left on this wall, but they have to clear back through with the Trailblazer so deep here.
Yeah. Again,
Oh, what the damn!
Is huge. It's allowing that additional player to kind of be that swing rotation, but they've actually pulled the player back towards B for the defensive side, giving Zeta a favorable fight towards A.
Benkai split from his camera now. He's still got a set of eyes over towards.
Siapa lah pergi report tu. Don't know. Benkai muka macam aku duk. Agak nak claim Benkai tu dia.
How long do you wait? How much do you let happen here? This could all fall apart. He does get it. He finally pulls the trigger, and it's good. Jing's still going to try and check through. It's going to be messy, but it's worked real nice for Paper X here. It looks like this should be theirs.
Nice.
Two players, too many guns facing you down. Paper X with a good start in the second half.
Don't call it the discipline corner for nothing.
Orang
He makes
semua
it
tengah
work.
tengok sedap-sedap.
Massive damage.
TikTok
All the way back towards A side.
Ada TikTok punya algorithm tu tak apa, ada orang report tu je.
The aggression, but Forsaken still finds a kill. That's going to be key. I think previous match, he went 16 and 3 on the defensive side. I mean, everybody coming out on top in terms of opening engagements for Paper X.
Itulah kalau aku tengok watch party biasa, aku akan tengok kat Twitch lah. Aku akan live stream kat Twitch. Bahaya.
How they approach that pistol round is very telling of
Tak
how
relax tu.
very
Yeah,
prepared they are for this. I love the theory of pushing up, you know, that player a little deeper towards B main, alleviating that rotation, allowing you to have the additional man there. Really nice work, and just kind of absconding away from middle. Obviously that will change now going forward.
Oh, nice.
Swing. Almost double down on that. Lance could have been dead.
Oh, nice.
And the
Oh, tiga. Oh.
He wants to fire up here. And the right time to do it. You need a little bit of that momentum builder yourself, and they know this.
Tunggu. Oh, nice one.
Going to get dealt with now. Sugar Zero can slip through, but just a classic to work with here.
Dia nampak.
Will get spotted. For the knife there.
At this point, you're bringing out the knife. I mean, pretty brave.
Yeah.
Aku tengok sini.
That's the most on-brand thing for Forsaken to pull out here.
Honestly.
Dapat lebih orang datang Twitch pun bagus tu. Best juga.
Pretty interesting as well, because Paper X could do some serious damage to this, and that puts Zeta just in the bin financially. Full
Dia senyum je. Alah bodoh.
They've not really had much of a goer in the first couple of rounds, so you know their money is frayed.
Dep actually brings the light shield into this. Ten actually missing his blast back, so we have to play this one out a little slower. No burst potential here. Forsaken actually, at least initially here, pressuring towards, and that's going to force Sugar Zero deeper and deeper, and potentially force Zeta to invest a second member towards B main. See, actually, the camera going to set up the paranoia play.
Oh, slow betul dua main ni.
Drifting, well, at least the spike drifting towards A here, so could be a little bit of an opportunity to thread the needle almost through this setup.
The timing's there. I think they're just starting to really check mid. Now, obviously, with the wall there, they're going to respond in kind. There was a window of chance, and I think that might have just slipped away, but they will at least get a good start to this. If you're looking at Zeta, on the other side for Paper X, they're a little bit behind the curve, but not by much.
Oh, nice, Jinx.
Head first for Halos. He falls forward and finds 10, looks for more. It's Divine from up above. The ramps his gun. There we go. He's back. He's fine. It's all good. Don't worry. It's definitely not panicked. And it's a 3v3, but it's Spectres against Rifles. This is the bonus for Paper X.
They're so concerned that somebody's actually tucked into sight. I think that's because Benkai hasn't actually been noted just yet. Mind Freak though, he's ready to hold in this elbow cross. Zeta going to stack up.
Are they going to swing CT, or are they just going to try and at least get to pillar? I'm curious if they're feeling... Yeah, okay. They at least keep a mind towards it. With that time limit, they kind of had to play that a little bit more passively, and at least make sure that they get the plant down and have no problems on the way in. But this playback is still an issue, and the damage depth down to 59 HP.
Apa hal kena report tu? Lepas tu kena ban lah. Live kena report. Kalau aku live kena report sedih. Tak tahu siapa report. Jahat sangat lah orang tu.
Oh, and the gun switch almost. That was a bonus, by the way.
But it's, I mean, they come down, they get the plant at least there, so there's going to be a little bit of a buffer here coming out of it. But it's a
Terus sangat tu sampai kena ban tu. Geram ah.
The Jing, man, what is this?
Oh.
You tell me. You tell me.
It's just so brazen. It's like it's complete disregard for logic.
Nice.
Wow. I mean, the problem being now there's an operator on the board. So these early round protocols are going to be tested even further on the side of Zeta. Forsaken has pretty much been given the total freedom on this side of the map.
Forsaken just having this control.
It's so early that he's going to spot somebody as well, Lauren. That's the thing. Even if he's traded, it's so early.
Yeah, the value is there. And Sugar Zero, it's going to be his job to try and deal with this, I feel like, eventually. But again, what are you meant to do about it? Forsaken has been bullish in approach. More to be tested eventually, but Depp.
Well, because of the previous round as well, it's one rifle and 4 pistols coming into this.
They know that.
So almost banking on PaperX kind of overstepping it. Forsaken's going to hear the drop.
He's going hunting for it as well. Confidence.
Finds it, man.
This guy is quick as anything today, and there's nothing available for Zeta here. They are being given no opportunities.
Mana tak ada live TikTok lah ni.
King of Hearts himself.
Tak ada sampai 24 bulan dah. Esok lah sampai 24 bulan lah. GG member 25 baru boleh.
Does at least have that sheriff to play with. So they do get the cross building up towards round. That does give them the fight over towards Jing, who's been an absolute beast on the other side, really finding some nasty form.
Average of 3 viewers, average in 52 hours of stream. Average kena average 3 viewer dalam 52 jam aku stream. Taruh tu.
Jing finds 10 and now he's lost his teammate. And he's losing that timing on this round. There's the old pop. He knows he's dead, but he drags one with him to the grave. 8 seconds out. Can he try and do anything? It looks like the answer is no. As Crow is the only one here. And
mati macam tu.
Really controlling tempo now. 9 etched into the board.
So it's just unable to really find anything.
Viva Familia. We won't lose.
To find an opening. Forsaken again. They have to address this, Lauren. There has to be something from Zeta to take away some of this control.
Ooh, that's nice.
Site locked out.
Yes.
Because they can double stack basically onto mid on the back of Forsaken just walking out. We've got to see some.
Ooh, no scope lah siap. What the fuck, that no scope. Alamak, aku punya monitor gelap tak tiba. Okay.
The scary thing.
Monitor aku tiba gelap lah.
I mean, they don't need to. Like I said, Zeta, this default was always going to be tested. And right here, I think they've identified a weakness. With Sugar Zero being forced so deep and being unable to achieve anything in mid, PaperX just have an absolute stranglehold on that side of the map. They're then forced in towards a site where Benkai is going to play off.
Nak gimana tu? Hey, no scope, brother.
Got an extra set of eyes over there with a spy cam. And they're walking into the unknown so late on in the round. And the other thing is, so much utility late on in the round. There's not an awful lot.
No, because it's just a player with an operator, and it's really good. Works very well, actually, when you're Forsaken. And the value of his impact is resounding. Again, you look at Jing, who's on 21 to 12, right? The guy's having a tear. But then you also look at the impact that Forsaken is having by taking that much space. Now, the scary thing is, obviously, that would be a high priority thing to identify. So if you're PaperX, switch it up this round, because then they learn nothing. That's where having these rounds in your pocket really bring you to favor. Calling that timeout could be for the switch up. We'll see if that is the case. And I am seeing Forsaken towards middle.
Aku sebab tak dapat chat sangat aku nak kena ni. Aku pakai cermin mata baru dapat chat.
Oh, he's walking mid.
Yeah, he's
an animal
my
right
macam main klasik right click.
Sedih. So playing over towards that A ramp position, Forsaken still wants to be the aggressor, be the one to find it. And there's 2 potential victims, but they stand up to it, but they whip it. They one trade out. Forsaken still going to do a little bit of damage on the way back in, but it's at such a player disadvantage now.
Actually, Divine and Jing.
Keen
to actually find Sugar Zero. He's got the audio cue. He's got the timing on this.
Oh, Sugar Zero's backfilled this perfectly. Give him a little bit of time to work. You've still got him in on the board. This could be a disaster. 10, what are you doing? Drifting through middle like this.
The spike.
This could have all gone wrong, and they were already considering this. No, you just watched a tragedy in the making unfold in front of your eyes. They've given up the advantage. They lost the spike in the worst place possible. And Laz tries to find some room to work, but they have just given every advantage away.
It's a tragedy. The one round, actually, where Laz comes across, invests the wall here. Benkai actually adjusts with the utility, the spy cam, to spot that walkout. Because Laz, notorious for lurking behind this, creating so much pressure towards backside of B. They recover the spike, but a 2v3.
Yep.
Paper X actually willing to sit deeper here and force the plant.
Yeah.
They just want to play numbers in the retake.
This is the right plan. Now the ult could have added a little bit of an issue to it. And Benkai wants in. Benkai tries to just get ahead of it. Nasty work. Trying to maybe just deny the plant. And Jing's going to unleash as well. They're just going to dive in on this one. Seeker's going to at least reveal that position. And Laz swings on it. 1v1 now. Devi up against Laz. You can see the position Laz is going to. This is so dangerous. Devi, desperate to find it a pixel.
There's a gap on the left side here.
Does he see? Laz just tipped out. And on the other side is Devi, and they're going to
go. What the fuck?
Laz holds, and Zeta get away with murder that round. That round could have been the downfall of this side.
Absolutely, and it starts actually with Paper X conceding. Lost in no man's land with the spike.
Yeah, you're just drifting through middle. Maybe that core didn't come out quick enough because it could have got lost in the source, right? Obviously, we see everything. They're going to have to extrapolate information, but you think...
There's a moment there where Laz didn't initially react. I was like,
Mike,
oh my god.
I know, I can't deal with this game. I don't know what to say anymore. It's 8-9. And they're still in it by the skin of their teeth. I don't know how Zeta is staying alive here.
Good money as well. It's just both teams just in the bin. The purchase will come through. Devi on the judge. Look at the Benkai's. I mean, the best thing he's going to have to work with is a pistol.
Good. Brilliant. How far off the ult is Benkai? Is it within?
But this is key, though. One of the first rounds we've seen Paper X almost, like I said, throw logic out the window. Forsaken's walking mid solo with the operator, and it's punished. Now, that is key. Yes, the round kind of then descends into the unknown, a little chaotic, but does that quell Paper X now? He's had absolute freedom up until that point.
I don't know if it will, right? Because that was the timeout on the switch, and then they brought out that mid walk. He just kind of, you know, powered down middle. If he goes back to what was working, that could be a whole different look. I mean, we saw the streak come out from Paper X. It was really solid. So maybe we go back to what was working, but you've got to feel that Zeta have had to have identified this, but they're walking into somewhat of the unknown now, right? Like, they don't know the look.
This adjustment from Paper X is because it's only ever Sugar Zero on the other side. They're almost prioritizing elsewhere now.
Forsaken again.
Well, of course
this man... He doesn't know when, he doesn't stop. And he's quick to this. He is fast at pushing down mid. He's cleared relatively well towards...
Waduh siap, tahu kan. Kalau tadi kalau dapat flick kepala tadi sedap. Kalau aku cakap kalau Dave tadi dapat flick kepala sedap.
25 HP, he's trying to make it out of there. And he will at least keep his life for now and hoping for a little heal.
We're actually 10 seconds away from another smoke here to invest elsewhere. Happy to just shoulder this for the time being. Nobody from Zeta. I mean, they're so hesitant to drift in here because it's the total unknown.
Yeah.
Without a kill being drawn here, they haven't been in here enough. The swap out Forsaken now with the judge in hand.
Jing not clean on the first shot, can at least give him a chance here. You has to respect the utility invested.
Gets out so quick. To get that damage.
But look at Laz, he was teed up for this. He'd already kind of lingered deep enough, lurked far enough towards A to be able to catch that. Now, do they scrap this plan because they're walking into what is essentially a trap? I don't know if they saw Forsaken, but he's pushing forward. He's going to get one, but it's only traded. Sugar Zero not going to let it slip. 28 seconds out, they've got to make the play, but there's two on the site. Devi is here ready to greet them with a smile. And the three pause for patience. The res comes out, 10 back on his toes, but they're still Mind Freak. They haven't cleared this. The wall goes up, the slow's there. Devi gonna lean through. Finds one, finds two. They're still doing the damage. 10 seconds, they have to make this play. And Dep's the one to do it. Benkai's nowhere near this. The spike, where is the plant? They found him, Sugar Zero. Drags him to his grave. Zeta is still alive.
It almost just takes Laz an eternity in that lurk to come through and pressure the backside of the Cosmic Divide.
This game is giving me I can't watch this.
I mean, somehow Zeta still actually come out of this with Forsaken getting up close here, finding
I thought he was having two.
Yeah, Mind Freak is forced away on the back of that, but then they still find two on the way in here. I mean, the only thing that saves Zeta here, I feel, was the res. The ability to get that res completely unchallenged allows them to swing that round.
Angah, kami kat Discord. Main lah.
Back underway. It's quite quick. They're already pushing up.
Thing with a shorty, by the way.
Borak sambil tengok tengok maki-maki.
So they've noticed at least some more players, a bit of a stack coming out. They do need to still be quite careful on the way in, but they have broken the back of the economy of Paperx for now. So they've just kind of, you know, down to like 1K, 2.1. But they still need to be careful, because you saw the Thrifties coming out from Zeta. You know that Paperx could do the same thing.
Again, Forsaken.
How is he here?
Yeah, how?
The sewer rat, just chilling.
Because just Sugar Zero is just, he's so shook by this early pressure. It's like, yeah, Jing's come through. Somebody else is going to walk it, right?
Yeah, maybe Forsaken is around.
Is it considered? It has to be, surely.
They've got it. Yeah, look how intently they are clearing every single corner because of that singular man waiting. Oof. And it just feels like you're funneled then back in towards B, right?
I think Forsaken just heard Sugar Zero and Spawn, but actually no, because the rotation's going towards A here.
It's a mystery. Benko's going to call for support, but already they're pretty far off this. And look how deep Sugar Zero's holding again. So again, for now, Benkai, you can't do much. It's almost too much to ask. That was the fight I was curious about. If Forsaken maybe got a bit of timing on Sugar Zero, gets the rifle, could have made a play. Divine and Mind Freak, uncomfortable situation to say the least. Now you've lost that lurk in the back lines. You're not going to be able to depend on that. Now you know there's a time frame. And you've got 5 players to clear with rifles. So for them, it feels like a formality here. There's a couple of the danger elements weren't really made up on. And if they can get a couple on the way out, that'd be ideal. They're exploring towards CT. With the Spectre, so he's fine doing this. He's happy to do it. That's 2 to be cleaned up. Zeta take the lead.
I wanted to find this as well. Zeta now reaping the rewards of being able to slow down the pace of this game. Almost baiting PRX in to do what you expect them to. Forsaken and Jing shut down here. Come into this operator on the board once again for Forsaken. 3 ults up, but not really playmakers here for Paperx. Zeta actually, they have the showstopper.
Yep.
Crow, potential for the Seekers as well in this round.
What does Zeta do? I still feel like this is knife's edge game, and I know we've said it before, but I'll keep saying it because you can see it. And then we're going straight in towards this, though. If they keep powering through, 10 gonna pop the ult, sees nothing, takes the space. Happy with that? Okay, but where do I send this now? Leans on in, nothing. Gets nothing for it. Space on its own, but it's a 3-play stack. They have read nothing of this as well. This is so dangerous. Pain Shell gonna come out. That should at least be a little indicator of something, but this is not enough. They're still above a minute though, but do they commit? 10 certainly does. He's already down.
Ooh!
First finds it, no shot. He didn't see the player towards the top of rafters though.
Oh, that's it. Hard with the backstab.
Nice!
10 will fall. And that's the spike noted.
This is huge. Seeker's still going to lead the way, and they're replaying towards middle. You've got 2 players working up towards mid. Sugar Zero is just a distraction, just to pull the attention. Crow's got it. He's got the sprite to get out. They're just trying to get out of danger. Benkai pops the ult to try and find some information, and Crow peels on back. They've still got a bit of timing to work with. Laz trying to lead the team, but you've got Forsaken on the other side. This is surely a shutdown. This can't happen. Forsaken will not let them cross, and they've lost the map control because Forsaken stands here. He's holding territory. Where do you go now?
Oh, timing!
Go find this.
The timing. He's going to call for support, but they're not going to check. He does. He shoulder peeks it, but doesn't matter. Forsaken is being such a...
Yeah, let's go!
It's 10 to 10. There is no rest for the wicked. This man is being instrumental in them staying in this game. They've broken the 3-round streak.
And what a way to come back into it as well. Again, Divide with the perfect timing on this. Zeta just try and pump the brakes on the way into B site. And that is their demise. Forsaken on the other side of it, still just landing shots. Beautifully done. And like I said, force the adjustment on the side of Paperx. That's going to see Zeta now actually come back to the other side of the map. The wall invested differently now. Forsaken We'll drift out with the operator once again. How deep does he go exploring? Noted with the flash. And Zeta have to adjust on the back of this now. The post Lazap, just leave him there. And the problem being now, the adjustment they forced is 3 players literally just holding B site. They're happy to give up mid. They're happy to give up B heaven as well.
Have to see if there is a plan in mind for Zeta, because now they've been given what I kind of wanted, and it looks like maybe a crunch towards ramp, but you're going in towards arguably the 2 power players in my mind as well. You got Forsaken standing there and Jing.
Jing, 1 kill off the showstopper as well. If he finds the first, he can slow this hit right down.
Yeah, we've got to see the plan in motion here. These are the 1-2 punch. The ones that can take it
Oh,
all away
nice one.
early, but Forsaken's still good for it, but there's a crunch, there's a pinch, but he keeps his life. He stays alive, and this is huge for the side. Has to deal with the pain shell. He can't really do much about it, but the site is lost. He's down low. He's still fighting, and Forsaken still stands. Now Sugar Zero, the only one to tame him. But someone just slipped through. It's not Zeta. 11 now, fired up behind me. They are roaring through this game, and Paper X finally dealt with. And that crunch on ramp of the money, Mike, have they still got enough for a buy? I feel like it's going to be light armor or some.
I mean, Benkai's in another position where it's like a pistol he's bringing into this.
Zeta's
just so good. They stack up, and this is what you need to do against Forsaken and Jing. It's the perfect setup from them as well. The bait on the Trailblazer, Forsaken, perfect with the swing. Perfect with it.
Every round feels like a new puzzle, right? It feels like almost a brand new game because they deal with one problem, but there's going to be another. They force one hand, but then they draw another card, and it's so hard to contain this game. And Forsaken, this man doesn't know what pressure is. He plays outside of it. He plays in a different realm, and he's gone walkabouts again. The smoke should be at least a little bit of a nod of just be careful, because Forsaken is behind enemy lines at 10. This is your duty now. This is your one job. You catch this, it's a whole different game. You spot it, but you can't deal with it. He's out of there already. Escapes, spots another on the way, and Forsaken is just absolutely thriving right now. Can finally handled. The front line is dealt with, but now you've got the 4 other players, and you've taken very little space so far.
Like you said, it's the clock, really. There's a minute left now. And it's taken them this long to just greet Forsaken.
He is such a nasty player, man. So talented at being just a constant threat.
See, actually, Mindfreak still posted up once again. Late wall comes out from Divide. We dealt with pretty quickly here, but the key indicator for them actually finds an angle, but no real damage done.
Timing. Alah, jangan ada tempat lain.
Sugar Zero is a god right now, unleashing onto 30 seconds. He has delivered in these late rounds more than once now. Divide goes up. Laz going to keep just a little bit of a vision towards CT in case. Dep's going to hear that. He's definitely going to hear this.
Oh!
It's so sharp from Dep. The swing! 12! I cannot believe what we are witnessing. Match point.
What have Paper X got left?
I don't know. It's going to be garbage. That buy is going to be garbage.
No ultimates. Literally scraping pennies together. Sugar Zero literally times that down to perfection. We're on the brink now, Lauren. One more round for Zeta to find. And Paper X have just got, they haven't found value of anything.
No. Ults, positioning, map control, they've tried it all. They've tried to get a little aggressive down middle on the extremities. They've tried so many looks, and Zeta have found so many answers. And Forsaken again, he has to be the one to do this. He's challenging Sugar Zero, who's been god tier. He is a man uncaged right now. Looking for anything, but he knows his opposing numbers there almost in this fight. But while this all happens, the pressure, it's been building on the A site, the exchange of utility, so it's patience and discipline over towards B, while the plan begins on the A site.
And Zeta know that the pressure leans in their favor. Anticipating another push through from somebody on the side of Paper X, but actually, if Forsaken will find a tag, we'll spot the second as well. Just away from that. I mean, actually still finding space towards heaven here. Jing actually will find contact in mid as well. Able to get away from the slow orb though.
Crunch, this is so dangerous. There's still plays. Benkai, he's been dealt with. Ten's found him. deep work towards CT now. You can see the blind coming out. Jin gets a chance at it, but he can't quite convert.
Ooh,
Big
Dave.
jump forward. Device there. He's got the
Alamak.
upright to the rifle. Sugar Zero still stands. It's 20 seconds. It's Mind Freak and Forsaken to hold it all together. Or Zeta begin their legacy with the finals now calling as Forsaken the only one alive. 2 HP, 10 once it can't get it. Forsaken still stands. And this is it. A 1v3 for it all. Make it a 1v4. They're giving him nothing and he will take from them everything. But the time is still ticking. And he's got to find 3. And the step.
Oh, GG!
The unimaginable has happened.
Aduh.
Zeta make it to the finals.
Wow, what an absolute statement, mate, to follow through as well, to still have more to give here in Reykjavik. That map too, Lauren, completely turning the tides of how this series was going to pan out. And another series would come out just, honestly, with more questions. What's left in the tank for Zeta? I mean, it just, we're talking about Paper X defying logic.
Yeah.
In terms of Zeta, they keep exceeding expectations.
Yeah, their heart is the deadliest weapon in this entire tournament. The man, Laz, has just found so much brilliance for this side, and every single one
GG
of
guys,
them,
GG.
in my mind, at the end of that game,
Oi, diorang
beyond
kau
anyone could have
habis-habis tu.
asked for of that singular man. He dealt with one of the biggest problems.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, early on in the half, he was the one being punished. He was being identified, and actually, PRX were making all the right moves on the back of that contact being found. I mean, Forsaken somehow still here. Comes out 25 and 17, 300 ACS.
GG.
And it still felt as if they had quelled him on that second half. Like, it actually is
Zeta is awesome.
Laz as well, man, just to give him a shout. Usually, the control he's able to garner in that first half.
GG to Team Singapore.
He had a fantastic showing here on the decider. We've had 6 first bloods.
That's ridiculous.
Gila.
I mean, I know this event is meant to be all about nightmares, but this is the dream for Zeta. We all started to get on board, we all started to become believers, right? Like, you started to see it all come together. And honestly, the start of this, I thought Paper X were bringing out a great game on that defensive half. I love the space taken. I saw what Forsaken was up to. His unbridled aggression. That man will never know he's defeated. He will always play like there's a chance, and he desperately tried. So credit to Paper X. They, of course, will drop down to the lower side of things. They're not, completely cooked, but I mean, it's all about the other side. And it's all about that on the screen.
Gila. At least diorang masuk grand final padu dah tu. Itu lah.
Zeta were literally in position to greet everything Paper X could throw at them. Actually, on the first half, let's not remember, Paper X actually found that weakness in the side of Zeta. They tried to punish it, and Zeta actually weathered the storm in that.
Gila-gila lah. Aku cakap Zeta kali ni padu pula lah. So lepas ni final Brazil versus Japan.
How on earth was that the swing map?
Doesn't feel like the same series. It literally doesn't feel like the same series.
Oh man, it is rare to see legacies in the making, right? Like, we've seen a couple of games in the past, we've seen these dream runs, but they always get kind of cut short, right? Like the team you expect
Okay lah
will
guys.
eventually power through.
Apa ni? Aku just nak lepaskan ni je. Nak lepaskan 6 jam. Lepas 6 jam lah dan ya ni. Dia tak comeback second map kau Itu lah. Berapa dia bantai tadi? 13-6 tadi? 13-6 ke berapa tadi? 13-2?
Just the biggest curveball to have here. I'm not sure really if that's what completely shook Paper X, because you got to feel like Xbox goes in their favor. For me, this is like we're leaning towards a 2-0. So for Zeta to still, again, actually overcome that, like I said, exceed the expectations of us here in Reykjavik, it's fantastic to watch.
Man, it's what
13-2.
you know what I mean? Like, it's been an honor to watch.
We need to get the
this
watch
team.
party in here, man. We need the watch party in
Just put
here.
them over there. Like, we won't even go near them or stuff. Nice like quarantine distance, etc. But please give us these people, because it's been incredible to watch. I think everyone is aboard just seeing how this goes, right? Just watching this unfold.
Gila.
Feel as though
Nice ah, nice match lah tadi. Yeah, nice match.
And it's all just been this fever dream, but it keeps happening.
Yeah, it does. And again, we're left with the question of what's left for Zeta. I mean, they've already, in my eyes, shown me that actually they can satisfy both sides of the coin.
Yes.
It's a tough opponent though to lead on to. That's for me, and again, that's a discussion for another time. But again, we're coming into it thinking, actually, what can Zeta show us?
Nak macam mana? Kita punya team Singapore tak dapat pergi ke final, but still they did well. GG to Paper X, but still Diorang kira sengit juga last map tadi. Gila lah. 13-10. 13-11, 13-10. 13-10. Gila bai. Sengit tu. Sengit gila bai. Tak sengit ke dia punya match tu? Aduh. Gila-gila. Diorang they give it all. I mean, Paper Rex have been super in this tournament. Sampai semi-final kot. Gila tu. It's like semi-final pun dah kira macam dah cukup power tu. It's like another god tier level, you know. Tak boleh buat apa lah, tak boleh cakap apa-apa. But still, GG to Paper X. Well played for Zeta. Macam mana kita, macam mana kau nampak kat scoreboard. Even Optic pun kena bantai dengan Loud tadi. Like second dia sama lah macam Optic dengan Loud tadi. Second third map dia Loud conquer gila. Zeta pun jadi macam tu. Second third map dia conquer habis-habis. Macam my fault lah siap. Gila aku tengok dua-dua match ni. Oh, pening kat kepala. Macam aku tak boleh brain tau. Ingat sebab yelah kau bayangkan first map yang the favorite tau. The favorites are like bantai gila. It's like Optic on the first map is like 13-2 I think. 13-2 something. Macam it's the same like Zeta bantai Paper X on the second map. 13-2. Ingatkan diorang boleh menang on the second map. Tiba-tiba diorang kalah. But then on the third map pun, on Icebox pun diorang kalah juga macam. Wow. That was bizarre, man. That was bizarre. It's quite alright. Ni dia jadi macam sama lah. Aku tengok tournament yang first match, second third map kalah. Ini pun second third map kalah. Aku macam aku tak tahu nak cakap macam mana. Either kita sebagai Asian fans, we should root for Zeta on the finals. Let's see our Asian blood brothers can do well on the final stage. So yeah, is that so? So Loud will be facing Zeta on the finals. Maybe I don't know bila dia punya tu. I'm not sure. Let's see the schedule. I'm not sure. There will be a schedule. Yeah. Tomorrow Optic versus Zeta on 4. This is for what? Lower bracket semifinals. Loud versus 2B. Okay. Loud will be. I think Zeta will be against Loud. I think. I'm not sure because they didn't show the map ranking there. Tak ada standing. I mean right now lah. Okay, here is. So Loud dah belasah Optic, Zeta dah belasah Optic. Alright. Zeta will go. Zeta dah belasah Paper Rex. So yeah, betul lah. Oh, okay, now I understand. Alright. Lower brackets. Okay, lower bracket punya winner. Alright, this one. Ni lower bracket tau. Lower bracket punya winner akan facing off the ones that been defeated. The defeated team from the upper bracket. So ini penentuan dorang. Zeta versus Optic ni penentuan untuk dorang masuk ke final. Loud dah masuk ke final lah. So sekarang ni Optic lawan Zeta untuk pastikan yang dorang punya spot untuk ke final adalah tu. So senang kata winner of lower bracket akan versus of the defeated team of upper bracket. So esok yes, esok pukul 1. So I'll be doing a watch party again tomorrow at 1 AM. Hope you guys will come into my live. I'll see you guys later. Bye. See you guys.